council please come to order? Okay, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody had a great summer season. Welcome to the 261st plenary session of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. We have some new faces at the table, and so I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Steve Williams from Oregon. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to invite you to provide any sort of introductory comments to your first meeting at the North Pacific Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have real introductory comments. I've got a lot to learn, and I hope that I can contribute effectively here to the council. So thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams. We're pleased to have you with us here today. And so with that, we are ready to have the oath of office administered by Mr. Kurland for our other newest council member, Ms. Drobnica, as well as Ms. Kimball. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on behalf of Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo, it's my honor to administer the oath of office for newly appointed and reappointed council members. Mr. Williams, you're off the hook as not being an appointed member. So I invite Ms. Drobnica and Ms. Kimball to stand and ask you to please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your name, as a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council, established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America, by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation. I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fishery resources, being careful to balance competing private or regional interests, and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources. I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce. This oath is given freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And congratulations to you both.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kurland. And welcome back, Ms. Kimball, and welcome, Ms. Drobnica. Before we get into election of officers, I'd just like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that the council regularly meets and its staff office resides in Anchorage on Dena'ina homelands. The council wants to honor the Dena'ina, its indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and can continue to do so. We're glad to be a part of this community and to honor the culture, resilience, and tradition of the Dena'ina people. Thank you. So with that, we are ready to do our election of officers, and I would turn the gavel over to Mr. Twite, who actually has brought his own gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Kneen. So the floor is now open for nominations from council members for the positions of chair and vice chair. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I nominate Simon Kneen for chair.
Thank you. Any other nominations for chair? Are there any nominations for vice chair? We can maybe just handle it all in the same package. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I nominate yourself for vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Are there any other nominations? Is there a second for Mr. Jensen's nominations for chair and vice chair? Mr. Down is seconded. Thank you. With that, council members, is there any comment or discussion? Seeing none, council members, we're ready to vote. Mr. Witherall, can you remind me whether this is a roll call vote or
A voice vote is sufficient, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. With that, all those in favor, aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Mr. Canine. I can put my small gavel back in the briefcase.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, and congratulations as well. And thank you, council. Okay, with that, we are ready to get down to business. We have an agenda before us. Is there any objection to the agenda as presented? Okay, we have an agenda. That will bring us to agenda item B1. Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we get going, I just had a couple of announcements to let you know that the current COVID-19 community levels here in Anchorage are low, and as such, you could wear a mask if you wish to do so, but none are required. Secondly, as we did in Sitka, I went ahead and scheduled all lunches be catered here in this room, so you can set up your lunch meetings as you need to do. As you noted, we have several new council members. Miss Angel Drobnica has been appointed to her first term. Congratulations, Angel. Angel is the Director of Fisheries and Government Affairs for APICTA, Aleutian Islands, Pribilof Island Community Development Association. Prior to that, Angel served as on the council's advisory panel for 7 years, including the last couple of years as chair. The Director of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Kurt Melcher, has named 2 designees to replace Steve Marks, who recently resigned. Mr. Steve Williams will serve as the primary designee. He retired from ODFW after a long career in the fish division, and including sitting on the Pacific Council seat. He also worked for the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission before retiring for a second time. Mr. John Seaborn, who's out in the audience. John, maybe you could raise your, there he is. He currently works for ODFW and has been named the second Oregon designee for the council. He's currently the operation manager for the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Fish Division. So welcome aboard, Angel, Steve, and John. And congratulations, Nicole, to being your reappointment. We have a couple of new staff I'd like to introduce. I'm pleased to introduce our newest fishery analyst, Nicole Watson, who just started with us last week. She most recently was a fish biologist with the Bureau of Land Management, where she studied, conducted surveys to monitor aquatic habitat and prepare biological assessments for lands off in Alaska. Ms. Watson holds an MS in fish biology from Central Michigan University and is currently finishing up her PhD at Michigan State. So welcome aboard, Nicole. And Nicole, maybe you could raise your hand or stand up so people know who you are. Thank you. I'm also pleased to announce our 2022 to 23 Sea Grant Fellow, Clay McKean. Mr. McKean recently received his master's degree from University of Washington School of Marine Affairs. He's also been a North Pacific groundfish observer, and he'll be working on a bunch of projects in his next 12-month stint as a fishery analyst under the guidance of Sarah Cleaver and other staff. So welcome aboard, Clay. And Clay, could you raise your hand or stand up so everybody knows who you are? So thank you. Welcome aboard, Clay. We have 2 plan team nominations from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center for the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team. Dr. Ben Williams, who is currently leading development of MSE methodologies and fish stock assessment modeling approaches. He's previously been on our plan teams representing the state of Alaska, and now he works for National Marine Fishery Service. We also have Dr. Cecilia O'Leary, who is a research fish biologist in the Gulf of Alaska Aleutian Islands Survey Group. And you'll be receiving recommendations on these nominations from the SSC, who will report back on the qualifications. And more information with the nomination letters and resumes are attached for your information. We'll be discussing these in executive session on Friday afternoon. I just wanted to report to you that there has been movement on Magnuson-Stevens Act reauthorization. The House Natural Resources Committee marked up HR 4690 a week or so ago. That used to be called the Huffman Bill, and it came out of the committee as adopted and reported favorably to the House of Representatives. Many of the components of this bill we commented on in a comment letter, and I've attached that for your reference. And if people have questions, I might be able to answer. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Witherell. I do have a question, and thank you for including the council's previous comment letter on the prior bill. I was wondering if you could remind us, it seems like after looking the bill at the revised bill, there might be some similar issues the council would be interested in commenting on, but can you remind us is that possible for us to do that? Or what are the requirements for us providing comments on draft legislation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rachel, the council needs to get a specific written request from a member of Congress, senator or representative, or their staff, and request specific comments on a specific piece of legislation. And we have not received another request since the last comment letter. So if we do get a request for comments, then between now and December, I could certainly prepare a letter based on our previous discussions and our previous letter and send that around for council to review before we submit it. But we have not received such a request.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Witherell.
Okay, moving on. Back in July, several council members, Mr. Canine, Ms. Kimball, Mr. Down, Mr. Vincent Lang, and Mr. Kurland attended listening sessions in Nome and Unalakleet. This was based on an invitation from Kerouac on behalf of the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Tribal Consortium to attend these listening sessions and engage communities and learn more about ongoing ecosystem changes in the Norton Sound region. The council did send a letter of appreciation for that, and related to that visit, we did post a frequently asked questions on our council website relative to salmon bycatch. I'm going to stop there to see if any council members that attended those listening sessions want to add anything or comment.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Witherell. I guess wanted to add in that we don't have a report on that visit at the request of Coeric and others. It was really a listening session for the council, not a report out back to other council members, but I think those trips are invaluable, and I just appreciate so much the invitation from Coeric and the hosting in both Nome and Unalakleet. And I know that there's plans or intent to potentially ask council members to go to other communities outside of the Norton Sound region, and I hope we can make that happen. I also recognize we need to schedule that well ahead of time for council members to fit into their calendars, but I just encourage everyone that can make that possible to do so. And there's just nothing like the one-on-one input, questions, kind of community feel when you can be in someone else's community and hear what's most important to them. So appreciate the opportunity and for the council to allow us to take the time to do that, and hope we can do more in the future. Thanks.
Ms. Kimball. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to report back to you that the council and the Alaska Board of Fisheries Joint Protocol Committee is scheduled to meet on October 13th next week at the Egan Center. And we trade off on which group gets to host it, and it's their turn to host. So the board's hosting, and I believe that Mr. Jensen will chair that meeting. Council members on the joint protocol are Kenny Down, Andy Mesro, and Angel Drobnica. And members from the board are John Jensen, Mark Carlson Van Dort, and Mike Humbuck. Art Nelson is the executive director for the board, if people didn't know that. So there's a link to the meeting agenda, and those issues will be, the joint protocol will be talking about the status of Bering Sea crab resources and updates, management updates, and updates on Pacific cod issues, including the small boat access action that you'll be taking at this meeting, and reviewing the Board of Fish proposals for PCOD.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you. As a member of the Joint Protocol Committee, I think, David, I didn't quite catch it. You'd read it, you mentioned where the agenda was and that there was a couple issues on the agenda, which you mentioned, but I don't think you mentioned that crab was on there. Maybe you did and I just missed it, but crab is on the agenda. And I just wanted to mention there is public comment at that meeting. But from my perspective as a member of the Joint Protocol Committee, I think what would be helpful in thinking about that is if there are things at the end of the meeting that there isn't, that have not been made clear in the presentations from your staff, Mr. Witherall, and the Board of Fish staff, that may be helpful in some of the cod proposals or the crab specs that people could comment on, things that might be helpful to have, either whether there's a Board of Fish information that the council should have, or council information that the Board of Fish should have in front of them when they address those issues in their next cycles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Down. We will prepare a summary of that meeting and make that publicly available. So if there are any concerns that get raised, they would be highlighted in the meeting minutes. Thank you. I did want to update you on the National SSC meeting that our council hosted this summer in Sitka. The meeting was entitled Adapting Fishery Management to Changing Ecosystem, and was focused on various aspects of addressing ecosystem-based fishery management. The meeting was chaired by Dr. Ann Hollowed, our prior SSC chair, and Council Vice Chair Bill Twite provided opening and closing remarks that identified critical council management needs to focus scientific dialogue and advice. And I believe we have a short presentation from Dr. Stram on the findings, the initial findings of that meeting, and I'd like to invite her up to give you that summary.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff. I have a short presentation on the Scientific Coordination Subcommittee meeting that was held in Sitka this summer. Again, Ann Hollowed was our chair for it. She did a fantastic job. We were delighted to have Mr. Twite attend the meeting. I'll get into that a little bit into the slides because he gave wonderful opening and closing remarks. Dr. Bob Foy from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center also provided an overview of challenges and in the North Pacific, as well as scientific plans for regionally and nationally. So again, this is the 7th national meeting of the Scientific Coordination Subcommittee. And this has been planned since 2019. It was our turn to host it. Obviously with COVID, we've gone rounds on it. So our steering committee has been meeting since the middle of 2019 to try to plan this. And finally, we were able to have this meeting hosted in person. And it was a really exciting meeting, adapting fisheries management to a changing ecosystem. So we had 3 theme topics. And again, these are identified by the whole national committee, subcommittee, the steering committee. The 3 theme topics were how to incorporate ecosystem indicators into the stock assessment process, developing information to support management of interacting species and consideration of ecosystem-based fisheries management, and how to assess and develop fishing level recommendations for species exhibiting distributional changes. So the way that we broke out this meeting, for each of these theme topics, we had 1 or 2 keynote speakers, and we were extremely lucky to have a fantastic group of keynote speakers, Dr. Andre Punt, Dr. Ava Plagnai, Dr. Sarah Geichis, and Dr. Jimmy Anelli. And then we had case studies from various regions, and we tried to mix things up. So we had case studies from encompassing all of the regions. And I would note that we had a really good attendance from all of the fishery management councils, as well as headquarters staff and council staff and National Marine Fisheries staff. And then we would break out into breakout groups with a series of trigger questions, and then come back and sum up over what the general discussions were and what some different examples were regionally. So just a couple of key findings. The first, these are really the high level findings, but councils need to start preparing now for increasingly complex management decisions due to climate change. It was very clear across all of our discussions, the effects of climate change are profound and the implications will be expected in the next 20 years or more. That regional fishery management councils need to consider adaptation options to sustain fisheries in a changing environment. It was in the discussions across regions. This will vary regionally and must be tailored to regional differences. That some councils, including our own, are beginning to consider models that include ecosystem linkages and or have adapted climate-informed risk assessments. The performance and alternative management strategies are needed to identify pathways to sustain fisheries in future non-stationary marine environments. We talked a lot about that the environment is currently becoming more and more unpredictable, and that there are some things we can plan for long-term, and that there are some things that on a continuing basis we'll have to prepare for rapid and unexpected changes. And so all of the councils are experiencing abrupt shifts in species distribution or abundance, and changes in ecosystem structure and function with impacts on sectors and communities, and data collection methodologies need to be considered. And that it's really important that we look at finding equitable management adaptation pathways, and that will be challenging across regions. Well, actually, this ties in well with what you'll talk about at the end of your agenda at this meeting with respect to our climate change task force. The second key finding, investments needed in the development of new data collection and analysis tools that are responsive to changing conditions. We talked a lot about different suites of models that will be needed, increasingly complex models, because it's difficult to use single models now to explain the rapid changes that we're experiencing. Was one of the models that was presented from Ava Plagnai. It's called a model of intermediate complexity for ecosystems, a MICE model. And that was used as an example of looking at ecosystem linked single or multi-species assessment models, food web models, and end-to-end models. We talked a lot about collaboration amongst regions. That was really highlighted, and both in terms of streamlining data management, allowing for more open source type data flows, and just creativity across regions. And that interdisciplinary research teams are needed to ensure future success. And everyone highlighted that training students in this field is going to be critical. And then the final big picture, councils and the SSCs need to be prepared to transition towards a more sophisticated toolbox. We need to transition from reliance on indicators derived from observations to inform dynamic simulations of marine ecosystem change tuned to observations. Scenario planning should begin now to prepare for avoiding reactive responses, and additional flexibility should be considered in the management process, as well as creation of more opportunities for strategic and creative thinking at the regional and national levels. And then finally, we had some recommendations for future SCS workshops. The first, again, touching back on Mr. Schweig's participation, the SSC delegates acknowledge the value of active participation by a council member at this workshop, and they encourage increased council member participation in scientific dialogues at future SCS meetings. We discussed the 2-year delay to meet in person, as opposed to scheduling this as a virtual workshop in 2020 or 2021. And everyone felt that it was worth the trade-off to have waited that long for the enhanced communication and collaboration that was possible amongst the regions. The meeting format I already noted in terms of the breakout sessions with keynote speakers. The delegates noted that type of a meeting format with the breakout sessions, and we rotated amongst regions so that everyone was in with different regional representation at breakouts, facilitated discussion and sharing of experiences across regions. And finally, we talked about the timing of it. We recommend, the SSC delegates recommend that the workshops continue on a biennial basis, but would look for some sort of communication on those off years, whether a virtual meeting or a meeting of SSC chairs, to continue this collaboration and communication across the regions. With that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witherall, I'll pause and see if Mr. Twite has anything more to add.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stram already acknowledged the role that Dr. Holloway played, but I want to reiterate that we certainly have appreciated Dr. Holloway's contributions to the council process for a long time, and it just, for me, was really enjoyable watching her work on a national stage on the issues that have been critical to her as a scientist throughout her career. And just to put in a plug for if there's a way to have Dr. Holloway continue to work, particularly to help communicate the key findings. I think the key findings are really important. And I would hope that she'd be willing to continue to work with us as a spokesperson for those key findings. There's a huge amount of meat in those key findings. They pose for us as a council and for all the councils, one, a real challenge, but also a real opportunity. As I look at those, I begin to see a path forward through a time period that I think is going to become increasingly turbulent and increasingly challenging for us. And so, but those findings, for me at least, begin to illuminate what that path may look like. So I encourage council members to, we're going to have a lot to chew on at this meeting, but I encourage council members to take a hard look at those key findings. And I'll certainly, I think as I later in the agenda talk about issues like the programmatic SEIS, the climate change task force report on synthesis report on readiness. For me, these key findings are going to be a touchstone that I'll at least keep coming back to my perspective. And finally, Dr. Stram, the organizer of these never gets enough credit, and I'm sure I can't either, but Dr. Holloway did a fantastic job of being the public face of this, equally your efforts as the actual organizational head of this shouldn't go unnoted.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you. I failed to note that the proceedings from this will be provided at the CCC meeting in May. So we are working on the proceedings, and I think I have orchestrated the coordination with Ann Holloway, Dr. Holloway, to help with the proceedings as well.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. I just have a couple questions on after going through this process with all regional SSCs, can you give us a sense of like how far along we are on the modeling front to do what was presented and recommended here? And then my second question is, given that you're involved in the climate change task force and that readiness document, is there anything in this workshop that would really shift what the climate change task force work plan might be, or validate that we're on the right path with that work plan? If you can give us a sense connecting to our current work, that would help.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. On the first front, I think the thing that was really interesting coming out of this meeting was that there are a lot of really interesting things going on regionally. They're very tailored to the issues of their region. So I wouldn't say that we're certainly ahead of a lot of regions in terms of the complexity of models that we have, the probability of ACLIME being able to provide us scenario planning is a really huge undertaking that I think I don't want to say we're head and shoulders above the other region, because that would be presumptuous, but I think that we are really on the right track and leading the national councils in that aspect. But there are the thing that came across really strongly during that meeting was the point of collaboration and communication across regions, because there's ways to find efficiencies in this kind of open source modeling and data that would really streamline a lot of what all of us are doing. And we still have a lot that we can learn from other regions that could help us as well, but we're certainly on the forefront. And I would say, if anything, to me, participating in the meeting, I think we are right on track with the work plan for the climate change task force, and also in that respect, leading the country in that effort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just thank you, Dr. Stram, for that follow-up. I don't know if you have anything offer on the mechanism for that continued collaboration across regions. It seems like that's an easy thing to put in a recommendation and then let sit there. Is there an opportunity to work with Dr. Holloway or anyone else to talk about how we continue that work? And then my last question would be, what's the process for determining the next meeting's theme? Would it be along the same climate and ecosystem-based management or something completely different?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. With respect to the collaboration, we did talk about that a lot at the end. This is obviously a meeting that occurs between SSC delegates, usually on a biennial basis. We talked for a little while about having this meeting occur every year because of the incredible collaboration and communication that occurred during it. As you know, these type of national meetings take a lot of work to plan and are cumbersome financially. So that's why we went with the recommendation to continue it on a biennial basis, but to try to find a way, and we haven't circled back, but to try to find a way to have some sort of check-in or a virtual workshop or something on an annual basis that continues this communication amongst the regions. I think Dr. Holloway, as Mr. Twite said, she's incredibly well respected. This is her background. She knows all of the regional and international collaborators. Unfortunately, she's retired, but we're trying to pull her back into continuing with this. It's really her passion and it's her background. So I think that we'll continue to work to try to find ways that we can communicate and collaborate across regions so that we don't lose the momentum that we just gained in the last month, which was really amazing. As far as the next meeting and the determination, there is a standing steering committee with representatives across headquarters and all of the regional fishery management councils. And one of the first things that we do in just trying to plan the meeting is start to talk about first which council is going to host it, and then what are the really prevailing themes. And I have a hard time imagining that the next meeting wouldn't continue this theme because it's a common problem across all the regions. And we had a lot of really fantastic dialogues online, offline, in breakouts, back in plenary. And I would imagine that the next theme, we did start to talk about themes for the next meeting at the very end. But I think what most people would like to work on is continuing with this adapting fisheries management to a changing ecosystem. So something along those lines would be my guess.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Further questions for Dr. Stram? Thank you. Mr. Witherall.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to note that this was an incredible effort from all of our staff. It took a substantial amount of planning from our administrative staff, and our analytical staff also attended the meeting to serve as rapporteurs. And when we facilitate and pull off a successful meeting like that at a national level, it reflects very well on the North Pacific, and I'm very proud of the staff. Thank you. So building on the results from the National SSC meeting, our council SSC is planning a workshop to take place during the February council meeting. It's typically a light meeting for our SSC, so it's the right time. And they're looking at a workshop that's entitled Rapid Change in the Northern Bering Sea and Southern Chukchi Sea, Identifying Ecosystem Responses and Effects on Management. The SSC intends to distribute a list of questions and a more detailed agenda for that workshop in December for public comment. And the intent is that following the workshop, they will prepare a report for the council, and that would be considered by the council and probably the ecosystem committee to figure out next steps. And I think that dovetails too with Mr. Twite's interest in bringing this issue to the Council Coordination Committee next May and having a discussion at the national level about how do you manage for climate change. So it's all coming together in my mind, Mr. Chairman. We do have an update on the reflections on the council process. If you remember that the staff prepared a paper in February 2022 to take a look at some possible changes to the council process that could occur based on the lessons we learned during our remote period under COVID. And we do have an update, and I'm going to ask Ms. Evans to come up and provide that update on the paper. which is attached for your information.
Good morning, Ms. Evans.
Good morning, members of the council. Diana Evans, council staff. And I just have a really brief update here. There's a short written document posted to your B reports agenda. So just to, Mr. Witherall mentioned the context, but we had this staff paper back in February where we provided a number of different ideas that have been circulating around the council process for quite a long time about ways that we can change our process coming out of COVID. We really wanted to provide an opportunity to air those and see whether any of them had legs that you were interested in moving forward and further developing. Through a process of meeting with your executive committee and the AP and the SSE leadership, you held a public workshop or a public meeting to talk about those ideas and prioritized 5 of them. You can see them listed on the slide here. And 3 of those we talked about in more detail in June. And then the 2 others, we alerted you that we would come back at this meeting with some more information. So I'm just going to provide you a quick recap of the June update. We talked about AP and SSC nomination process. That was one of the priorities that you had identified. And as part of your June motion, you went ahead and called for AP and SSC nominations on a longer time frame so that you'd have a little bit more time to consider those nominations rather than having the deadline close right immediately during the December council meeting. You had some additional advice to look at SSC input on expertise to be more forthcoming in the type of expertise you're looking for, particularly for the SSC nominations. Not listed on the slide, but you did also have a conversation, put down an intent to perhaps talk a little bit more about AP nominations at this meeting as well. And we have that captured under staff tasking conversations. You also asked for things like additional support for new AP members, and we're looking into in 2023 when new AP members come on board, how can we do maybe a little bit more training or one-on-one kind of workshop with AP members to try to provide that additional support. With respect to B reports, fairly straightforward. You continue the process to make it okay to just submit a written report if you're reporting on non-time sensitive or routine information, but also for oral reports are useful when you have new information to provide. And then you had a conversation about remote testimony and trying to look at the trade-offs of being able to allow remote participation versus meeting in remote communities. And we really heard from you that your priority is where we can to try to continue the practice of broadcasting SSC, AP, and council meetings and allowing both in-person and remote testimony. That continues to be a council priority moving forward. Obviously, there might be occasions where we need to temper that with as we look on a case-by-case basis at individual communities, but the communities that we have been meeting in as a council historically or in recent years should be able to provide us the internet capacity to be able to do that type of remote participation, and we'll continue to pursue options to make sure that that is part of our process. So moving on to the other 2 issues that we did not report on in June, the timing of the harvest specifications. Again, we've had conversations before. This is a really complex process in our council business because it involves both interactions at the council with other agencies, with authors to present that information, and then the timing of the plan teams, and also on an implementation basis, both at Alaska Department of Fish and Game and National Marine Fisheries Service. So there's a lot of people involved in the complex process of setting harvest specifications, of which the council plays a very important, but just one part of that role. The conversations that we've had with staff and with the plan teams in the lead up to this meeting have suggested that we do not have any timing changes proposed to bring to you for discussion at this meeting. Instead, what we have focused on, or what staff and plan team leadership and the plan team comments have had us focus on, is really trying to look at how can we make improvements and efficiencies within the process that we currently have. And that's our best first step to try to address what we understand to be the council's primary issue with workload concerns, both at the stock assessment author level, the plan team level as a review body, and the SSC level as a review body. So There's a list here on the slide, just showing some of the different ways that we're trying to work on those efficiencies. Those types of efficiencies we're already putting in place for this fall specification cycle, and the interest by the SSC leadership and the plan teams is really to focus on some of these ways that we can try to be more efficient, be more, provide better communication and guidance so that we don't have these workload crunches. And let's try that first and see if that solves our issues. We do, just highlighting that there are some ongoing conversations that we will continue to pursue after we get through this cycle, particularly for crab. There are some questions about the importance of getting data that comes in at the end of the survey cycle, the Northern Bering Sea survey data for some particular species. Is there a way that we can look at changing the timing conversation to address to make sure that we have a quality review and give our authors time to provide that information and bring it into the assessment process. That's one of the questions that we'll continue to look at for crab. For groundfish, I think that you'll have a lot more information coming out of I think it's the D1 agenda item, the stock prioritization item initiative at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And a lot of that information, a lot of those considerations that are part of that discussion should also help with this effort of trying to provide more efficiency and address workload concerns in the harvest specifications process. So again, a few different irons still in the fire. We're having conversations. This is still, we understand this to be a council priority with respect to workload, and we're trying to work on ways to address that. The final issue is that the question that came up, or the idea that came up to adjust our annual meeting cycle, considered going from 5 annual meetings to 4, or perhaps think about how virtual fits in with that schedule, and with the idea of perhaps dropping the February council meeting. Based on some conversations we had over the summer, we have committed to meeting in both February 2023 and 2024 in Seattle, and that's related to hotel contracts that we had sort of rolling over from COVID and commitments that we've made, and the difficulty in trying to find an alternative meeting to move that 2024 February meeting to a different council meeting to move that hotel contract over, given availability and the interest of which of those other meetings should take place in the Pacific Northwest. We're still evaluating questions related to this issue. Things like, you can see the things that have come up before. So we want to make sure that we're not changing our dates for our standard council meeting schedule such that we then create an overlap with either the Pacific Council or the IPHC. The idea of whether we could hold one of our meetings as a virtual meeting, and what would be the types of issues, how would we change the types of issues that you address, or the schedule of how you address issues. And then if we do drop the February meeting, which of the other meetings would take place in the Pacific Northwest? So I think there's still some questions to evaluate. Part of that evaluation, we are going to look at venues in the Pacific Northwest for holding meetings. And we would normally bring that back to the Finance Committee, which is scheduled to meet in April of next year. So that seems like a good timing to perhaps bring back a bigger conversation to the council, just specifically with respect to meeting cycle ideas, and see whether there's any interest in pursuing any of those further. You did, as part of your June motion, request that if we were to bring forward changes, a new idea is that also be considered at a dedicated public meeting of your executive committee with the AP and the SSU leadership. So depending how far our conversations get, our internal advice gets, or evaluations get, that might be something that we would schedule then for April as an opportunity to have that public workshop before we bring ideas to the council, as a way to prioritize and make sure that we have a transparent and an accessible process for people to bring their own ideas in addition to those that might come from staff. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Any questions? Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Evans. As I listened in to the SSC working through some of their thoughts about efficiencies, it struck me that because I was also thinking as well about the key findings from the SCS workshop about the need to adapt, and that's going to take time and resources and capacity. it occurred to me that many of the efficiencies they're talking about should be useful to them as a body in terms of being ready to face some of these changes. And I got me to thinking a little bit about our thoughts about process and what parts of the process document right now, as it stands in front of us, do you think might be useful to us to allow us to sort of, without increasing our resources, maybe just reprioritize some of how we're spending our time in order for us to clear the decks somewhat for some of these challenges that are coming at us?
Through the chair, I think that's a really good question for us to consider, both in terms of the meeting cycle evaluation and the types of issues that the council is looking at, but specifically with respect to harvest specifications. I think you're right that at the SSC, there was a really informative conversation about the trade-offs between and the SCS 7 findings, that as we go into a more uncertain future, the models get more complex in order to be able to inform about unpredictable circumstances. We need to spend more time both on the development side to create those models, but also on the communication side to make sure that there is trust and credibility associated with the outcomes of those different model efforts. And in bringing that back to our circumstances, the way that trust and credibility is built is largely through review through our SSC. So as part of, I think, the stock prioritization presentation that you're going to get from Chris Lunsford from the Alaska Fishery Science Center is going to be really informative for you to be thinking about both just the dramatic change in the volume of the pages of assessment results that the SSC and the plan teams review, looking from 20 years ago to now. And they have some really good suggestions about how to think about focusing in on key elements. So if we are just applying a similar methodology, do we need to spend the same amount of review time, even if there's new data involved in that assessment, versus really focusing in on when we're looking at new methodologies and changed ways of conceiving of advice, how we produce advice for management. So I do think that stock prioritization aspect seems like a really fruitful way for the council to be thinking about creating time on the agenda, and just trying to prioritize how we focus on where things are changing and new approaches, new methodologies that change our understanding of, to make sure we build that credibility, we build that trust, both trust for you in the science and also trust for the public in understanding the science and how it's used. I think those are important questions. With respect to the rest of the council meeting agenda, I need to take a little more time to think about how that might play out, but that could be something that we can certainly report back on in April as well.
All right. I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You probably noticed that this summer, the council launched a redesign of its website. And if you're like me, it takes a while to figure out how to navigate a new website. So I'm going to ask Ms. Davis to come up and provide the council and the public kind of with a couple of tips to help you work through our website and find all the enormous amount of information that we store on our website through our agenda.
Thanks, Mr. Witherell. Good morning, Ms. Davis.
Good morning. My name is Maria Davis with the council staff. I'm going to share my screen because I have it pulled up already. Okay, there we go. So you're familiar with our website. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we changed. You might have noticed the navigation looks a little bit different. We had to update some things because of some security issues in the background. Also, it's not supported because we hadn't changed it since like 2009, which is it's ancient. So one of the metrics that we saw on the back end, most people are joining our site to see information about the council meeting. So we have a little button for that in the middle, which will take us to the next council meeting. And we also added an e-agenda link on the top. Up there you can see. one of the goals in trying to change our website around is to focus on the high level issues, kind of an overview of most of the specific issues that we're doing. And then using the e-agenda for all of the PDFs and documents and backups. That means you won't see like the list of motion, discussion paper, motion on the issues pages. So to walk you through how to find what you need, I want to just kind of go over a couple things real quick that's going to help you find the documents. So the search right here on our website is really basic. It's for information that's only on our website. So if you try and type in like Amendment 108, you're not going to find it there probably. Also because we don't call amendments a number until, way later in the process, after many, almost till they're ready to go to the secretary. So your most valuable way of searching for items, unless you're looking for like newsletters, recent newsletter articles, you'll find those on our council website. We refer to this website as the e-agenda, as opposed to the website, which is our council website. So say there's two really important tabs up at the top. I don't know if you can see my mouse switching back and forth, but it's the advanced search and the document search. And another thing I wanted to highlight before we go off this page are these meeting groups on the side: committees, North Pacific Council, Plan Teams, SSC. That'll just help you get to what you're looking for quicker. If you click on Plan Teams, all of our Plan Teams and the task forces are listed on this page. SSCs, since we started breaking up their e-agenda, they're separate. Committees, of course, are on their own page too. That'll help you find those things. So when you want to find, like, I am looking for something about Goa sablefish longleg pots, this is where you type it. If you don't know which meeting it is, if you don't know if you wanted it all the way back when it was in the IFQ committee stage, you could just type in, like you would in Google, if you want to use the exact phrase, Goa sable, oops. You don't have to type in caps. And then all of everything that mentions Goa sablefish longleg pots comes up. The helpful thing is this little button on the right-hand side you can sort by the meeting date. So you look here, the blue, it's highlighted. You can't really see it up there, but the blue is what meeting it was at. So you'll know, oh, April 2014. It got on the 3-meeting outlook. Probably was in the IFQ committee over here. So you can kind of scroll down and see where the document is that you want. But say you wanted the actual amendment analysis that went to the secretary, we're going to jump back to our e-agenda, because I want to show you another little helpful hint that we've been working to update this with the NOAA online library right here. It's under our library. It's the NOAA online library. That's where the final versions of every amendment are. And this has been really helpful to find the final versions of everything we need. It's actually called the institutional repository, and you want to select National Marine Fisheries Service, and you'd put in Goa, sablefish, and ta-da! So that is really helpful to find, if you want to follow an action all the way through. And if you scroll down, it shows all the supporting files, the notice of availability, final rule. We don't update this or monitor this, but I just wanted to let you know that it was there. We are post-populating it with all of our final versions. So hopefully it will be a comprehensive from GOA Amendment 1, BSAI Amendment 1. So that's document search. And with document search, you can use the minuses and the pluses and all the weird kind of searching tools if you're used to that. They also explain how to do it in the directions underneath. The advanced search is for when you want to be like, I know Frank Kelty testified at a meeting about something. And so you can, under here, you can search meetings, you can search all the fields or commenter name. A lot of times we have pages and pages of comments, and you want to find your specific commenters. So you can search, for example, I thought he was here. So you can see Frank Kelty. There's the two meetings that he testified at. The advanced search is really robust. It is not going to let you search phrases like the document search. So the advanced search is if you want to get more specific or want a certain agenda item or something like that. I wanted to show you something really funny that I just was looking up. If you wanted to look up, for example, did the council ever have a herring FMP? And you can see, we will sort by the date, the meeting time. Oh, here's our update on fishery management plans from 1978. And here, maybe I'll go back. If you click on the blue part, sorry, I know I'm clicking around a lot. Here's our agenda from 1978. This is our whole council notebook. It is 6 pages. Here's the halibut fishery management plan, the Bering Sea shrimp fishery management plan. They're just, of course, they're just talking about it, but I just wanted to show you that these are searchable. These old documents are searchable, and there's a lot of information there. So if you're ever looking for something and you can't find it through these searches, always give us a call, but with these tools, you can get to where you want, hopefully a lot easier.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. That's pretty impressive. Any questions from council members? Thank you. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll continue on with my report. Consistent with our comment policy, I just wanted to report back that we had no submitted comments that were removed due to our policy. I review in the action memo, go over recent staff and council member activities. One of these I want to call out is that several council members, advisory panel members, and staff met a couple of weeks ago in Juneau as part of an exploratory committee to set up a marine resource education program in the North Pacific. And they've set a date for that of April 24th to 28th in Juneau, and there's a flyer attached. And the marine resource education program, if you remember, we get a report in June on that, and that's really training for fishermen by fishermen that's facilitated through the MRIP program. So there is an attachment for you. Lastly, we do have an executive session scheduled for Friday from 3 to 5 to review the plan team nominations, discuss administrative issues regarding a proposal to add a designated seat on the advisory panel for an Alaska tribal representative, and other matters. That concludes my report. I missed including a section on the NPRB that I'm sure Mr. Mesro could provide us a short update with, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Witherall. I just feel like it's helpful to circle back with the council after our NPRB meeting so that you can get a feel for how money is being spent to fund research that addresses pressing fishery management needs. And so I just wanted to inform the public that at this most recent meeting, we funded an extensive research project on Yukon River and Norton Sound chum salmon marine ecology, which was co-funded by PCCRC, which was an industry public group that funded part of that. Also funded climate drivers of Yukon River Chinook productivity and a variety of other programs that circle back and relate to ecosystem health and pressing fishery management needs. And lastly, we also have been working with the Anchorage Museum to set up a exhibit through the NPRB that is going to be available in the next, I think in 2 years it'll be up, but it's a pretty extensive multimedia exhibit about Arctic marine research. And it's going to have like a mock-up bridge of the Sikuliak so that the public will be able to go and actually see how the science is done. Pretty interesting detail, and we have some buy-in from other partners. So it's going to be a big exhibit at the Anchorage Museum. Be fun to go see that maybe in the evening when we have a council meeting. The last piece is we finished the integrated ecosystem research for the Arctic region. And in that, there's a multimedia presentation that was given to us that the NPRB is waiting for some releases from Alaska Natives in Little Diomede where it was filmed to release it to the public. I'm hopeful that those releases will be signed. And even though we have a packed agenda in the December meeting, it would be really great to show that video to the council and to the public to sort of show how co-production of research between tribal members in a remote region of Alaska kind of fit in with high-level marine research. And so this multimedia presentation they have was made by a videographer on Little Diomede about how they're doing research out there. And I think it would help the council see a real example of how co-production of knowledge is really useful. And it really was, for me, an enlightening thing to see how it actually works. So I think hopeful that we can get approval to show that video in the December meeting. It's only a few minutes long, but I think it really helps tie together how those on-ramps work for incorporating local and traditional knowledge and co-production into high-level science projects. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker. Oh, okay. Any questions for Mr. Mesereau? Okay. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was a little slow on Mr. Witherell's report. I was hoping to make a few comments about the Marine Resource Education Program item that Mr. Witherell covered. And I participated in the exploratory committee meeting a few weeks ago. I just, from my own personal experience, I had no experience with the program, the MREP program, a new acronym. So I'll try to say it rather than use the acronym because I know that's difficult, particularly online. But I will just reinforce what Mr. Witherell said. This is a program developed by fishermen for fishermen. And I think my takeaway is these workshops that we're planning to offer, the folks who had this up are planning to offer every year, are directly responsive to the input this council has been receiving for some time now in terms of how difficult it is to participate in our process if you're not familiar with it. And I would just really encourage fishery participants, stakeholders, trade industry group representatives to look at the announcement posted under the B1 agenda item on this October agenda. It's MREP announcement. And there is a list of industry and community leaders in the North Pacific who were on the exploratory committee who can provide more information if you have questions. And there will be, just the other thing I wanted to add is it's my understanding, although this announcement was really to sort of save the date announcement and to get people thinking about this, there will be, as I understand it, other tailored outreach and communications to try and get the word out about this workshop and when the applications are open. And I would just really encourage all persons interested in participating in the North Pacific Fishery Management Council process to look at that announcement and contact those folks with any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is for Ms. Baker or Mr. Witherell, but I appreciate the emphasis on for fishermen, by fishermen. I thought I had heard that part of the emphasis for MREP was going to also include outreach to Alaska Native communities and participants or people who would like to participate in the council process, but have found it difficult to navigate, people who are not involved in the seafood industry per se. Is that correct? Do we have any information on that?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kurland, for bringing up that point. And the other aspect of the Marine Resource Education Program that I'm learning, we are not the first region to participate in this process. There have, I believe it's been in place for quite some time in New England and on the East Coast. The Pacific Council area has undertaken this. And the thing that was stressed to the exploratory committee by the MREP team was that these workshops are developed for the individual region at hand. And so I can confirm that during the exploratory committee meeting, just that very issue was raised in terms of Alaska Native participation in our process and really making sure that we consider that and plan for that in terms of participation, in terms of the workshop components, in terms of the outreach for the workshop itself. And so thank you for raising that point. That definitely was a topic of the committee's discussion and will be incorporated into the North Pacific workshops.
Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Baker, so when was looking at this, the MREP committee, the program in this workshop, excuse me, I noticed there's an application process, which you mentioned, and I noticed that there's funding available for people to, which is great because that means that anybody can apply regardless of their ability to, and I think that's fantastic that this is all inclusive and that the folks from Maine, whoever is funding this, have seen fit to do that. Well, what kind of people are you looking for to make this application process? Are you looking for strictly people that are not familiar with the council process and want to get a better education on the council process? Or are you also looking for people who might be able to help guide and inform that are very familiar with the council process? Is it this? Are you mostly looking for people to apply for this that are newer in the process, don't really understand, would have questions? Is that the people that you're looking for, that they would be not you, but they would be looking for applications from those type of people, or is it broader than that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down, and I'll invite the other council members who attended the exploratory committee meeting to weigh in as well. My understanding is that the important objective for attendance at these workshops, first and foremost, is broad participation among all fisheries affected by management of this council. And again, please, Ms. Drobnica and Mr. Twite, correct me if I'm wrong, but again, the primary objective, as I understand it, is to help inform and empower with knowledge fishery participants, community leaders, others interested, Alaska Native representatives interested in the North Pacific process to learn and engage more effectively in our process. And so in my mind, that tends to skew toward folks less familiar with our process. And that is my takeaway. But again, we are looking, the thing I primarily heard at the workshop and learning from past participants, long-term participants in the MREP process, is the broad representation is important to have. That's the power of the MREP workshops, is getting to meet face-to-face with representatives in other fisheries that you might never come across and understanding perspectives. And so it's tailored to our region. It depends on who applies, but I think the key message is broad representation, if that's helpful.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would certainly concur with that. I would think the primary audience is for individuals and participants who are less familiar, but I think the selection committee would seek a balanced group of diverse interests and experience levels to participate. And there's certainly reference from industry members and other participants who had participated in other regional MREP programs who had a lot of familiarity with the process going in and indicated that they took away a lot of new information as well that they were previously unaware of, and felt that that was very valuable. So I think I would concur with Ms. Baker's statements regarding the intended audience, that it's broad-based, but the primary target would be those who are less familiar and want to increase our understanding and access to the.
Thank you, Mr. Abeniko. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question is actually for Mr. Mesro about the NPRB presentation. So if there's any more on MREP first, I can.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Mesro, for that. I was continuing to think about several aspects of it, but the one I have a question about is you said that the materials around co-production of knowledge were really insightful to you, and I was really excited to hear that was potentially available, because it's certainly an area that I'm hearing a lot about, but still don't have a clear grasp of, and certainly could not explain very well at this point. And so it sounds like these materials could be really useful to us. The question it generated was, is there enough overlap between that work and the work of our LKTK task force under the Bering Sea FEP that they're able to take some advantage of the NPRB's success with that project? Are they able to pull some of that in? Will we be hearing about this from them as well?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite, for your question. I think at this point, the information is out there. Whether that particular task force would get it directly from the NPRB might be a really valuable suggestion to make when we hear. I think we're going to be hearing from NPRB staff annually now, like we did in June in Sitka. I think they're going to come and give us an update each year of the projects that they funded. And I think that message can be brought from them to request that interface of knowledge. And I think there is some crossover. I think there are people that are serving on that are actively involved in NPRB. I know Becca Robbins Just Claire is actively involved in that kind of thing, and she serves on the board of NPRB, and we have others too. So I think that information, that the idea is to try to share that information and put it out there. And I think once we all see how some of the citizen science we funded, like the Indigenous Sentinels Network, where they're taking measurements on different metrics of the ecosystem on St. Paul Island and then applying it to the abundance of fur seals and other things, that'll be the kind of information where you'll be able to see real-time co-production that gets incorporated into Western science. And I think that's pretty exciting to see that next step taken, because I think it's been a fairly nebulous idea for us at the council, and to actually see it in action, it really makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro and Mr. Twite. Any further questions under B1? Thank you, Mr. Witherell. That will bring us to B2. Good morning, Mr. Keaton.
Good morning, Chair. For the record, Josh Keaton with Sustainable Fisheries, NOAA Fisheries. We have quite the large B2 report that is less typical. So just to help the council and the public understand, I'm here just to introduce just the flow. We're going to invite Tim Sartwell up to give a report on the National Saltwater Recreational Fisheries Policy, followed by Brian Garber-Yantz on the EDR adjustment updates. Then Alicia Miller and I will return to the table to give parts of the B2 report, followed by Mary, who will give the in-season management report. And with that, I would invite Tim to he's given a virtual presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Good morning, Mr. Sartwell.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you great.
Great. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the council, for allowing me to speak today. I apologize for not being in person. I am currently actually at the Marine Resource Education Program in Newport, Oregon, for their science workshop. It's exciting to hear that Alaska will be getting their MREP program in the coming year. So again, my name's Tim Sartwell. I work for NOAA Fisheries headquarters, but I support the Recreational Fisheries Initiative, and Russ Dunn, who's the National Policy Advisor, who is currently at the Mid-Atlantic Council presenting on the rec fish policy. Just a quick look back in the past. In February of 2014, the Morris Deal Commission released its report on recreational fisheries management and recommended numerous actions, one of which was the development of a national policy for saltwater recreational fisheries. A month later, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission co-hosted the 2014 Saltwater Recreational Fisheries Summit, where participants also expressed substantial interest in developing a policy. And that is where NOAA Fisheries committed to developing one. After more than 30 public meetings, the final policy was released in February of 2015 with an event at the Miami Boat Show with the National Marine Manufacturers Association. Trying to change the slides here. Am I able to do that?
We have staff nodding.
There we go. Excellent. So fast forward to 2022, we held our 4th National Recreational Fisheries Summit. Forrest Braden of the Southeast Guides Association was on our steering committee helping to develop this agenda. And during the 22 summit, we recognized that there are some gaps in the policy. There's no reference to climate change anywhere in the policy, or alternative ocean uses such as wind energy and aquaculture, which were 2 huge topics at the summit. We spent a full day discussing. So that's why we're here today, is trying to ensure that the policy remains relevant and update it as needed. Okay, as we go through the policy piece by piece, please keep these questions in mind. I'll put these general discussion questions back up at the end as well. But these are just discussion questions to get ideas flowing. If you have any individual thoughts or ideas on updating the policy, we will gladly take them. As you have noted, as I mentioned before, there are issues that we think are missing, such as climate change, equity, inclusion, and other ocean uses. I would also point out that this is a national policy, and it applies to the nation writ large, from Maine to Guam, from Alaska to the Virgin Islands, and everywhere in between. So we do have to keep it at a fairly high level, but ensuring that NOAA Fisheries is supporting recreational fisheries as needed. So the policy purpose, why bother to have one? In short, it's a guidance document. It's a tool that helps shape the agency's approach to recreational fisheries by articulating our basic stance, our goals, and our guiding principles. It serves as an internal touchstone during decision-making, and just as importantly, as a tool for the public to understand how the agency approaches recreational fisheries. Our 2015 policy statement is very straightforward, essentially setting forth that NOAA Fisheries' commitment to accessible and diverse recreational fisheries for the benefit and enjoyment of the nation. For any policy, it's essential to know to whom or to what the policy refers to or pertains. After many discussions, we leaned on the Magnuson-Stevens Act for guidance while trying to include a broad range of activities. So the policy pertains to non-commercial activities of fishermen who fish for sport or pleasure, or set out in the MSA definition of recreational fishing. We developed 3 policy goals for the National Saltwater Recreational Fishing Policy: support and maintain healthy resources on which recreational fisheries depend, promoting recreational fishing for the benefit of the nation, and to enable long-term participation through science-based conservation and management. In crafting the original policy, we felt it was important to not only set out our positions and goals, but also how those goals might be achieved. And we developed these 6 guiding principles to support our policy scope and goals. I'll touch more on these in the next few slides, but I wanted to just throw all 6 of them up now for everyone to see. The first guiding principle is support ecosystem conservation enhancement. Without healthy ecosystems, we won't and can't have healthy fisheries, and we believe it is essential to recognize this relationship in the policy. We've got a couple of examples of these. In recent years, we started a joint venture with the Office of Habitat Conservation to do habitat conservation work that engage recreational anglers. We've supported 14 of those projects. I think 3 of those are specifically in Alaska. We've also supported a lot of outreach around best handling and release practices, while also supporting distribution of descending devices across the country to reduce barotrauma and discard mortality. Just a few examples of the ways that our RecFish program is supporting the ecosystem conservation and enhancement. Promoting public access to quality recreational fishing opportunities. You can't have recreational fisheries if anglers can't access or know about fishing opportunities. And we sought to directly acknowledge this in the policy with this second guiding principle. We work very closely with industry during National Fishing and Boating Week, which is the first week of June, promoting recreational fishing and the benefits of it, as well as helping anglers understand fishing best practices. 2 years ago, we produced a video on how to safely fish around marine mammals in Alaska. That was really well received. We've also sponsored a lot of family-friendly events with the Hispanic Access Foundation in Massachusetts and the Kids Fishing event in Hawaii, and continue to develop opportunities to access fisheries when stocks recover or challenges are addressed, such as the long leader fishery in Oregon that helped open up some rockfish species that were not previously accessible. One other thing that I'll mention here is, access is a big word, and through many discussions already that we've had, access means a lot to different people, whether that's physical access, in dwindling infrastructure, privatization of marinas or boat ramps, while also meaning regulatory access and the access to fish to catch. Guiding principle 3 is coordinate with state and federal entities. While it may be cliche, we are all in this together. The states, the governments, the federal government, the regional management councils and commissions, all of our management and science partners. The policy recognized that the surest path to success is coordinating with our management partners at the state or federal level. In terms of coordinating with partners, we have many specific examples, such as the RecFish Summits, which are co-hosted with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, with support from the Gulf States Marine Fisheries Commission on the steering committee, and all 3 commissions either playing a part presenting or moderating panels at the summits. We also have partnered with the commissions to distribute those conservation gear, such as descending devices and dehooking devices, and education materials to state agencies. In addition, we're coordinating more and more with the Department of Interior, specifically the Fish and Wildlife Service, on the Sport Fishing and Boating Partnership Council, which is now an advisory council to both the Department of Interior and the Department of Commerce, and the newly reestablished Federal Interagency Council on Outdoor Recreation, which represents all of the federal agencies of which we are a part. Uh-oh, I think I jumped ahead too fast on one. Trying to go back to 4. Looks like 4 is gone. 4 was advancing innovative solutions. This is an area that goes beyond just simply identifying solutions, but helps advancing innovative solutions to improve science and management. I'll reference Barotrauma here again. We helped host national workshop, which spurred development of the Sequelizer, which is one of the most popular descending devices out there now. We are also looking to improve our bycatch hotspot mapping to ensure recreational fisheries are targeting and catching the fish that they want. From a management perspective, we're seeing this play out in the Mid-Atlantic region with NOAA Fisheries supporting the Rec Reform Initiative, which is looking at specific management regimes for the recreational sector. Our science enterprise continues to advance innovative solutions, using such things as high acoustic and high resolution video surveys, the sail drones, our support for next generation stock assessments. And I'll also cite the NOAA Fisheries support for the Marine Fisheries Advisory Committee's recent report on recreational electronic reporting and its potential role in NOAA's science and management enterprise. Guiding Principle 5, providing scientifically sound and trusted information for a science-based agency. This is the bedrock and a basic necessity. As previously mentioned, one of the surest strategies to build trust is through close partnership and collaboration. And it was also one of the key messages coming out of the 22 Rec Fishing Summit, the real desire for the recreational fishing community to participate and collaborate in collecting scientific information. Coming out of the summit, we supported some real quick collaborative research projects that we were able to identify. We expanded sampling of Pacific rockfish, copper and quillback specifically, in partnership with the for-hire sector. We are working with the for-hire and commercial boats for water quality sampling in Florida to help increase our knowledge and identification of harmful algal blooms. And we're also supporting recreational anglers, helping us to collect gut content collection and analysis in Hawaii for mahi-mahi that's they are looking to improve their knowledge on. So it's an approach that we actively pursue, collaboration with the recreational community to help improve that trusted exchange of data. Finally, guiding principle 6, communicate and engage with the recreational fishing public. Engagement is always critical, and we can always improve the way we engage with the recreational fishing community and receive their feedback. We do a lot here, from the national summits to our regional roundtable discussions, production of rec fishing videos on regs and requirements, supporting the MREP program, which is, as you've heard, serves to engage and educate recreational and commercial fishermen, and to all the way to participating in industry events. NOAA Administrator Dr. Rick Spinrad was recently participating in the Kenai River Sport Fishing Association Policy Forum up in Alaska. So, we try to meet the industry where they are, and we try to get their feedback and communicate clearly on what the agency is doing and why we're doing it. So I do want to touch on quickly some of the comments we've received to date. Obviously, climate change was identified not just by us, by our constituents as well. Education, a bigger emphasis on education for the recreational fishing community. Equity and environmental justice incorporation in that. I think we use the term fisherman in here, and trying to expend, that type of language to people who fish or anglers. Access, again, I touched on that earlier. That's both physical and regulatory access. Agency accountability and full implementation. We've heard multiple public comments in our meetings with the councils and our webinars that a lot of anglers felt the policy is good. They just want it fully implemented. There's also been a lot of support at just public comments at councils, particularly in the Southeastern Gulf, for some sort of EEZ recreational permit or some sort of private recreational endorsement that helps identify the true universe of marine anglers, offshore anglers across the country to help improve our data reporting and collection. That's the one. Data reporting and collection is also up there. More data, better data. Everyone has said, not everyone, excuse me, but a lot of people have intimated at really utilizing the recreational sector to help improve our data reporting and collection. Depredation from predators, sharks, marine mammals continues to be a challenge across the country. Enforcement, we heard a lot about this at the highly migratory species advisory panel, a real desire to make sure that the rules on the books are fully enforced. And transparency. We're working to make sure that the comments that we've received are going to be displayed and that everyone can see what the recreational sector is interested in. So next steps, our comment period on the policy is open from August 1st to December 31st of this year. We've got many in-person and virtual sessions with the commission, state directors, councils, and advisory panels. As I mentioned, we are doing public webinars. We've completed 2 thus far, and our 3rd one will be November 16th from 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern time. Those have been very productive for people to log in and share their ideas. We hope to roll out the new policy in June of 2023. There's a couple QR codes that'll take you to the resources online, as well as the comment portal, where you can submit personal comments or the public can input their comments. I'll also say that there's a website that's an email address, recreational.fisheries@noaa.gov, that you can submit a formal letter if the council so chooses to do, and that'll also be incorporated into our policy update. So with that, I will turn it back over to the council. Here are the general discussion questions again. I will take all comments now. And again, if the council chooses to write a formal letter, we will also accept that at a later time. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your inputs.
Great. Thank you for your time this morning, Mr. Sartwell. Any questions or input from council members? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the information provided here today. In a previous work role of mine, I worked closely with the older versions of this policy. And one of the biggest challenges that I saw from both the West Coast, but more so on the East Coast, was issues of confidence from the recreational anglers in the harvest information that was being developed as a result of as part of this whole program. And there was considerable, shall we say, lack of confidence. There was efforts underway to try and address some of that, very challenging in all forms, but how have you addressed that, or how do you intend to address that more so in this policy?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And that's spot on. There is a lack of confidence in our recreational data, particularly in the Atlantic and Gulf Coast. And we're really working towards that. We have some new leadership in our Office of Science and Technology, where the Marine Recreational Information Program sits. And there's some ongoing high-level discussions on how to improve that program. As you know, the guiding principle said, we want to work with the recreational community to improve the confidence and to provide trusted data, but there is a lot of work to go there. I will say that there are ongoing high-level leadership discussions on how we can do that. And I think there's momentum to improve that harvest data collection.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Mr. Sartwell. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Sartwell. I kind of sit here today, a product of the hard work that you and Russ Dunn have put in over your career at the agency. I think a lot of my thoughts about recreational fishing and my job here on this council as a result of going to these meetings and interfacing with you. But what I'm wondering is, I see all these goals and policies, but one of the ways that we sort of evaluate the value of other fisheries in Alaska, most of them are commercial, is sort of how they benefit communities and how they provide entry-level opportunities. And we seldom hear that sort of discussion about recreational fisheries. And, you know, from my own observations, I've seen many young people come to work for me as a crew and not make enough money and then get into the commercial fishing industry and go on and own boats and participate in those fisheries as a result of their introduction into recreational fishing as sort of the most entry level for a young kid out of high school. And I don't know how to incorporate those sorts of metrics into this discussion, but it seems like, you know, taking into account the importance of recreational fisheries to fishing communities is something we just don't do here. And I don't know if you have any suggestions of how we might do that, or if that might be an appropriate tangent for a letter from the council to come to this group to help sort of tie in that aspect of it to what you're doing.
Thanks, Andy. We welcome any comments that the council wants to provide. So if that's the way the council would like to go, we would gladly accept those comments. But I think what you're getting at is, you know, part of the guiding principles is not just the socioeconomic information, but it is improving the socioeconomic information. And we had, coming out of the last summit, there was a very large discussion on, you know, quantifying the socioeconomic benefits of recreational fisheries. We had grand plans to have a workshop focused on that, and COVID derailed that. I am happy to say that those efforts were picked up just this week to reschedule a discussion on socioeconomic benefits of recreational fisheries. And I think that's a good starting point. But I hear you, and I think that would be a welcome comment from the council.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Sartwell.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Good morning, Dr. Garbagans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council. Okay, I'm here to provide an update on revisions to the Economic Data Report Program and give you an update on that process. All right, this report is in response to a request from the council that you made in February of 2022, earlier this year. Requests Science Center staff to implement changes to the economic data reports that were identified in stakeholder workshops that we held in 2019 through into 2020. A report from the social science planning team, which reviewed the stakeholder EDR stakeholder workshop reports and pulled together a set of recommended changes to the EDRs, and then ongoing consultations with EDR submitters. Your expectation was made clear that you would like to see those changes made in time for next year. And I'll give you an update on that progress. And you also asked that this report be a comprehensive listing of recommended changes for the workshops, from the SSPT report and from consultations, and address the rationale for our response in making changes to the EDR forms. So I'll go through that. I'm taking some liberties with the phrase comprehensive listing. I'm going to actually move through this fairly quickly. So I'm happy to follow up and answer questions if you'd like more comprehensive discussion, but I think that I can cover most of the detail fairly efficiently. So just to give you just a brief outline of how I'm going to do this, this is a report on implementation of the recommended changes that we've identified. So I'm going to review the specific recommended revisions and the rationale for treatment. And I'm focusing, I've mainly used the recommendations made by the SSPT. The SSPT reviewed, spent a couple of days going over the stakeholder workshops, which tended to be pretty wide-ranging discussions, and with not too many exceptions, really didn't identify specific recommended changes within the EDR forms themselves. So it really took that sort of consideration by the SSPT to identify specific actionable revisions. So it really addressing mainly small changes in the content of the EDR forms. What is outside of the scope of those types of changes that I'm not addressing in this report are regulatory amendments, which are currently pending. There will be an update later in the B report about the status of those changes, which those regulatory amendments include removal of audit requirements from the EDR, the various EDR regulations, and also removing the Gulf of Alaska trawl EDR program, which was conducted for the last time this year. Other things that were covered during the workshops and during the SSPT meeting were reconsideration of the council's stated purpose and needs for the 4 different EDR programs. So that's really beyond the scope of small changes. And then options not recommended by the council when they took action on EDR issues earlier this year. So that includes things like changing the frequency of EDR submissions. That was something that some stakeholders would have liked to have seen, but the council elected not to take action on that. And that would have required a regulatory amendment. So as I noted, one thing that is being being removed from the regulations, EDR regulations, is provisions that addressed mandatory third-party audits of EDR data that was submitted. Whoops. So third-party, accounting agency audits were discontinued as of 2018. The last EDR data that we conducted an audit of that type was 2017 data that was collected in 2018. So along with changes to the rules and discontinuing the third-party audits, revisions in the forms that are being implemented now are really address changes in the instructions in the form. So the sort of boilerplate text that was in the instructions in all of the EDR forms, or all of the CRAB and the Amendment 80 EDR forms, and also go a trawl, but those are not being updated. Included instructions about potentially being selected for audit and retaining records to facilitate audits. So that's been removed. That text has been removed, and in general, the way the phrasing has been put together is really intended to sort of soften the expectations of the submitter, convey the understanding that the best information that they can provide without undertaking undue burden is really what's appropriate for the EDRs. So emphasizing accuracy, but not undue burden. And then part of that is broadening the list of sources, which formerly was really emphasized audited financial statements as being the principal basis for information. So we now include tax statements, audited financial statements, but for certain types of data, financial information isn't actually the basis. So things like days operating. So qualified judgment of the most knowledgeable person on the vessel in some cases is the appropriate source of information. So that's been listed. So getting to specific EDR forms, there's a lot of skipping around. So recommendations that were identified for the Amendment 80 EDR, including revising the EDR web form to pre-populate data entry fields for several tables. And in the next slide, I'll explain what these tables refer to. To assess the data quality impacts of eliminating days fishing and days processing from another table, and then to assess modifications to table 4, which is the portion of the Amendment 80 EDR where we collect data on capital expenditures. There are 5 different capital expenditure categories. There was this discussion during the stakeholder workshops and SSPT of revising the way that data is collected to address the variability in those types of capitalized expenditures. Sometimes they're very high and not routine sort of maintenance and improvement, but things like sponsoring vessels or bringing new vessels into the fleet. So in the next slide, I will explain how we've addressed these things. We've, in the web form, we've now instituted pre-filling of a number of pieces of information. So the certification form or certification portion of the form, which requires entry of 10 different data fields. There's vessel identification, vessel characteristics, so survey value, fuel consumption, and then processing capacity and freezer space. In total, this is 35 data items that no longer have to be keyed in, which isn't an enormous amount of burden, but it's a fair amount of annoyance. And so anytime we can reduce the amount of annoyance in the world is a win. So that's been done. And then we've also, I've dropped 2 fairly substantial sections from the Amendment 80 EDR. So table 2.4 reported processing capacity. And this was a detailed part of the form that actually required reporting the processing plant's maximum throughput capacity for every species, product, and process that the vessel produced, which could be a very long list. And the maximum throughput capacity was really sort of the plant manager's best estimate. So this tended to come from, this information didn't come from from financial records. The person filling out the Amendment EDR forms is typically a financial manager, the CFO or senior staff accountant. They didn't have ready access to this information. So it was actually fairly burdensome to have to go consult with the plant manager and come up with these numbers. The other thing is that they didn't tend to change from year to year. So that consultation tended to happen once or once in a while, touching bases. Instead of collecting this data in the EDR now, we have the daily production logbook for these vessels. So we have very detailed information on actual throughput by product and process and species. So we can observe maximum observed throughput rather than maximum theoretical throughput. And we can break things down in much more detail than we could have than we ever did with the data that we collected in the EDR. So similarly, vessel activity, previously we reported days fishing and days processing by 3 different sets of fisheries. That's been eliminated. We have the daily logbooks for these boats. We have access to all of this information, and it does go all the way back to 2008. So we have a substitute source for really what constituted 2 of the most burdensome parts of the Amendment 80 EDR. We still will be collecting transiting and days transiting and days offloading and days inactive. We don't have alternate sources for that specific information. And it's not very burdensome to report that. So in the crab EDR, specific recommendations that came through the workshops and the SSPT report included assessing modifications to Table 1, which is where we collect detailed information on ex-vessel sales broken down by crab fishery and quota type, and Table 2, which collects quota lease costs by the same sort of categorical breakdowns, to account for inconsistencies associated with differences between reported ex-vessel sales in the EDRs and IFQ lease costs compared to either what is the basis for crew settlements or differences between what's captured in catch accounting. So that's a whole set of issues to be considered. And then the other principal recommendation was to assess modifications to the crab catcher vessel and catcher processor EDRs to address joint ownership between active vessels and quota shareholders. So the way we've dealt with these recommendations is, well, first of all, the pre-filling part, that's been implemented for the crab EDRs as well. So again, not a huge burden reduction, but an alleviation of some annoyance. But recommendations that have not been implemented are really changing the way that we collect ex-vessel sales and quota lease costs. So the recommendations referred to really the potential for not streamlining the EDR forms, but actually improving the quality of information or changing the nature of the information. So instead of collecting ex-vessel sales that accrue as earnings to the vessel operation, in some cases, earnings that provide the basis for crew settlements can be a little bit different from that. In some cases, there are multi-vessel operations that pool either lease costs or ex-vessel sales across vessels to sort of even out earnings between crews of different vessels. So that can generate some inconsistencies, but would not changing the EDR forms to address that would not be reducing the burden. It would just be changing it to collect somewhat different information and would lose the continuity from what we've been collecting since 2005. So that was not implemented. There are other ways to address that going forward, potentially without changing this specific data collection. And then also accounting for joint ownership of vessel and QS. Again, that would require implementing more detail in what's reported in the vessel EDRs, accounting for more burden. So we have not at this time implemented that. That would be useful, but actually identifying joint ownership between quota shareholders and crab vessels would actually be accomplished more readily by addressing that question to quota shareholders, which is something that may be under consideration by the council in the future under universal data collection. So the Amendment 91 EDR, which is the third EDR that will continue to be collected. Throughout the stakeholder workshops and the SSBT review, there were really no specific recommended changes to the content of the Amendment 91 EDRs. Addressing the shortcomings of that EDR program would really require quite a bit more than just changing a few questions. And the workshop and SSPT discussions really focused on really the purpose and needs, and recommended to the council reconsideration of the purpose and needs for that data collection. So that really goes beyond the scope of revising the EDR forms themselves. Nothing, no changes in the forms have been implemented or have been proposed. Pre-filling is actually not practical for this set of forms. I can explain why that is if anybody's interested. So as far as implementation timeline, the rule is expected to be published in time for all of these changes to be in place for next year's data submissions. Pre-filling was actually implemented this year. EDR submissions during summer of 2022 already benefited from pre-filling, or at least the Amendment 81 or Amendment 80 EDR did. It'll be worked into CRAB as well for the next year. The revised EDR forms are undergoing Paperwork Reduction Act review by OMB. So that clearance is expected to be issued in time for next year. So this, all of these changes will be in place for the next round of data collections. And that's my report.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Garbrians. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Garbrians. My question is on page 6 of your slide regarding the pre-filling on the Amendment 80. What my question is if you have the autofill to determine the fuel use rate, which those 3 items I think would be running, fishing, and idling, if the total fuel gallons purchased on the annual expenses is different than the auto-filled fuel use rate, will you catch that, or is that something that you don't do? Do they fill these out and they get put away, or is there a way that you go back and make sure that the math adds up, that the fuel use would balance out with the fuel gallons consumed? That kind of redundant checking of facts to make sure that things balance out.
It hasn't been done yet, but yes, that would require combining estimates of the number of hours spent operating in each mode, estimating the total fuel consumed in each of those modes during the year, and summing those gallons to compare to fuel purchases. The intended use of those 2 pieces of information is really somewhat distinct. So you wouldn't really necessarily expect them to line up perfectly. There's going to be some differences. And also fuel purchases don't necessarily, during a particular calendar year, don't necessarily align with the fuel being used during the year. So there's another reason that those will be different. Thank you for the question, though.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Garbrians. I wanted to follow up on that. It's related to a later item too in our agenda about what are the uses for those particular data on fuel consumption? What are we learning from that at this stage from these fleets, and how are we using it either in the economic safe or in our analyses?
I believe that that consumption rate information has been used in some analyses to ask if, you know, if there's a management change that is expected to increase the number of operating days of a vessel if they have to transit further to reach fishing grounds, for example, that this facilitates estimating the fuel cost implications of that sort of management change. We have the similar information from that is one piece of information that's collected in the Amendment 91 EDR. So for AFA vessels, it hasn't been used as extensively, I think, as it could be. I think it's been overlooked. And that is sort of a problem with the EDR program in general, because we have fragments of information for just for certain fleets that oftentimes the data doesn't get used when it could be.
I had a second question, Mr. Chair, on the crab EDR and your slide on the things that weren't implemented out of recommendations, and it was on the quota lease costs. So the EDR is the only source of getting any information on quota lease costs in the crab program. And then do we see the results of those EDR? Again, is that in the economic safe, or would it be in a crab review? Are those the two places we might see those? We used to get more discussion papers on that particular topic, and we haven't for a while.
Right. Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, that is there's a pretty extensive analysis of quota lease rates or presentation of statistics on quota leasing, the quota lease market in the crab economic safe.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take our morning break, come back at 10:20 and continue with our B2 reports. Council, please come back to order. All right, we are ready to continue with our B2 report. Mr. Keaton and Mrs.
Thank you,
Miller.
Chair. For the record again, Josh Keaton with NOAA Fisheries. For the first two items of the remainder of our B2 report, I'd like to invite John Kurland, our regional administrator, to give these items.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. So we're going to start with saying a few words about our new Alaska Region Strategic Plan, which folks may have seen on our website or through our email listserv and social media we released to the public recently. And Mr. Witherell asked me to address that a little bit here. First, I want to clarify that it's a strategic plan for our Alaska Regional Office, so the regulatory and management side of things, not to be confused with the strategic science plan for our Alaska Fisheries Science Center. This new strategic plan for the regional office is an effort that we began in May of 2021. So it's been underway for a while. I have been involved every step of the way in my prior role, but this is not something that we put together just in the last 6 months since I've been in the regional administrator role. This is in many ways a different kind of strategic plan. It's not built around our organizational chart per se, in the sense of covering all the major things that we do in each of our natural resource program areas. It starts with our Alaska region values of accountability, respect, collaboration, communication, and integrity, and how those values support our mission and our vision. And we have a vision statement, which I won't read, but essentially it says that we aim to lead the nation in effective stewardship of living marine resources as we adapt to the challenges of the future, and to be a model for efficient delivery and exemplary service to the public, empowering our people and having operational excellence. To do all this, we turned heavily to our staff, to our partners, to our stakeholders, to help us clarify the outcomes that we're trying to achieve and what the things are that we need to improve upon to help us get there. So that included quite a bit of outreach to representatives of the council, to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, a variety of stakeholders, to try to inform what we need to improve upon. And this plan doesn't cover all of our priorities within major program areas and support functions, but instead it focuses on who we serve and the products and services that those stakeholders and partners need, and then the ways we can meet those needs through changing our internal processes, leveraging our people, and applying our budget to deliver better results. So it's focused on the things that we want to do differently and better, but not on listing all the things that we feel we already do well and want to continue. So it's not everything. It's kind of focused on our pain points, if you will, the things where we feel like we need to do a better job. It contains a number of strategic objectives. There are 22 of them in there, and there's a very high level of staff engagement in the objective teams around each of those, identifying performance metrics and the different initiatives that will help support each of those objectives. And it's great to have that level of engagement with our staff, and I think really improves our chances for achieving those objectives over the coming 5 years. So that's just kind of a really quick high-level overview. I want to make sure people are aware of it. The strategic plan is available on our website. There's a brief introductory leadership message from me to explain it, but just wanted to say a few words about it here. And I'll pause there, Mr. Chairman, if there are any questions anyone has.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. One of the top line components is the clients and desired outcomes. And it's been an issue for us in the past. Is the council a client of the agency?
Appreciate the question, Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball. Semantics get kind of tricky with something like this. And so, we've tried to convey that the aim is for the partners we work with and our stakeholders and essentially everybody we work with. So I don't want to get too caught up on who's a client, who's a stakeholder, who's a partner, but obviously we have a very special relationship with the council.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Kerlin, for walking through this. It is, I think it's really useful for us all to sort of understand what your objectives are over the next few years. And it's reassuring to hear you say that there's a lot you're already doing well, that you'll continue to. And I think it was interesting. I hadn't really caught that in looking through it. Your point that these are the areas where you think maybe you can improve the most. I'm sure you've said it in there, but the way you spoke it really brought it home to me. As our world changes, as we begin to get just a better sense of what we're headed into, that'll probably change to some extent your own self-assessment of your capabilities and your readiness and where your areas that need improvement are. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are about how that process will work. Certainly not encouraging you to send up an endless do loop of strategic planning, but at the same time, sometimes we end up, when conditions are changing rapidly like we expect them to be, things look a little different a couple of years after you've put some effort into self-assessment. If you just give me a sense of how you think that may work, I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite. This is very much intended to be a living process. And in fact, we have quarterly what we call strategy review meetings, which is our senior leadership team meeting with representatives of each of the objective teams under our strategic plan to assess our progress and help troubleshoot, help line up resources to help make progress on the things that we want to address. And that's meant to acknowledge that there may be new objectives that emerge or things that we want to shift in relative priority as things evolve. So you're absolutely right. This is anything but a static process. It's meant to evolve and develop over time.
Mr. Twite.
So I'm curious about how we can contribute to that. Is that just if we flag things in the course of council process, you guys sort of take notes and then in your quarterly meetings, bring that back and think about it? Or is there another, how do we fit into that living process?
Yeah, thank you for asking about that. We don't have a specific mechanism per se, a formalized mechanism for that kind of input, but I can tell you I'd welcome that input anytime. And there's no, I wouldn't want to constrain it by saying there's only a certain time window or a certain way to provide that feedback.
And I certainly wasn't advocating a formalized process either. So I appreciate your answer.
I don't see any further questions. Mr.
Okay,
Kerwin.
if no others, I'll go on to a very different item as part of our B2 reports, which is the petition we received from the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers for emergency rulemaking. And this is included in the e-agenda if folks haven't already seen it. I want to first emphasize this was a request that was submitted under Section 305C1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So it was specifically a request for secretarial action. So for members of the public who may be thinking about emergency action requests being before the council or a request for the council to take certain action, this was submitted to us in a different way, asking specifically for the secretary to take action. And the proposal is to close the red king crab savings area and sub area to all fishing gears effective January 1 for the first half of 2023. We would like to provide the council with an opportunity to review that and provide input on the request. We just received the petition last Thursday, so a week ago today, and I sent a letter to the council the next day, Friday, to ask for that input. Because we just received it, we unfortunately don't have an analysis of the petition and the impacts of the requested action to be able to share with folks here today. But we've begun compiling relevant information to help assess the effects. But I just wanted to address this from sort of a procedural standpoint because there are several potential ways to proceed here. One is for the council to provide input at this meeting, and I recognize that that's extremely difficult without at least a preliminary staff analysis in front of the council. A second option is that theoretically the council could provide input a little bit later, such as via a special virtual council meeting, say in early November, if additional information can be assembled in the next couple of weeks. That too is imperfect. It would take a lot of effort for council and NIMS staff resources to arrange a special meeting, even if virtual. A third option is for the council to discuss this in December and provide input before the secretary decides whether to take the requested action. And that presents its own challenges because it would be extraordinarily difficult and frankly, perhaps not possible for the agency to then in the second week of December move to implement a closure effective January 1 if we were to decide that such an action is the appropriate course. And then the fourth imperfect option is if the council does not choose to review this request, then the agency will independently review it consistent with our authority under section 305C1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And this is also not a good option because in my opinion, it's best to have the council's input on this. And that's why we sent you the letter and are bringing it up today. Of course, the secretary does have the independent authority to act alone if the circumstances warrant, but again, we would prefer to have the input for the council. From the council. So those are the four procedural ways that we've identified to go forward at this point. And Mr. Chairman, I look forward to any input the council may choose to provide.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland, for the summary of this crab emergency rule petition. And as you mentioned in your comments, this is a different process than the council has recently dealt with in terms of emergency rule requests. And so I do have a question specifically in terms of the analysis that would be prepared, either by requirements. That's my first question. Are there specific analytical requirements for emergency rules that are different from the normal rulemaking process? I would assume so, since the whole idea of an emergency rule is to forego the normal rulemaking process. So that'll be my first, that's my first question, and I'll pause there before the second one.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, the short answer is we have to comply with everything we normally have to comply with. But obviously it can happen in a bit of an abbreviated fashion if it needs to. And I'd invite Ms. Watson, if she wants to elaborate on that, to do so.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Kurland. Yes, as Mr. Kurland said, for any agency rulemaking, we have to comply with the same analytical or the same legal requirements. That would include NEPA, APA. There are some flexibilities. For example, under the APA, we can waive notice and comment if we have good cause to do so. We can also waive the effective date. Under the APA, there's an automatic 30-day delay in the effective date, which we can similarly waive for good cause. But in terms of NEPA, APA, the requirements of Executive Order 12866 and the Regulatory Flexibility Act, we would still have to comply with those statutes. There's one other wrinkle. If we do not publish a rule for notice and comment, we do not have to comply with the Regulatory Flexibility Act's requirements to prepare an IRFA, an initial regulatory flexibility analysis, or a final analysis. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. And my second question would be, Mr. Kurland, you highlighted from your perspective the benefit of the council providing input to the agency on this emergency rule request. And again, just confirming, since this is a different process than we've dealt with in the past, typically when emergency rule requests come to the council, the specific input that the council provides is whether the council thinks the request meets the emergency rule criteria that the agency has established. And would that be the most useful type of input to the agency for this particular emergency rule request as well?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, that would be useful input, but I wouldn't want to limit it to that. I think generally we'd be looking for any feedback on the effects, the potential benefits and potential downsides to proceeding with the requested action. We'll need to make our own determinations about applicability of the criteria for emergency action. But certainly if the council wants to provide input on that as well, we'd welcome that feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. So I was making some notes here and I apologize. I got distracted for just a minute, but on the your first of the four, what was the first one? And then I've got a follow-up question to that.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, the first option was just to provide input at this meeting, but recognizing that we don't have even a preliminary analysis for folks to react to. So that would essentially be looking at what's within the four corners of the petition and providing feedback on that.
So being, Mr. Kurland, Mr. Chairman, being that that would seem like kind of one of the imperfect options, which I think all four of those are kind of imperfect in various ways, particularly number four maybe is. But it looks to me like when I'm looking at these four options, the only one that really meets the criteria of trying to get something in place by January 1st would be option two, the virtual council meeting. It seems like everything else other than option one and two, is that right? I mean, the timing is the issue that I see here, that unless we were to have some kind of virtual option, in other words, if we wait till December, there's no way we get this in place by January 1st.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, essentially that's correct. I don't think we could possibly pull it off by January 1st. I suspect the petitioner would say a lot of their concern is pelagic trawl activity. And of course, the A season doesn't begin until later in January. Could we do it by the beginning of the A season if we chose to proceed? I'm not sure. It would be a tall order. Of course, we'd be talking about trying to do emergency rulemaking over the holidays too, which is not a great situation. So certainly there are some challenges there. I guess to the crux of your question, would it be helpful to get the input sooner if we can do it? Yes, and that's why I highlighted that option of a virtual meeting. But again, that has downsides as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. I have two questions. The first one, thinking about Mr. Down's questions about the option of an additional virtual meeting. What do we have as far as public noticing requirements for something like that? I know it's frequently like a 30-day noticing requirement for meeting. I don't know if it's any different with it being an emergency rule request, and just thinking about the timing of when that preliminary analysis would be available and the public noticing requirements, and that butting right up against the December council meeting, and with Thanksgiving in there, is how realistic, I guess, is thinking through that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, there's no different process for a special council meeting to consider an emergency rule. So the normal public notice requirements would apply. As for when we could have an analysis available, we haven't scoped that out yet, frankly. Again, we just got the petition a week ago. But if the council chooses to go that route, we could certainly try to provide some feedback on that so folks would know when to expect an analysis that could be looked at such a special meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. And then my second question, it's always a busy time of year and we've got a lot of other things going and trying to understand the juggling of priorities of where any emergency rule fits. We have the UCETA issue, that we have court mandated timelines. We've got stock assessments going on. We've got the reports about staffing issues within the agency. How does this fit into that priority hierarchy?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, this is welcome to my world. We are struggling. We've got a longer list of drop everything must do priorities than we have staff to accomplish. And that doesn't account for all the other things on our list of priorities. And I'm perhaps stealing thunder from things that we're going to be presenting further in the B2 reports here, but it's a challenge. But emergency requests, by their very nature, rise to the top for us to take a look and determine whether the specifics of the situation meet the criteria for an emergency and we should proceed. But you're absolutely right. We've got must-do issues related to litigation, remands, court-ordered deadlines, in addition to just the basic essentials of in-season management of the fisheries and basic operational work. So lots and lots of challenges.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Curlin, as I was listening to your response to Mr. Downs' question about timing, and you sort of raised a question in my mind about does the agency have the capability to modify an emergency request before granting it? So for instance, if the request was for January 1, does the agency have the capacity to simply alter that and make it a later date? Or is it on emergency rule request evaluation? Is it just thumbs up or thumbs down on the basic request?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Dwight, and I'm sure Ms. Watson will correct me if I'm mistaken here, but I believe under the Secretary's authority, we can act to address what we believe is an emergency circumstance in the means that it needs to be addressed. So if somehow we were to look at it and determine that what a petitioner requested isn't exactly the action that is needed, but some other action is needed for conservation and management of the fisheries, and due to the exigency of the circumstances that had to happen right away, couldn't happen through the normal council process, I believe the Secretary has the authority to do that.
Further questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any further clarification on John's point, but I wanted to circle back to a question that Ms. Vanderhoven raised earlier concerning the requirements for public notice. I just wanted to flag two things. First, under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the published agenda may not be modified without public notice or within 14 days prior to the meeting date, unless such modification is necessary to address an emergency action under Section 305C, in which case public notice shall be given immediately. So I would say there's a little more flexibility in terms of when we could give public notice for a meeting to address an emergency action under Section 305C of the MSA.
Thank you, Counselor. We are ready to continue.
Good morning, members of the council. For the record, my name is Alicia Miller, Cat Share Branch Chief with the Sustainable Fisheries Division, and I'm here to give you a few updates on some regulatory actions that the council has taken previous action on. First up is the council's action in June of this year to recommend an emergency action for crab sea shares. So this is an emergency rule that we published on July 15th of this year and expires on January 11th of 2023. NOAA Fisheries issued an emergency rule to temporarily suspend the active participation requirements for captains and crew holding crew quota shares or sea shares in the crab rationalization program. This emergency was necessary because of the combined impact of the sudden and recent reduction of the overall crab tax in the 2021-22 crab fishing year, as well as the ongoing duration of the COVID-19 pandemic. In developing the crab rationalization program and the issuing the crab sea shares, the council and NIMS intended the economic benefits of the sea shares and resulting IFQ to flow to at-sea participants in the fisheries by including an active participation requirements for those sea share quota shareholders. This was to protect the interests of qualifying crew. The potential withholding of sea share IFQ and revocation of sea share quota share due to the recent unforeseen situation presented a serious management problem for the Bering Sea crab rationalization fishery. And any delay of implementing that at the time that the council recommended this in June could have resulted in adverse economic harm to those individuals that would have had their IFQ withheld or quota share revoked in this current year. So we published this earlier this summer. We invited public comments to be submitted on that emergency rule. We did receive 3 public comment letters. 2 were from individuals and 1 was from a trade association representing independent crab harvesters who commercially fish for king snow, opilio, and tanner crab with pot gear in the Bering Sea crab rationalization program. The 2 individuals that submitted comments on this emergency were in opposition to the action, and the trade association supported the emergency rule. There's a link to the full text of those comments available in the B2 report. At the same time that the council recommended this emergency action, the council also initiated a longer term action to analyze the potential changes to sea share participation requirements to address this issue on a permanent basis. However, I want to raise an issue to the council about the timing of this emergency relative to what could be in place for the next crab fishing year. So coming up in the summer of 2023, applications for quota share will be due on June 15th. Even if this crab emergency rule were to be extended, which is potentially possible, that would only be, there's a limitation of 186 days to extend that. That would only be effective through the middle of July. The earliest that crab IFQ would be issued is August of next year. And therefore, we would have to look at those participation requirements for the preceding 3 or 4 years in determining whether or not to withhold IFQ or revoke quota share for the 2023 or 2024 crab fishing year. This means, given the timing of how long it takes council action to happen for the longer term and the limitation on how long an emergency could be in place, it looks like we could be faced with sea share quota shareholders that would otherwise have had their quota share revoked in this current year that benefit from this temporary emergency action that was implemented right now. Those quota shareholders could be facing IFQ withholding or quota share revocation in the upcoming crab fishing year. An opportunity to go fishing and comply with those participation requirements. They could do that by participating in 1 crab landing this year or participating in 30 fishing days in any commercial fishery in the United States. I just want to highlight that information for you. I'll pause there before moving on to the next regulatory projects.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just want to ask Alicia, have you received a request for extension of that emergency rule already? Or is there interest there?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. No, we have not received a direct request for an extension.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. The option for 30 fishing days in a commercial fishery, do those need to be federal fisheries or would state fisheries meet that requirement?
I will have to look that up and get back to you.
Please continue.
Okay. I just want to spend a little bit of time reviewing council actions that the council has taken and the status of those regulatory projects. So I'm looking at attachment 1 to the B2 report. This is the schedule of and status of regulatory actions. I want to highlight for you today that the notice of availability for Amendment 52 to the FMP for Bering Sea King and Tanner crabs, this is the EDR revisions. That notice of availability published today in the Federal Register, and we expect a proposed rule to follow in the coming weeks. That was an action that the council recommended in February of this year. The next I want to touch on is Amendment 22. This is to the Bering Sea Groundfish FMP. This is the Pacific Cod Trawl Catcher Vessel Cooperative Program. This action is in development and a proposed rule is expected to be published later this year. The next up is Amendment 123 to the Bering Sea FMP for groundfish, the halibut abundance-based management. A proposed rule is in development and is expected to publish in the Federal Register later this year. We expect a final rule to follow sometime in 2023 in time to implement those reduced halibut PSC reductions for the 2024 crab fishing, or not crab, 2024 groundfish fishing year. Next up is Amendment 124 to the Bering Sea FMP, as well as 112 to the GOA FMP. This is the IFQ omnibus amendments recommended by the council in April of this year. A proposed rule is in development and expected to be published later this year. I've already covered the regulatory amendment emergency rule. And then the final one I have an update for you is the Bering Sea pot catcher processor monitoring requirements. You heard from Dr. Mason Smith in June of this year. This is a NIMS initiated regulatory amendment to modify monitoring requirements for pot catcher processors. A proposed rule is in development and is expected to be published later this year.
Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Miller. It was a little slow here. Going back to your status of regulatory actions, I did have a question about Amendment 123 halibut ABM in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Under the projected timeline you have for implementation of that action, I think I recall at final action, there was contemplation of a potential mid-year implementation for that and what that might look like. Is that still the case, or is it more likely, do you think, I know it's a bit uncertain, that there would be a beginning of year implementation, just to establish expectations a little bit in terms of what that might look like?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. Yes, when the council recommended this action, mid-year implementation was a possibility. At this time, given where we're at in the review process and the timing of publishing the proposed rule relative to when we expect a final rule could be published, of course, that timing is hard to nail down a specific date because of the variability with our review process and how long it takes to move through the various layers of federal review. But at this point, we are not expecting mid-year implementation, and it's more likely to be the beginning of 2024.
Further questions?
Okay, I will continue. Next up, I have a couple of updates on IFQ topics, halibut and sablefish IFQ. First is an update on options to extend the halibut vessel use caps temporary rule. So in June of 2022, on the IFQ committee report, the council initiated action to take long-term action to look at waiving the vessel use caps or modifying the vessel use caps for halibut in Area 4. In that motion, the council requested that we come back with this report on options to potentially extend the interim measures that are currently in place for the 2022 fishing year. So just a little background on that action. In February of this year, the council requested expedited rulemaking to remove the vessel use caps applicable to the harvest of halibut IFQ in areas 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D. That motion was specific to the 2022 fishing year, and subsequently we published a proposed and final rule removing those vessel use caps until December 31st of 2022. At this point, given that it's October of 2022 and we have approximately 5 months before the start of the 2022 or 23 fishing year, there is sufficient time to publish another proposed and final expedited rulemaking between now and the start of the next fishing year. That is one option where if the council were to support interim measures while you're in the process of analyzing the long-term changes to halibut use caps in Area 4, that could be a possibility, just procedurally providing options. Another potential option would be if the council thought that there was urgency to not let the current temporary regulations expire. A possibility is to publish an interim final rule prior to December 31st. That could extend the regulations that are currently applicable now. But due to the timing, because we're just short of 2 months out from December 31st, there isn't sufficient time to proceed through the normal proposed and final rulemaking. To waive that notice and comment rulemaking process, as Ms. Watson mentioned earlier, the APA would need a good cause rationale to articulate why it's either impractical, unnecessary, or contrary to public interest to provide prior notice and public comment. I would like to highlight for you that in this current year's proposed rule, we did receive 4 comment letters on that proposed rule during the 15-day comment period. One commenter opposed the action because of concerns with consolidation, concerns with who benefits from an action like this one, and concerns that waiving the vessel use caps could cause barriers to entry into the IFQ program. The commenter added that in their view, the action did not align with the original intent of the IFQ program to protect fishery participants from consolidation, and that by removing the vessel use caps, the action promotes consolidation, which increases the price of quota share and barriers to entry. As noted by Mr. Kurland, and just in terms of timing and workload, there are some trade-offs. If the council were to recommend interim measures to cover the gap between the temporary measures that are currently in place now and when the council could get through the analytical process to permanently change the halibut vessel use caps, that would take that would require analysis of the interim measures as well as publication of either a proposed and final or an interim final rule in the Federal Register. I'll pause there to see if there are any questions.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Alicia. And just for purpose of clarity, would that analysis provide the opportunity for those specific alternatives that the council plans to look at anyways, or is it a more of something that reflects the all or nothing measures that exist right now?
Through the chair, Ms. Drobnica, thank you for the question. It would depend on what the council would recommend. I believe that the motion in June of this year proposed modifications to the vessel use caps in Area 4, whereas the interim measures that are currently, or the temporary measures that are currently in place, completely remove the halibut vessel use caps. So if the council were to recommend extension of the removal of vessel use caps, we would analyze that alternative rather than the modification or changing it to a different level.
Please continue.
Okay. Next up, the next topic I want to cover is a letter that we sent to you, Mr. Chair, about the halibut IFQ or halibut and sablefish IFQ transfer eligibility certificate. So this letter is to inform the council that we've developed an interim policy to establish a minimum age of 18 years old for the issuance of a transfer eligibility certificate in the halibut and sablefish IFQ program. A transfer eligibility certificate, or TEC, establishes a person's eligibility to receive quota share or individual fishing quota IFQ by transfer in the halibut and sablefish IFQ program. So recently NIMS has received several applications from individuals that are under the age of 18. And that we've developed this and we expect that we may receive similar applications in the future. Currently, regulations implementing the IFQ program do not establish a minimum age requirement for the issuance of a TEC. And we've established this interim policy so that we have a consistent approach for addressing such applications until such a time as that policy is superseded through changes to federal regulations. So in developing this policy, we've taken several different factors into consideration, including but not limited to the documentation of harvesting crew experience that would be necessary for young children, the minimum age requirements under contractual law, as well as other legal and enforcement considerations pertaining to minor age applicants or those that are under 18. So this policy was established on September 29th, and this is without prejudice to previous transfer eligibility decisions or any future actions. The council may wish to include this topic in the upcoming IFQ program review to consider whether or not you'd like to develop either implement this policy and regulation or implement a different policy. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Miller. I do have a couple of questions. The transfer eligibility certificate regulations have been in place for quite some time. And so I guess my first question is pretty basic. Why are you doing this now?
Thank you. Through the chair. As I noted, we've received several applications and it seems to be a topic that is coming up more frequently. And so these applications have been evaluated in the past on an ad hoc basis. And so we thought it best to implement a policy that consistently applies criteria for applications going forward in the future.
Follow up. Thank you for that. And as I read Mr. Curlin's letter on this particular topic and your explanation of the issue, the suggestion seems to be that the council may wish to include this topic in the upcoming IFQ program review. And so am I to interpret that there is no flexibility to change this until the council makes a specific recommendation? I can't remember exactly when the IFQ program review is scheduled, but I guess I've heard from some fishery participants that are a bit concerned. And so my question is there any possibility to think about changing this prior to the upcoming IFQ program review?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, as Ms. Miller indicated, we did this kind of out of necessity, feeling like we needed to have a consistent approach given the apparent increase in requests for transfers to minors and some real difficulties it was placing our staff in figuring out how they should evaluate such requests when it isn't explicitly addressed in the regulations. So we did our best in the absence of any policy guidance from the council in establishing something informed by the various considerations that are noted in the letter and that Ms. Miller mentioned, not the least of which is thinking about contractual law and the implications associated with that. At this point, I think it's best that we stick with this interim policy until such time as the council weighs in and provides input on a potential regulatory change. If folks feel strongly that our policy determination was off the mark and want to provide a case for why we should look at it differently, certainly we would take a look at that. But again, in the absence of the council specifically offering some guidance on this and us moving forward towards a regulation, we felt it was important to put something in place, and we would stick with that until it's superseded by anything different.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Okay. I don't see any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I have one more IFQ topic.
Okay.
The next topic I'd like to talk about is the IFQ medical transfer limitation. Again, from Dr. Smith in June of this year, you received a presentation and you endorsed the NIMS taking action to not count medical transfers approved in 2020, 2021, and 2022 towards the use restriction of any 3 in the past 7 calendar years. I just want to let you know that we are moving forward with drafting regulations to not count those medical transfers towards that limitation. And we have included those regulatory changes in the IFQ Omnibus rulemaking package. This is to facilitate efficiency. Since we already have regulations that are being changed for the IFQ program, we just combined the two together. And so those are moving forward together. And there's also some information in the report about the current use of medical transfers in 2022. So far this year, 288 different quota shareholders have used the medical transfer provision for a total of 551 individual transfers. This is a substantial increase in the number of medical transfers used in 2022 over 2021. And with that, that concludes my portion of this report for now.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Don't see any questions. So, Mr. Keaton.
Good afternoon or good morning. Geez. Through the chair, I'm going to cap us off with the remaining items on the B2 reports before turning it over to Mary Furunas to give the in-season management report. I'll try to make this brief. The first is an update on the annual deployment plan. Each year, the annual deployment plan describes how NIMS intends to assign at-sea and shoreside fishery observers and electronic monitoring. At the June council meeting, NIMS recommended and you supported maintaining the strategy from 2022 into 2023 to allow our staff to work on the integrated analysis. NIMS anticipates having a similar budget for partial coverage in 2023 as in 2022. And so the final 2023 ADP with the final budget and resulting coverage rates will be provided to the council under the B reports in December. And once again, we anticipate no changes from 2022 rates. Moving on, I wanted to bring a brief update on our tribal engagement. NIMS staff had begun conversations with Alaska tribes and tribal associations to better understand how NIMS can improve our outreach. I want to draw your attention to the newsletter that we published on our website, a tribal engagement newsletter. It's the first time we did this. It's one of our tools that we're expecting to be able to help engage and inform tribal entities. And then, just an update on consultations. NIMS did not receive any formal tribal consultations since the June council meeting. However, joint DOI NOAA tribal consultations occurred in Bethel yesterday. And I think in Fairbanks tomorrow, this was mostly controlled by the Department of the Interior. Finally, on tribal engagement, we are currently in the process of recruiting a tribal engagement liaison or coordinator that will help the agency improve how we our outreach to the tribes. The last update, oral update that I'm going to provide is just on staffing changes. There's been a lot of movement. I think everybody's aware. I just want to highlight a few things. First, Dr. Anne Marie Ike was hired as the new Assistant Regional Administrator for Protected Resources. Congratulate her. Most of you know her. And then with that, we've had, she used to fill the deputy role in SF. So Jennifer Watson from Sustainable Fisheries is serving as the acting deputy. Many of you know Doug Duncan. He's been serving as the acting ecosystems branch chief for quite some time, which was Anne Marie's prior position. Additionally, I stepped into the role as acting SFARA a month ago. And we selected Stephanie Warpinski to serve as the acting monitoring branch lead while I'm taking on these leadership things. Additional staff changes include Josh Moffey. You may see him around the council meeting this week. He's been hired on for the ecosystem branch. He joined us on August 15th. Mike Pearson has begun work with the Restricted Access Management Division. This is part of their reorganization to help us provide better services on permitting and also to help with our records planning. The Habitat Conservation Division hired Dr. Skylar Bayer. And then that is the end of my oral presentation. We have several written items there. Of note is there's some items about habitat, which is the discovery of invasive green crab report, and then there's a bunch of protected resources items. The report contains, several updates on actions being handled by our Protected Resources Division. This includes a new petition to list bull kelp under the Endangered Species Act, and other items are updates on ongoing actions. And with that, I will turn it over to.
With the indulgence of the chair, I'd like to revisit Ms. Vanderhoven's question about the 30 days of fishing to qualify for participation in the first sea shares. So if an individual was an initial recipient of catcher vessel crew or catcher processor crew quota shares, they may participate in 30 days of fishing in any commercial fishery managed by the state of Alaska or any U.S. commercial fishery in the EEZ off Alaska. So it's any commercial fishery.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Good morning, Ms. Furunas. We need your mic. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to be reviewing the other B2 attachment under the NIMS report, the in-season management report. So just starting out, this report was written with data through September 24th, and because the council's meeting on a Thursday at this meeting, we do have new catch reports available on our website. But going ahead with the Bering Sea pollock fishery, all the AFA and CDQ pollock sectors have reached 100% of their annual allocations. CDQ and the mothership sectors completed their annual allocations by September 10th. That's a little bit ahead of last year when all the sectors except for inshore completed by September 25th, the weekending date of September 25th. So this year, we do have a little bit of quota still remaining in the inshore sector, about 1,700 metric tons. And we have heard there is possibility of vessels coming back to clean up some of that fishing. So can't totally report that all AFA fishing is done for the year yet. So moving along to the salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fisheries. Again, the pollock fleet has worked to avoid salmon bycatch. And in 2022 compared to 2021, both the PSE and rates are lower than in 2021. For 2022, the Chinook PSE is the lowest as that we've had reported looking all the way back to 1999. And for non-Chinook or chum salmon, that's the lowest PSC since 2015. Moving to herring in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. This year, herring PSC is about 1,757 metric tons, or 46% of the 3,819 metric ton PSC limit. And that's just a little under what was reported in 2021 at 1,877 metric tons. Moving on to black spotted rough-eye rockfish in the Western Aleutian Islands, there's a amount that the industry is tried to stay at or under of 32 metric tons, and the current catch this year is 100 metric tons. And that will also be discussed under the harvest specs agenda item later at this meeting. We did have some prohibited retention of some species, and again, we have full retention. When rockfish species go to prohibited retention status, we still have full retention for catch vessels using hook and line, pot, or jig gear as described in our regulations. But we did prohibit retention of black spotted rough-eye rockfish in the Western and Central Aleutian Islands on August 6th, other rockfish in the Aleutian Islands sub-area on August 23rd, and we prohibited retention of non-CDQ trawl sablefish in the Bering Sea sub-area September 21st. Moving along to Pacific cod catch by sector. First of all, we have announced a closure of the Bering Sea non-CDQ Pequod allocation effective tomorrow, October 7th at noon. This will leave some sectors that are still directed fishing to go to the Aleutian Islands. Some will go to fish CDQ in the Bering Sea, some to the state GHL fishery, and some may go to the Gulf of Alaska Pequod fisheries. And we have a table that shows the current catch as of September 24th. Moving along to Atka mackerel, Pacific Ocean perch, and trawl sablefish. Atka mackerel and POP is fairly similar to the catch at the same time last year, and both those allocations are usually reached every year. We'll report on that in December. For trawl sablefish, catch is a little lower this year in the Bering Sea so far, a little higher in the Aleutian Islands. We did prohibit retention of non-CDQ trawl sablefish to avoid exceeding the TAC at the current catch rates that we're seeing. Also not on this report, but I wanted to bring your attention to an issue. It looks like we're closing in on the fixed gear allocation of Bering Sea sablefish. And the reason is due to an increased catch in the state sablefish GHL fishery by vessels that do not have IFQ on board. In the past, all this catch had occurred by IFQ, vessels with IFQ on board. So this issue will also come up under the harvest specs agenda item, and NIMS is recommending the council set aside amounts, set the TAC to account for the amount of the GHL fishery by the state of Alaska when determining the 2023 TAC for the Bering Sea. Moving on to look at flatfish catch. Overall, total catch is higher than this time in 2021. The species with the highest catch is yellowfin sole. We've heard that the market has improved for yellowfin sole this fall. And so we expect to see more fishing there. And then the species with the lowest catch so far this year is Alaska's place compared to last year. And Alaska place can be variable between years. Moving on to the Gulf of Alaska for Pacific cod. We did have to close some of the V-season fisheries for Pacific cod by sectors because we need the incidental count. We needed that allocation to support incidental catch and other fisheries. So far for this sectors that are open for directed fishing, we haven't closed any of those sectors in the B season. Effort has been fairly slow. We might see some increases as that Bering Sea Peacock non-CDQ fishery closed. Moving on to pollock for the B season. Catch was reached in both the 610 and 630 pollock fisheries. 620 is still open. Fishing is slow, but we might have a closure before the regulatory closure date of November 1st. Next is looking at the use of pots in the IFQ sable fishery and the sable fish target. And again, we're seeing increased compared to the previous year. Gulf-wide, about 82% of the catches by pot gear compared to 72% at this time last year. One thing we wanted to highlight is that we have included a field in our e-landings reporting for vessels to mark if they're using a slinky pot or a normal hard pot. And this field is not required or mandatory to fill out, but it has been completely filled out by all vessels. That will become mandatory in the future. So, so far in the Gulf of Alaska, about 68% of the total pot catch is by slinky pots. And in the Bering Sea, that is about 28%. Moving on, Chinook salmon PSC and rates are lower in 2022 compared to 2021. And just finishing up with halibut mortality data. In the Bering Sea, both the total halibut mortality and halibut PSC rates are higher compared to 2021. In the Gulf of Alaska, total halibut mortality is higher and the total halibut PSC rate is lower. And that concludes my report unless there's any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Furunas. Any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Furunas. You kind of rifled through those fast. I just was hoping you could, it sounded like what I heard you say was that halibut bycatch is down in all sectors. Is that correct? Or did I miss one that was up?
I'm sorry for speaking too fast. I'm through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. So if you want to look a little closer at the last table on the report, halibut bycatch in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands is a little higher than last year. And you can see the groundfish is a little lower. A lot of that is due to the high TAC for pollock. But if you look at it by sector, the MMAU sectors reported more groundfish this year and higher halibut mortality. And we kind of expected that this year because last year their flatfish fisheries were way down because of impacts from COVID and markets. So we've just heard that the yellowfin sole market has improved. So they've been fishing it more than last year. And then also for the non-trawl Pacific cod, so hook and line Pacific cod, they've also seen increase in halibut mortality this year compared to last year. Gulf of Alaska, it is not a big difference from last year. The main issue for low halibut bycatch in the Gulf of Alaska last year and this year is no market for shoreside flatfish.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Furness. I'm on the cod, Bering Sea cod table, and I just wanted to understand, it seems like the cod fishery, which you said is slated to close the directed cod fishery tomorrow in the Bering Sea sub area. It is open longer than it was last year. We still had a higher TAC level. Can you just give me some background on that? Did more sectors take more of their directed allocation in the Aleutians, or was there less effort in the Bering Sea than previous years? I'm just wondering what were the factors going into that ability to have an extended season, which was preferable to people that testified last year.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball, we've been watching that Bering Sea non-CDQ non-CDQ Pacific cod TAC fairly closely since September 1st. And although the TAC is, as you said, higher compared to last year, we did see sectors drop out as we progressed through the fishery this year. So as that happened, we were able to extend fishing. So we're looking at it every day, and some of the pot sector catch vessels have dropped out and allowed us to extend the season. But also we have to set aside incidental catch amounts, and we have information that there's going to be more fishing later in the year than there was last year. So we also took that into account.
Follow-up. Thanks, Ms. Verna. So it's really based on effort dropping out later in the season in the Bering Sea sub area, not that there were sectors that were taking more of their direct allocation in the Aleutians.
Right. We did see a little bit increased effort in the Aleutians, but still not a lot of fishing out in Aleutians. And to keep the Bering Sea open, we need more fishing in the Aleutians.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Frunis. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alicia Miller, to present the last piece of the B2 management report, and this is the Sustainable Fisheries Staffing Update. This is a separate attachment on the e-agenda. As you heard from Mr. Kurland and Mr. Keaton, we've had a number of staff changes in the Sustainable Fisheries Division recently. And one of the results of these staff changes is that we're experiencing some staffing capacity and limitations. So since June 2022, several of our experienced SFD staff have been temporarily backfilling positions for the SF Assistant Regional Administrator, the ARA, our Deputy ARA, our Ecosystem Branch Chief, and recently, as of September, our Monitoring Branch Chief. As you know, we strive to work on FMP and regulatory amendments and implement those in a timely manner. In recent years, this is our goal has been to publish a final rule, if approved, within a year of council final action. However, right now we find that we have to prioritize our staff time on some of our must-do items and required things to keep the fisheries operating and meet anticipated implementation for several major projects. Currently, our staffing and workload considerations mean that some regulatory projects are moving slower than may otherwise be expected. Additionally, we have worked hard to collaborate with council staff during the development of council analyses and front load our NIMS input into the implementation issues early in the process. This engagement has generally created efficiencies during the rulemaking process that help to minimize the potential for implementation surprises or any need for us to come back to the council for clarifications or additional input after you've taken final action. So one of the challenges is that our current staffing limitations may reduce our engagement in upcoming council-led actions in the near future. However, it's not all bad news. We are working very hard to backfill some of these vacant positions. Currently, we have hiring actions in progress for the Sustainable Fisheries Assistant Regional Administrator, as well as our Ecosystem Branch Chief. And in the short term, we have several folks acting in these positions. Additionally, we recently hired new staff. You heard from Mr. Keaton that Josh Maffey has recently joined our ecosystem branch, and we have another person slated to join the Catch Shares branch later this fall. Another pursuit is that we are looking at our NOAA Lantern program, which offers in-person and remote opportunities for us to borrow staff from other line offices to have them help us out on regulatory projects and analytical projects. So we're looking at filling some of our gaps through our Lantern program. And we're also looking at long-term possibilities of additional funding for possible term positions related to the modernizing fisheries management to be more adaptive to climate change. In the meantime, we have to prioritize those activities that are mandatory or necessary to support the day-to-day operations of the fisheries and to prevent overfishing. This includes our in-season management activities, support for our monitoring programs, harvest specifications, halibut management measures, as well as our other legal mandates such as required stock rebuilding plans, FOIA, litigation, and requests for emergency rules. Generally, work on FMP and regulatory amendments is our next priority after those must-do items. We consider several factors when prioritizing our staff's time on FMP and regulatory amendment projects and which ones to move forward first. These factors include actions that include conservation concerns or address conservation concerns, legal considerations, for example, if they're required by the MSA, such as rebuilding plans, the council's priorities, as well as the proximity to deadlines. As you heard from me earlier, I reported on the status of our current work on FMP and regulatory actions. I do want to note for you that the council has taken final action on 2 actions that we have not made progress on since final action. This includes the RQE fee collection program that you took final action on in April of this year, as well as GOA Amendment 13 that makes recommended adjustments to the Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish program. This was a final action you took in June. We do not currently have staff tasked to these 2 projects, and we haven't made any progress. Lastly, I want to mention that you could see a difference in our engagement in council actions and analyses going forward from here as we're balancing some of these priorities. As you know, you're considering whether to make recommendations about another emergency rule at this meeting. And generally, we prioritize work on council analyses after our work on our FMP and regulatory actions that are in progress. With that, that concludes the NIMS management report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is how to interpret the last piece you just gave us. Does that mean that when the council sees an analysis on a new issue in the next coming meetings, that analysis wouldn't be expected to include, say, the monitoring enforcement section that you wouldn't deal with until development of a proposed rule that might be years away from happening? I kind of foresee the council developing actions, taking actions on items that then build up and sit in your inbox essentially until you can clear the deck of all of those must-do items that you currently have on your agenda.
Through the chair, Mr. Witherall, thanks for the question. My interpretation of that is very similar to yours. We would, of course, engage with council analyses, time permitting, and to provide that input into the monitoring and enforcement and management sections of those analyses. However, if we do not have staff available to work on those, that input could be lacking, or we could miss things in that process of council analyzing actions. And so I see a couple different impacts down the line is inefficiencies in needing to update analyses after final action. When there's another year of data that becomes available, we would need to collaborate with council staff to basically revise and update and add that into those analyses. And we'd also have to provide that input on those monitoring, management, enforcement considerations after final action if we weren't able to do it prior to final action. So like I mentioned, that could result in more frequently coming back to the council if there's something that we missed during the development of an action and needing to clarify our intent or the council's intent on a particular action.
Thanks. Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman. So let's pick an example of an item in the batter's box, the 3-meeting outlook, say the small sablefish item. It requires more than monitoring and management kind of discussion in the analysis to get that complete, that would require a whole lot more help, I think, from NOAA Fisheries. And I'm wondering what to do with that. Does that mean that if the council puts that as a priority, the expectation would be that the council staff kind of muddles through those sections that can't be answered until such a time that NOAA Fisheries might put that on the priority list?
Through the chair, Mr. Witherall, that is one option. And so for that particular action, I believe the alternatives that the council has recommended for analysis do require substantial agency input to analyze, especially from our Alaska Fisheries Science Center folks with our monitoring, our enforcement folks, to weigh in on some of those enforcement considerations of allowing the release of small sablefish, as well as from our stock assessment folks. And so at this point, I see the regional office having very limited staff capacity to work on that in the coming months.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your report, and really thanks to all the staff that's there. Have worked in a situation where I've been short-staffed, and it adds more stress and frustration. So I appreciate all of you hanging in there and doing what you can. I guess my question kind of relates to what Mr. Witherall was talking about. And in the past, we've had staffing challenges at the council where we deliberately populated our 3-meeting outlook with less agenda items to get the staff a chance to get the work done we were doing and not allow the sort of stifling backlog of amendment packages that needed to be done. Is that the kind of thing that you might be discussing with the executive director in the future, or do you want us to just keep proceeding at the pace we are and let stuff pile up? I think the bottom line is everybody wants to see regulations get published and get done that affect their fishery. And I guess my question is, are we better off slowing things down a little in the 3-meeting outlook and allowing you to populate your staff and catch up, or are we better off steaming along like this and piling the papers up on someone's desk and just accepting that it's going to take longer to get the work done?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, that's a really tough question. So I'll do my best to answer it. I think that I think there may be ways that the council could proceed and take small bites at the apple without creating a backlog. There may be ways to prioritize actions that we can provide enough input into so that we can proceed. I think it would take careful coordination and a careful understanding of what the council's priorities are, say for the next 6 to 12 months. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Miller. I think this is a helpful conversation to help set expectations. And you just said kind of 6 to 12 months. Does that mean we do see like a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of staffing challenges? Or is this, that made me have a little bit of hope, but now you're smiling and make me not have any hope.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I said 6 to 12 months because that's my horizon that I can't see beyond. I do know that we have hiring actions in progress that I'm hopeful that we'll have on board in the coming couple of months. But that doesn't necessarily solve our long-term staffing solutions, as if we're able to hire from within, then we would have to backfill additional positions. So I see it as a series of hiring actions that we would complete over the coming 6 months to a year to hopefully build back up to our prior staffing levels.
Thank you. And then a follow-up, I guess, is there an opportunity to, on a case-by-case basis for issues that come before the council, to highlight for us, those kind of lack of opportunities, I guess, or just when you know that the agency won't be able to engage, I mean, we went through a long process, I think previously, or at least the region did, on how beneficial it is to engage with the council and the public ongoing during an action, and in fact saves you time and energy on the back end when you're writing rulemaking. So I completely understand the staffing challenges, but I hope we're thinking through whether we're just a self-fulfilling prophecy of creating more and more inefficiency by not engaging up front. And if the council had the opportunity to know, maybe there are some actions we're not going to be able to engage in, it might let us shift around the work a little bit better to accommodate staff. I'm just looking for those opportunities so we don't set ourselves up for failure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll perhaps go back to Mr. Mesereau's question and give a more direct answer that, yeah, there are going to be some things we're not going to be able to do. And it would be useful for the council to keep in mind, particularly actions where there's not an immediate conservation concern, where it's something that would benefit a small number of participants in the fishery, that sort of thing. Those are likely to be lower priorities for us than the top tier items that Ms. Miller highlighted. So a pause on things like that actually would be helpful. Identifying things that can be taken off the plate to allow us time to address the higher priority things would be helpful. But we do want to keep this an ongoing dialogue with the council members and an ongoing basis, of course, with the executive director and the staff to try to be responsive, recognizing that priorities are always shifting and there are needs that have to be addressed. But we did want to be pretty direct in just setting expectations that we're having some real challenges right now.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I applaud your efforts. I heard you say that you're in the process of trying to bring on a tribal liaison coordinator. I applaud that. The Fish and Wildlife Service has a Alaska Native Affairs specialist, and hopefully if there's opportunities to work together there to help flesh that idea of that coordinator role, please reach out and I'm happy to get you in touch with Crystal Leonetti as our Alaska Native Affairs specialist. And then I appreciated your quick comment about the European green crabs in Metlakatla Indian Reservation on Annette Island. I was hoping you could speak to that a little bit more on kind of what the current situation is and what's going on and how we can all across the council and the stakeholders get involved with surveys and response efforts. Thanks, Gretchen, for coming up if you're.
Through the chair, I'd like to invite Gretchen to answer that question.
Good morning, Ms. Harrington.
Good morning, Council. For the record, I'm Gretchen Harrington with NOAA Fisheries Habitat Conservation Division. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can provide a brief overview. There's more information on our webpage, and our invasive species coordinator, Linda Shaw, can also work with staff. So this was a project that Habitat Conservation staff started coordinating with the Metlakatla Indian community and others to see if invasive green crab were there. So we started a project with both setting traps, carapace surveys, and eDNA. The project kind of morphed during COVID because Metlakatla was a closed community for safety reasons. And so we just this summer, staff were able to go in coordination with the Sea Alaska Heritage Institute intern and do the beach surveys, as well as collect the eDNA data. And that's when the carapace was discovered. And since then, they've discovered quite a bit more. It was pretty neat that it was our intern that found the first carapace. And so then where we are right now is we've processed some of the eDNA samples, and where the Metlakatla Indian community is collecting more, we're processing those, we're sending them to the Army Corps of Engineers. They're able to process the eDNA samples. And I think in the future, we're now working with the Metlakatla Indian community, ADF&G, and others to see how to move this forward, collect more data, and then also how to expand it to other southern Southeast Alaska areas where we're concerned that invasive green crab may, we may be able to find an invasive green crab there as well.
Thanks, Ms. Harrington. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I appreciate you speaking. This is a big deal for all of us that live and rely on coastal resources. European green crabs are considered one of the worst marine invaders in the world. And they prey on oysters, soft-shelled mussels, native crabs, juvenile fish. And so I applaud the NOAA for helping work with many partners on expanding our early detection efforts. And once green crabs get established, they're there. So the only way we can control them is through working together on maximizing our trapping efforts in coastal, nearshore, estuarine habitat. So I guess as a call to all of us to kind of unite around this common threat to a lot of our resources that are at stake. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin and Ms. Harrington. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Echo Mr. Martin's expressions of concern about the arrival. In my time on the council, the presentation that we've just had from the agency on staffing issues is unprecedented. So, I mean, less people in the audience are sitting out there thinking, oh, this is kind of business as usual. It's not. We've had discussions in the past about staffing issues and prioritization, and that's ongoing. But this is this kind of a confluence of dynamics resulting in this is unprecedented. So question I have related to that is, what is the agency as a whole thinking about this? Is there a recognition by the agency as a whole that this is a large problem? You spoke about the lantern, making use of the lantern program, and I think that's neat. But I know up until recently, the region has had key staff on detail elsewhere, which I think is great, professional development and all that. But and I think it's helped out both headquarters and other regions. Is there more than just the lantern program? Is there going to be a flow back to help fill this? Does the agency as a whole recognize the seriousness and the severity of this?
Mr. Kurland.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, this is a national level problem. This is not unique to the Alaska region. I'm hearing it from my colleagues in the other regions. I know that our top agency leadership is aware of it. You're right about a confluence of events, increasing amounts of litigation, climate change posing new resource management challenges that's putting demands on us all, et cetera, et cetera. I don't need to go over the list. I can assure you that we're taking it really seriously and trying to figure out the best ways to navigate through it. Frankly, a lot of it is trying to figure out what can we say no to, or what can we take off our list of things that we're routinely doing to try to free up some capacity to address immediate needs. And you know, we're trying to look at creative solutions too, and this lantern program is one of them, trying to bring in, you know, create developmental opportunities for staff elsewhere, bringing them in to help us solve our workload crunch problems. And, you know, ideally we bring in people who are experienced analysts or reg writers who, you know, they're not starting at a ground level, but they're people who have this kind of experience in another office, another part of the country, who can really help us get some work done. So we're trying really hard, but I do appreciate the recognition that it's a serious problem.
So as I think the series of questions have sort of illustrated, this is becoming transactional really quickly in terms of what can and what can't, and appreciate the notice of what clearly can't right now. I think that's useful. Unfortunate, but useful. what's next? What else is, from your perspective, what else is kind of on the bubble? If there's another circumstance outside of our control, you know, and you cite the range of kinds of things, then that includes, you know, emergency rule requests, that includes additional litigation. You talked about a pretty long list of things that are sort of outside of our control that end up really affecting our priorities. So just from your perspective as staff, and obviously not going to hold you to this, but in your mind, what's on the bubble now that the next event would move into the can't category?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think what you're asking is what would get set aside if we continue to see increased workload in that high priority category and the must-dos. And the thing that I see slipping is the timelines on regulatory actions. Right now, like you heard me say earlier, we're working on a number of proposed rules that are in progress. If we needed to reprioritize that staff time, work on those regulatory projects could stop or slow down. Right now, I know that includes several high priority projects, including halibut abundance-based management, the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative Program, the IFQ Omnibus, as well as the final action you have on your agenda today for Trawl EM. So those are the projects that I see are on the cusp as we continue to have more things added to our must-do category. I'd look to Mr. Keaton or Mr. Curlin to add anything I may have missed.
You covered it perfectly.
I would normally thank you for your response, but I understand your response, but this is really tough.
Any further questions on B2? All right, thanks to everybody.
Thank you and enjoy lunch.
All right, we've got our orders. Let's go ahead and break for lunch, come back at 1 o'clock and we'll take up B3. 1 o'clock. Council, please come back to order. We are ready for our B3 report. Good afternoon, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Molly Watson with NOAA's Office of General Counsel in the Alaska section. I have litigation updates for the council concerning 2 cases. So the first case I want to touch on is UCEDA v. NIMS. On June 21st, 2022, the Federal District Court in Alaska vacated the final rule implementing Amendment 14 to the salmon FMP. This means that there is no federal prohibition on commercial salmon fishing in federal waters of Upper Cook Inlet, and any vessel fishing for salmon in Cook Inlet will be regulated by the state under the laws of the state of Alaska, as was the case before the implementation of Amendment 14. So in the litigation, the parties are currently briefing remedy. Plaintiffs filed their opening remedy brief on September 6th. Plaintiffs seek an order requiring NIMS to implement new salmon management measures for the federal waters of Cook Inlet before the June 2023 fishing season. If NIMS is unable to meet that timeline, in the alternative, plaintiffs are asking the court to impose interim management measures in 2023 that would guarantee at least 2 fishing days per week and increased harvest limits for their fishery sector. Federal defendants filed our response brief on September 29th. NIMS proposes developing new salmon management measures for the federal waters of Cook Inlet through the council process to be effective before the June 2024 fishing season. NIMS is asking the court to leave the status quo management regime in place until NIMS can implement a new rule governing salmon fishing in federal waters in Upper Cook Inlet. All of these briefs are attached to the agenda under B3. There's one outstanding filing. Plaintiff's reply brief is due October 13th. In terms of what happens next, we just wanted to flag that there's no deadline for the court to reach a decision on remedy, and the court's decision ultimately could impact the timing and content of the remand. At this point, I wanted to turn it over to Mr. Kurland.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Ms. Watson noted, we're facing a remedy proceeding in this litigation and the likelihood of a very tight court-ordered timeframe for NIMS to implement a new amendment to the salmon FMP. And we can't just wait to see what the court orders before we get started on this, because the timeline is likely to be very short. As Ms. Watson indicated, the plaintiffs are asking the court to order NIMS to have a new FMP amendment in place for the 2023 fishing season. The agency's strong preference would be to proceed with developing an FMP amendment through the council process rather than as a secretarial action. And as we've told the court in our filing, we think that can happen by the 2024 season. It won't be easy to do that in that time frame, but that's what we've told the court, and we think we can make that work. Either way, I really don't want to be held in contempt for not doing what the court requires. So we can't wait is the short answer. So, Mr. Chairman, I gather you'd prefer to handle any action on this during staff tasking rather than now, and that's of course fine. I'll just note for council members and the public that I'll have a motion ready at that time to request an analysis for a new amendment to the salmon FMP in response to the litigation.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Mr. Mesro has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Actually, I just didn't hear Ms. Watson. She was going through the dates and there was one in October that's still pending. What was that?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, that is the filing for plaintiffs. They get one more bite at the apple essentially to file their remedy or their reply brief.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Noting your comment that your preference would be that you have a motion during staff tasking. To your comments, just so I have something to think about between now and then, that we can't wait, because the reason for not being able to wait is the potential of being held in contempt. But I guess my question is to you, I mean, why can't we wait? What obligation do we really have to be particularly helpful to get going now on something that hasn't been ordered to us by the court? And why couldn't we wait? Is there how real is the potential that that NIFS could be held in contempt for meeting a timeline that's seemingly unreasonable to me. I think you get my point. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Downs, I'll just say, courts sometimes order things that are a stretch to implement. We'll do our best, but the writing's on the wall. We got a negative determination from the court on the merits. And we know that a new FMP amendment is going to be required. So we don't know the time frame. We don't know the exact process, but my preference is to do it through the council process. And to make that work, we need to get it started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was helpful for me. Thank you.
Mr. Down. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Curlin. So if we don't go through the council process, what'll happen if we don't do this? Is the secretary going to end up making a ruling himself, or what's the procedure if we don't get done in time or it started in time?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Jensen, that's what I would anticipate, is that the court would ask us to do it in a time frame that precludes working through the council process. So we have told the council, we've told the court that we've already started on this, which we have internally. And part of it was notifying the council that we intended to bring this up in hopes that the council will support initiating a new FMP amendment.
Any further questions for Mr. Kurland? Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next case I wanted to give a brief update on is Wildfish Conservancy v. Rumsey, a case that is pending in the Western District of Washington. Before I discuss the specifics of the case, I just wanted to mention that the case has been assigned to a magistrate judge. This means that that judge hears all the issues in the first instance and then submits to the district court a report and recommendation on the issue. The parties have an opportunity to submit objections to the magistrate judge's report and recommendation, but ultimately the issue goes to the district court for ultimate decision. So in this case, the magistrate judge issued a report and recommendation on the parties' motions for summary judgment over a year ago in September 2021. This past August, we received the district court's order adopting in full the magistrate judge's report and recommendation. Significantly, this means the court found NIMS violated the ESA and NEPA with regard to NIMS's 2019 biological opinion and the NEPA analysis supporting the agency actions covered in that biological opinion. So just to refresh everyone's recollections, in that BIOP, there were 3 actions under consultation. 2 relate to the Southeast Alaska salmon fisheries and include the council and NIMS's decision to delegate management of the East Area federal fisheries, which are the commercial troll fishery and the sport fishery, to the state of Alaska, and NIMS's distribution of funds to the state of Alaska to implement the Pacific Salmon Treaty. The 3rd action is a conservation funding program for habitat improvement and hatchery production implemented in the Pacific Northwest, and this is to offset the effects of salmon fisheries managed under the Pacific Salmon Treaty on ESA-listed Puget Sound Chinook salmon and southern resident killer whales. There's actually 3 components to this program, but the one that is at issue in this stage of the litigation is funding for a hatchery production prey program to increase prey for southern resident killer whales. So in this case, we're also at the stage of briefing remedy. Plaintiff Wildfish Conservancy filed its motion in early September, and this past Monday, the federal defendants filed a response. There's also 2 defendant interveners in this case, the state of Alaska and the Alaska Trollers Association. They've also filed responses. All of these are also attached to the agenda under B3. There's one more filing. Plaintiff will have an opportunity to file a reply, which is due October 14th. The briefs outline the parties' positions on remedy. I just wanted to note that the federal government has argued in favor of remand without vacatur. This means that the biological opinion and incidental take statement, as well as the NEPA analyses, would remain in effect while the agency considers how to respond to the court's order. The plaintiff has asked the court to vacate The plaintiff has asked for three things. First, they've asked the court to vacate those portions of the BIOP, the authorized take resulting from commercial harvests of salmon during the winter and summer seasons of the commercial troll fishery. Second, they've asked the court to vacate those portions of the BIOP on the prey increase program. And third, they've asked the court to enjoin, meaning to prohibit NIMS implementation of the prey increase program until NIMS remedies the errors identified by the court. So consistent with what I said at the outset, we'll follow the same process for remedy, where the magistrate judge now reviews the briefs and then will issue a report and recommendation. We'll have an opportunity, assuming it's negative towards us, we'll have an opportunity to file objections, and then the issue goes to the district court for an ultimate decision. You may have noted from my earlier summary on the motions for summary judgment, the magistrate judge issued a report and recommendation in September 2021, and the district court did not rule until August 2022. This process for motions for summary judgment and earlier motion for a preliminary injunction, they've clearly taken some time to move the issues from the magistrate judge to final decision before the district court. But we're not sure if the process this time around will take any longer or be any shorter. At this time, the agency continues to consider next steps to address the deficiencies identified by the court with regard to the biological opinion and NEPA compliance for the actions covered in that biological opinion. And that's all I had. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Are there any questions? Okay,
Thank you.
That will bring us into B4, our Science Center report. Good afternoon, Dr. Foy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Bob Foy, Alaska Fisheries Science Center Director. This will be a brief B report. My goal today is just to bring you up to speed on some of the activities that occurred in 2022 with respect to surveys in particular, but then also a little bit of a preview for 2023, although it's still early. We're also in this item moving the presentation from Kirsten Holzman on D6 on the some of the climate change work that she's been working on as well. So she's virtual, and we'll take that just after this presentation here. Okay, clicking on its own. Apologies, it's frozen. Okay, so and with respect to the preview of 2023, the goal will be to preview the surveys that we expect to be able to do in 2023, a real initial look at our potential for funds, operational challenges that we're expecting, and then how we're addressing those challenges. So I'll begin with our 2022 surveys. You've seen these charts in the past. Green means that we did the survey. Red means that we wanted to but did not. White means we didn't intend to do the survey. So looking at 2022 here on the top left, you see that we've got our bottom trawl surveys. These are our charter surveys, followed by our slope survey, our acoustic surveys here in the middle. These are on the NOAA vessel Oscar Dyson. Then we've got our ecosystem surveys on the bottom, our ichthyoplankton work, our early life history work, followed by some of our nearshore work in the Gulf of Alaska here. What you can see is that we were able to do our longline surveys this year. We were not able to do the Shumagen portion or the Boguslav portion of the acoustic surveys due to the availability of the vessel. This box here on the winter acoustic trawl survey in Shelikof represents our ability to do part of the survey. So we got a good portion of the survey down. Our ability to put biomass estimates together is solid. However, there is some increased biomass because we weren't able to cover the entire region. And then we were able to do our nearshore surveys this year. Looking at the Bering Sea, you can see that we were able to complete our chartered bottom trawl surveys in the Bering Sea. That's the eastern and northern here below. Our summer acoustics trawl survey in the eastern Bering Sea was delayed because of staffing issues on the Oscar Dyson. We were not able to complete our ichthyoplankton survey because of the number of days available on the Oscar Dyson, and we were only able to partially complete both the age zero survey as well as the our collaborative work on ecosystem work with Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory here at the end of the year. We were able to complete the earlier mooring cruise and our Northern Bering Sea juvenile fish survey that's also conducted on a charter. This is the survey that also provides us our salmon index for the Yukon. We were able to do that. And then lastly, we were able to get all of our Aleutian Islands fisheries surveys done this year. In terms of looking forward for fiscal year 23, there has been a lot of focus on the Arctic. And it's been my pleasure to remind everyone that the Arctic includes the Aleutian Islands, Bering Sea, as well as the Chukchi and Beaufort Sea. So I think we'll have some success in future budgets. And like I said, there has been a focus and an interest. So if the process bears out, we've put some information down to make sure that the Bering Sea in particular is well represented in those funds for 24. The Inflationary Reduction Act funding, we are also likely receiving some of those funds in the coming weeks, also associated with the Arctic, but our focus will be on Northern Bering Sea, likely, depending on how those funds come through. Point being, this influx of funding, in addition to what we received in FY22 on our survey funds, is helping make sure that we can maintain our surveys. Our charter surveys are all a go. We continue to work with OMAO, Office of Marine and Aviation Operations, on how we can improve the number of sea days that we have on the Oscar Dyson in 23. Next, in terms of uncertainty in our operations, if we have a continuing resolution through a good portion of the year, that will have dramatic impacts on our ability, especially with the Oscar Dyson, in order to achieve mission. That will be a major issue. If that were to occur, that we would prioritize, as we have delivered to you, we would prioritize our acoustics work and some of our larger, more important surveys over some of the ecosystem work. If we get a full budget, the budgets, the way they look right now for FY23, have a substantial increase for surveys, for overall research portfolio, and would go a long way towards getting us back on track. So unfortunately, my message at this point is it could be either extreme, but there's hope. I'll walk through our anticipated 2023 surveys here, and also talk to you a little bit about what we're doing to address some of our potential concerns in 23. So in 23, we expect that we would focus on in the Gulf of Alaska for our bottom trawl surveys. And in essence, to streamline this, the whole column is green where it should be green. And so our intention is to be able to conduct all of those surveys, and we've put those markers down for the use of the Oscar Dyson at this time. In terms of the Bering Sea, the same here in terms of focusing on our bottom trawl surveys and conducting the surveys we would usually do in an odd year. And then we're not in the Aleutian Islands in an off year. So the next couple of slides here, and then I'll wrap up, Mr. Chairman, is focusing on how we're addressing this loss of sea days sometimes, a lack of data sometimes, the increased uncertainty in the information that we're bringing forward, the increased challenges that we're experiencing on the science side of the house, as you also heard on the regulatory side of the house, and on some of the processes we're putting in place to make us more resilient to these changes, because these changes aren't going away. And what do I mean by resilience? How do we define resilience? And really it's looking out 10 years from now, at least. Looking out in the future and saying, well, what's coming? Where are we going to be? And how do we poise ourselves to get there? Resources are likely to remain a challenge. Climate is likely to remain a challenge. Variability in our stocks is likely to remain a challenge. So how do we get in front of as many of these issues as possible, not in every year. So I'm sitting up here every year providing the news, but thinking out into the future about how we're addressing it. Some of the topics that we're working on, for instance, on survey improvement, survey efficiencies, so that we can get ahead of the loss of data, so that we can incorporate that into our assessments statistically. Considering how, and you'll hear a presentation on this later, how we can project and better anticipate climate impacts, both on our stocks and our communities. Developing and supporting research infrastructure, ensuring that I've got a staff and I've got platforms to collect data. I'm not just thinking about next year, we're thinking about the next handful of years. Understanding responsiveness of the ecosystem change on management, communicating to you what our expectations are for changes in the ecosystem and impacts on our stocks. And then lastly, continual focus on bycatch reduction research. Actually, before I go off that slide here, we've got some of the slides representing the ACLIMB project on the prediction work and better filling that out. We're working nationally to get funds to support the Climate and Ecosystems Fisheries Initiative. This is in essence taking the ACLIMB program and growing it nationally. And then just what you all do with EBFM and ensuring that there's a proper balance in our ecosystem, our economic, our social science data, as well as our assessments. So some of the ways that we're innovating moving forward, trying to put funds and focus on topics such as advancements in fish aging. So we're using light and spectroscopy to improve our ability to age fish and make it 10 times faster than what it is right now. We're there. We're close to the point where we can implement something like that. That will help us with staffing. That will help us with providing information for this process. Bering Sea survey reconfiguration. Many thanks to our partners at the North Pacific Research Board. Some recent funding will be put towards focusing on how we rethink the Bering Sea bottom trawl survey so that we can pick up some of the slope stations, the deeper stations as needed for turbot assessment, for instance, so that we can incorporate both Northern Bering Sea and Eastern Bering Sea, so that if we're in a year where we have to have fewer stations, we don't have as many days at sea, that the survey is conducted in a way that statistically allows us to absorb that. We do that in the Gulf of Alaska right now. We're working on that in the Bering Sea. You can't just, it's not a light switch. You can't just start doing it differently. So this project is really important for what you're doing. Model enhancements. We have a number of projects focused on EBFM in particular, a few publications that just came out recently, looking at predator-prey overlap, better understanding how consumption changes and trying to bring that towards stock assessment. Fish growth, considering how to better weigh length and age data going into the assessment process. Stock movement, transboundary patterns with the information that we have, considering how that can come forward and help inform management. We're working with artificial intelligence, again, to streamline our understanding of the ecosystem. As you know, we're working with electronic monitoring and leading national efforts in artificial intelligence in that regard in order to collect information. We're testing a drone this year, a drone that's on the water. It's not a sail drone. It's a powered drone, but that will allow us to build on the time we have with the Oscar Dyson and spread our footprint out during the survey. So that we're not seeing those hash marks on the screen anymore. We're actually able to collect the data from multiple vessels off the single vessel. And then lastly, some of our eDNA work, just as an example of some of the molecular tools that we can use to better inform this process. Again, streamline the data that we collect in order to address the challenges that I was mentioning to begin with. I've shown this slide in the past, and this is a bit of a lead into Kirsten's presentation, but the idea that we're working on multiple scales in order to address climate change in front of us. On the left-hand side, we have temporal scales. So trying to understand what's going to happen next year. That's what you're hearing in our surveys, our ecosystem surveys, our ESRs. They're all telling you what we're seeing now, what we're seeing tomorrow. Obviously, the scale is on everything from the order of a stock out to an entire ecosystem. But what's key is that we're also working on all of these other scales. If we don't have information coming in on what's potentially coming in the future, supporting ACLIME, CEFI, regional action plans, your own FEP process. If we aren't collecting the data to support those, we'll have a gap in what this whole effort is moving forward. One thing I wanted to note and thank the council for their input on our regional action plans, our climate regional action plans, extremely valuable. We had input from numerous communities, numerous entities. We've incorporated those data. The final plan will be out soon. This is a climate action plan from the agency to guide the kind of science we're going to do into the future. And we're in the process now of addressing some of those questions back with the communities, having meetings, et cetera, in various agencies. So we appreciate your input there. And last slide here, Mr. Chairman, just want to highlight that we're also putting effort into making sure that we're also sustaining our communities in this process. And we're thinking about how what's happening in this background is that communities aren't being lost in that process, so that we're collecting information and data that's appropriate for this body to understand the decisions it's making on small communities, large communities, small industry, large industry, but bringing those data forward in a way that's proactive and easier to digest. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. I can entertain questions before going on to Dr. Holzman.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Foy. Just to back on the 2022 and actually the previous year's Gulf winter acoustic surveys, are those, in several of those components, we've only been able to survey one out of the last 4 years. Were those all due to staffing shortages or ship time, or we seem to have consistent trouble with that particular survey?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I wouldn't say all staffing shortages in the last few years. That's was our issue this past year. Sorry, the slides are slow. That was the issue this past year on the vessel. There were some breakdown issues, but the majority of the issues, are you talking about this one here? Are associated with availability of the vessel. And that has to do with some staffing issues there as well. Yes.
Well, Mr. Chair. So then in your kind of longer term planning, is there advice for the council on how to engage to ensure that we have the ship time that we need? These seem like really basic things when we're going to move into a presentation that's only going to expand our data needs, not just try to scrape by and maintain what we have now. And I really looking for your advice on how the council can engage better to ensure we have what we need now and be able to expand for climate resiliency.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, excellent question. And I would say that, right now it's to continue to communicate our needs to manage our fisheries, and our needs are a full balanced portfolio. It's not just a survey to count fish, it's our ecosystem surveys as well. We need it all. With respect to the particular issues that the Oscar Dyson has had in 2022, those are issues that, the entire maritime industry has been experiencing, and we're seeing it in research vessels nationwide. So they've been doing whatever they can moving forward in order to provide incentives to put expertise on the vessels, and they continue to do that. So we continue to work with them to prioritize and again identify what we've got to get done. In terms of how you can help in that regard, it's limited to just making sure that everyone realizes how important these data are. and also supporting what we're trying to do to innovate the data collections. We're also trying to put additional processes in place so that we can collect data in other ways, so that we can use charters, so that we can use UXS unmanned vehicles in order to collect the same information. That requires research and development. That requires latitude to do that. So.
If it's a follow-up to that.
It's a follow-up to that, as my question is on the IRA funding and whether is that a 5-year funding horizon? It's not a 1-year horizon, correct? Like, could that be sufficient funding for the North Pacific for a couple years out under the realm of climate resiliency, but obviously to maintain core data systems?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, if those funds are received, they will help us for multiple years. It's not a lot of funding, but again, any funding at this point allows the whole portfolio to grow. So, my message is that we're shaking all trees in order to address our needs. So yes is the answer. That would help for multiple years. Any additions in FY24 would be more on the permanent level.
Further questions, Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Foy, as I was thinking about your slides about, and particularly sort of improving equity and community involvement, which is certainly something we're working towards the same objective here at the council. And so I'm asking this as much just to maybe get some more insight into how this is going to work for us. But I look at key findings out of the SCS, for instance. SSCs and councils need to be prepared to transition to a more sophisticated toolbox, which to me means potentially harder to understand. And at the same time, we're also trying to ensure that we're transparent and participatory to a pretty broad diversity of stakeholders, community interests, et cetera. What are your thoughts about how the Science Center is going to handle that? And if you want to sort of elaborate on suggestions for us as well, that'd be welcome too.
Through the chair, Mr. Choi, appreciate the question. And it's a difficult question, but it starts with, and the reason I'm bringing up is it starts with data. It starts with information. Does this body have the information it needs to do that? Does this body have the information that it needs to address more sophisticated consideration of communities, social indicators, et cetera? So something I've charged my team with and we've been doing for a number of years and continue to grow is to make sure that we're proactively identifying those indicators, developing programs where we're getting ahead of what are the relationships between a heat wave and community response. How resilient are our northern communities to typhoons that come through? So right now and up until now, it's been difficult to say we've been overly proactive about collecting those data, because there's so much data that we need to collect, but we have to do it. The only way we're resilient to the climate change is if we have the information, you have the information to manage on. So from our perspective, we're trying to collect those data and then provide it in a way that's digestible by you, in a way that you can take it and see that there's a relationship between an event, a decision, back to a community or a sector, in a way that's unique from what you've seen in the past. In terms of recommendations for the council, I would say calling for that information, looking for that information ahead of time. As decisions are being made, considering outside the box, what information do you need to make sure that you can answer that question 3 years from now or a year from now? And we'll help collect it.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Foy. I remember you caught my attention a few years ago when you mentioned that the rising cost of these surveys was going up at such a rate that we were looking at one survey a year's worth of of, additional costs, that's the kind of the pace that things were going at as far as your budget was concerned. So thinking about the 2023 plan, you made those comments prior to this, the current situation we find ourselves in with inflation. So is your 2023 plan, is that pretty resilient for what we're dealing with? Or is there, it would seem to me like your plan 2023 is going to cost more than you thought it would. I'm just looking for your thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, we have certainly factored in what the new costs will be for our whole research portfolio in 23. We've considered how we're putting together a streamlined approach to our labor costs, our staffing, what programs and projects that we keep running, and we're running scenarios. And again, it'll depend on what kind of funds come through, but what we've done is, again, set ourselves up so that we have these decisions in place and ready to move forward should we not get the funding that we need. It is going to cost us more next year with inflation. Those surveys are more expensive than the inflationary costs are now. Hopefully, we get the budget that provides the information that we need. We've communicated what our needs are, and they include that inflationary jump. So at this point, we're just trying to hedge our bets on what's coming and make sure that we're prepared for either scenario. Hopefully that helps.
Another question? Mr. Dem.
Thank you, Commissioner Chairman. I have another question. So on the survey, similar to Ms. Kimball's comments on the winter survey in the winter acoustic survey in the Gulf of Alaska, noting that we haven't done a slope survey in the Bering Sea in some time, and we've really only done 3 since 2010, the last one being 2016. Should we expect that we're not going to see a slope survey? I'm thinking of things, and maybe you could comment on this as well, that there's lack of information on things like recruitment for turbot, for instance. And I'm sure there's a whole list of other things that we don't know now that we would be helpful to know. I'm wondering when we would maybe see a slope survey, or if that's just kind of off the table for the period of time because it's just not in the budget, or what can you say about the fact that we used to do common slope surveys and now we don't seem to do them at all?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, appreciate that question, and it's come up a few times this week. What's going on with the slope survey? Right now, the slope survey is not being planned. You'll recall a year and a half ago, or maybe 2 years ago now, we engaged with the SSC in a discussion to prioritize which surveys get done, and the slope did not land on that list in terms of one of our main priorities. Given the financial challenges that we've had, we don't intend to move forward with that survey. Having said that, as I mentioned, we're reconsidering how we do our entire survey. Part of that reconsideration is to incorporate some deeper stations that will get at the data that we need to, for instance, support turbot assessments moving forward. Having said that, we remain receptive to changes that are occurring in the ecosystem. And if we find that we're in a situation where the input is needed, we'll reconsider. But right now, we're not hearing that anything substantially has changed that would require that survey and that level of commitment and effort and funding to supersede any of our other work.
Any further questions for Dr. Foy?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With that, good afternoon, Dr. Holzman.
Good afternoon. How's my sound?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Thank you. And I believe the presentation will be loaded on your end. Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you all, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, members of the public. It's a real honor today to be able to share with you some of the kind of key high-level messages from the most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Climate Assessment Report. This is their sixth assessment report. They come out approximately every 7 years. My name is Kirsten Holzman. I'm a researcher at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and I was lead author on the second working group of this report. And let's see if I can advance the slides here. Great. So the IPCC has 3 working groups for these large assessment reports, and each working group has its own volume. These are thousands of pages long, but they do have summary for policymakers and technical summaries. And that little arrow that appeared there was to remind me that in the PDF version that's on your e-agenda, each of these icons is clickable. So if you click on one, you can go to the corresponding report. The first assessment, the first working group report is the physical science basis. The second working group report, which is the one that I was involved with, is understanding the impacts of climate change, risks associated with climate change, and importantly, in this report, a deep assessment of adaptation measures to minimize those impacts. And then third working group report that came out in April is the mitigation of climate change. So when I talk about mitigation today, that's very specifically referring to those actions that reduce emissions of atmospheric carbon, and also those technologies that can improve carbon sequestration or removal of carbon from the atmosphere. So that's called mitigation. So for today's presentation, I've got about 20 to 25 minutes of material, and we're going to step through 4 sections. I'm just going to give a brief overview of Working Group 1's key findings. We'll step into Working Group 2's key findings, which is across regions and sectors, and then we'll do a slightly deeper dive into those pieces of the report that are specifically relevant for Alaska fisheries. And then we'll end with kind of some of the key takeaway messages from Working Group 3. In addition to the links to the reports themselves, I wanted to share some of the data that is kind of underlying these reports. Nicely in this last assessment cycle, the IPCC created this interactive atlas. That's the first bullet there. This interactive atlas, you go to this link and you can actually explore all of the climate data that underlies the assessments. So you can see historical changes in warming, historical changes in sea level, and you can also look at how that's going to progress over the next century, and you can see it for different regions. So it's a really powerful tool that helps kind of bring some of this data down to the regional level. The other 2 bullets there are additional tools. The first one is the Physical Science Laboratories Climate Change Portal. That has information on oceans. You'll see some images from this portal a little bit later. It's a nice synthetic overview of some of the climate impacts on oceans, but it also has information about climate impacts on land as well. And then finally, the last 2 links there are from the ACLIME project. The first one is a data portal where we've taken these larger data sets, which are their global scale. So the pixels are a little bit large. We've downscaled those for the Bering Sea to create high resolution historical reconstructions of climate and lower trophic level dynamics, like things like copepods and krill. And then we've projected those forward in order to understand how the ecosystem will evolve under climate change. And those data are publicly available, and we'll be adding in December the latest CMIP 6 updates to those. And then the last one is depending on funding, but we are hoping to develop over the next 3 years a climate change dashboard, which will summarize all of the synthesis findings from ACLIME and provide some of the baseline information that will be hopeful for decision-making under climate change. Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and step into the first working group key messages. And the takeaway from this report is, I suppose the first thing to mention is it's consistent with the last 5 reports, excuse me. But the kind of key emphasis here is that warming is happening at a faster rate than previously anticipated. So there's unequivocal evidence that human influence has warmed the atmosphere, ocean, and land. And the scale of the change of climate-driven changes to the Earth system is unprecedented over many centuries to many thousands of years. So we're changing the environment in a way that we have not seen in the development of societies. Human-induced climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. So what we have seen in this assessment report out of Working Group 1 is clear attribution of some of these extreme events, heat waves, heavy precipitation events, cyclones, to climate change. And the evidence for that is much stronger and clearer than it had been in previous reports. So we're seeing that these extreme events are driven by anthropogenic climate change. In terms of warming to date, the report has updated the estimates of global warming to date. So this is relative to 2019. We have warmed the planet approximately 1.07 degrees Celsius. So this is relative to a baseline of 1850 to 1900. That would be the zero. And relative to that, we've warmed about 1.1 degrees. This is across all regions, across all seasons, from deserts to the poles. So it's averaging that general warming over time. To put this warming in context, this is the warmest period in more than 100,000 years. It's unprecedented warming in the last 2,000 years. So the multi-decadal period of warming is greater than things we've seen in 100,000 years. And then if you look at I'm not sure if you can see it, it's a bit cut off on my screen, but the lower portion of the graph is time. So it starts at year 0 and it goes to 2020. And so in that amount of time, we have seen unprecedented rates of warming. CO2 concentrations in 2019 were higher than in any time in the last 2 million years. If we zoom in on sort of the post-industrial period, so this is 1850 to 2020, one of the other things that the report delineates is the evidence that this warming is driven by human activity. So in this plot, there's two kind of shaded lines. The green line is these Earth system models that incorporate things like solar and volcanic activity, but do not include human-driven fossil fuel additions of carbon to the atmosphere. And the yellow line is the same set of models, but including those human-driven changes to the Earth system. And the black line there is our observed temperatures. So we see a high amount of agreement between the models that include the human-driven changes to atmospheric carbon in terms of warming. And that tells us that human activity is the primary driver of climate change to date. The other thing the report lays out is the relationship between levels of global warming and atmospheric CO2. So that's on the x-axis here, is atmospheric levels of CO2 and global warming levels. And we see this linear relationship between the two. And these become some of the bases for future projected scenarios. So as we look forward into a scenario where we add a considerable amount of carbon to the atmosphere, we can anticipate that we'll have a considerable amount of warming. Similarly, if we implement global policies to mitigate atmospheric carbon, we anticipate that we'll see a level off of warming. And this is evident in looking at the scenarios in terms of temperature over time, which is that plot there at the top. So the black line is historical warming over time. And then the various lines are different future scenarios where there are different amounts of anthropogenic sources of carbon being added to the atmosphere. In general, these carbon emission scenarios provide the baseline for the assessments to evaluate comparable levels of risk, adaptation, costs, and so they're descriptive. They're plausible descriptions of how society and things like forests and agriculture may evolve, but they're not meant to be policy prescriptive. Their use is in holding them side by side and evaluating the comparative changes under different future scenarios. So for example, if you look at these future scenarios and something like September Arctic sea ice, what we see is that under all of the future scenarios, we anticipate a continued decline in sea ice. We've already put warming into the atmosphere. There's already inertia in the system. We anticipate we'll continue to lose sea ice, but the rate of that sea ice loss and the degree of it is much greater under future scenarios where there's higher levels of warming. The other thing that's really important that emerges from this report is a discussion around the global targets of limiting global warming to 2 degrees. So recall, we're at 1.1 degrees. So we're trying to limit total warming to below 2 degrees. And actually, more recent reports have found that a target of 1.5 degrees total of warming, so only an additional 0.4 degrees of warming, is necessary to minimize the potential risks associated with climate change. Above these levels, the climate system becomes less stable, less certain, and risks and impacts and costs mount very quickly. The important thing to note is that in these projections, the sort of central point of crossing that 1.5 degree of global warming, very important threshold, occurs in the early 2030s. We are in the decade that we expect to start reaching some critical tipping points in the climate. The other important takeaway for Alaska fisheries in particular is that, well, the Earth as a whole has warmed approximately 1 degree. At the same time, warming to date in the Arctic has been 2 to 3 degrees. So we've seen much more warming, this phenomenon called Arctic, or sometimes called polar amplification of warming in the poles. As we look forward, we continue to see the effects of that polar amplification on marine systems. So this is end of the century under the highest warming scenarios. And we anticipate, and this is sea surface temperature, we anticipate 5 degrees or 4.8 degrees of warming, for example, relative to a 1950 to 1980s baseline. When you compare that also to bottom temperature, we see that much of that warming will occur in the Bering Sea due to things like loss of sea ice. You can also look at other aspects of the Earth system to see how they may propagate over time. So some of the expected changes for the region associated with high levels of warming or low mitigation measures is lower dissolved oxygen regions, more acidification, which of course impacts calcifying organisms, increased precipitation as you heat up the Earth's atmosphere. It holds more water, it comes back in the form of heavy rainfall, and also changes in the predominant direction of winds. So those are some of the physical changes that are outlined in the Working Group 1. There is an entire chapter on extreme events, and so I do encourage folks to go and look at that chapter and some of the key messages that have come out of that report. Now I'd like to transition to what this means in terms of impacts, and importantly, what we can do in terms of adaptation to minimize impacts going forward. And the key takeaway from the Working Group 2 report is that any delay in concerted global action will miss a brief and rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. But given the changes we expect to see, there is considerable ability to adapt to a degree of climate change, and that is seen across all sectors and regions. This report, just to give a sense for how much information went into it, this report had over 270 authors. It's a little bit cut off here on my screen, but we reviewed more than 34,000 documents. We had responded to more than 62,000 comments. Took about 3.5 years to write. It is a very comprehensive assessment of impacts and adaptation. One of the key things in this report that differentiates it from previous ones is the ability, because of the information that's available now, to consider a coupled climate, ecological, and social system. This allowed us to look at not only impacts and risk, but how much adaptation can absorb those risks and impacts, and therefore determine the residual risk that remains after adaptation actions. Key takeaways when we look across sectors and regions is that just about actually everywhere that we looked, global warming has caused dangerous and widespread disruptions to nature. It's impacted livelihoods of billions of people, despite efforts to adapt. There was quite a bit more information on adaptation that we were able to draw from for this report, but the increase in adaptation and progress towards adaptation is uneven. It really is weighted towards places and people that are able to adapt, often economically able to adapt. And even then, adaptation is not outpacing some of these extreme events. Every small increase in warming results in an increased risk as we look forward. It's really important to minimize warming because it does compound our risks and makes adaptation less certain. And importantly, some of the largest impacts are on those crucial services that nature provides, things like well-being, filtration of water, and of course, food security and fisheries. So now we'll just take a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the sections of the Working Group 2 report that have insights and information for Alaska and fisheries in general. So the first is the cross-chapter paper 6 on polar regions. That has a lot of information about the Arctic in particular. Chapter 3 on the oceans contains information around other systems as well as Alaska. The food and fiber section considers fisheries as part of the integrated food system, and Chapter 14, North America, has quite a bit of information about Alaska fisheries in particular. The general takeaway from all of these is that the climate effects on marine ecosystems is compromising the ocean's role in providing and supporting livelihoods and well-being. If you look at some of the impacts and risks that you see across systems, you'll see ones that echo the experience of Alaska fisheries as well. Shifting distributions, changes in trophic pathways, risks to food security, and increasing number of fishery emergencies and economic losses. If you look across the nation, we also see an increased number of fishery disasters that have been attributed to extreme environmental events. And of course, these extreme environmental events, many of them have been attributed to climate change. So we are seeing economic impacts in fisheries of climate change, and they're increasing. In the Arctic, in polar regions in general, this contraction of polar regions has impacts on food webs that influences things like fisheries and subsistence harvests. And if we look in particular at the Arctic, we can see, and these are data from that interactive atlas that have been replotted here for the report. You can see the warming to date has been pretty strong in the Arctic. It's not evenly distributed. There's areas that have warmed more than others. If we look forward to a future of 2 or 4 degrees, we see increased warming on land, in the ocean, and of course, increased rates of sea ice loss. We've already seen some of the impacts of what that loss of sea ice can do to the ecosystem. So this is the graphic from the Seattle Times article about the snow crab redistribution and impacts on the fishery. And that April 2018 sea ice minimum was the lowest that had ever been seen in a 5,500-year record. It only went back 5,500 years. It was the lowest had been seen. And the sea ice dynamics in the Bering Sea in general follow or lag atmospheric carbon patterns by about 2 decades. So what will happen in the Bering Sea 20 years from now in terms of sea ice is really largely determined by what's going on in the atmosphere today. We have inertia in the system, so we need to plan for future climate change. Of course, I think everyone's very well aware that changes in sea ice change the food web of the system, and that has cascading impacts on species and fisheries. And this is universal across marine systems. So as we look at global projections, the top panel there is for more aggressive carbon mitigation, so lower warming. The lower panel is one where future populations and energy use continue in sort of the similar patterns that they have historically, so higher levels of warming. What we see are projected declines in biomass. Pink here is a decline in biomass, green is an increase. We also see declines in fish projected for most regions. And again, these declines are greater under future climate change. That's warmer. So we do need adaptation planning that can address these varying futures. And that's sort of the takeaway of the report, is that there are options we can take to reduce the risks to people and nature. And for every impact that we observed, we also observed a number of adaptation actions that have been implemented to date or could be implemented in the future that help minimize the impacts and risk. And these are detailed in those different sections of the report. I like this graphic in particular from the third chapter on oceans. This outlines a variety of different adaptation actions across sectors and technology and nature-based solutions. And I think as you look across this list, you'll see a number of things that the council has already implemented for Alaska regions, and maybe some additional ones that could be added to the mix, things like early warning systems, seasonal and dynamic forecasts, and conservation of climate refugia. And the key aspects of fisheries adaptation, if we look across systems, are inclusive and participatory and equitable decision-making, responsive and flexible management, ecosystem-based management. It emerges as a key tool to address climate change, diversifying livelihoods and harvest options, as well as preserving ecological redundancy and biodiversity are key elements of adaptation. That said, all of these adaptation actions are more certain to be successful and more effective in a future where we have less climate change to deal with. And so coupling adaptation mitigation measures is really essential to ensure that these adaptation actions will be effective. And so with that, I'm going to go and just end with a kind of key takeaway from Working Group 3. Again, this is the working group that looks at things like sources of atmospheric carbon across sectors and regions, and also measures to address and mitigate atmospheric carbon. There's a lot of detail in this report, but one of the key takeaways that I think is important is that in those future scenarios, modeled pathways that limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, greenhouse gas emissions peak between 2020 and 2025. So in order to stay below 1.5 degrees, we need to be kind of topping out on our emissions today. Those scenarios that do not do that continue to cause warming beyond 2025, and they lead to an overall global warming level of about 3.2 degrees by 2100. Those scenarios that do limit warming to 2 degrees involve rapid, deep, and in most cases, immediate greenhouse gas emission reductions in all sectors. So this is sort of coming back to this graphic from the beginning. This is to kind of give a sense for that time period where we really would need to be scaling back greenhouse gas emissions if we were trying to keep the climate warming under that 2 degree or 1.5 degree threshold. So it is, and the arrow kind of pointing upward there is where we're at right now. So it is upon us. This is the decade of action. And so that's the place where I'd like to end. The important thing to realize, and that's laid out in great detail in Working Group 3, is that we do know how to address this challenge. It's a huge challenge. It's a huge problem, but it's not unsolvable. And if we implement the actions that are laid out, that we know we can do, first of all, there's evidence that that will be a net economic benefit. There's also evidence that it can effectively reduce global emissions by between 40 and 70% by 2050, and that we can have our global greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. So we know what to do, we know what can be done, and I think the important thing is to consider the time frame in which we have to act, which is this decade. So I'll go ahead and end there and take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holzman. Let's see if there's any questions, and thank you so much for your presentation. There's a lot of sobering information packed into those slides there. Questions from council members? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holzman. I have a simple one. I guess I was looking toward Act 3 in the mitigation phase for information, but that's really, correct me if I'm wrong, that's really mitigation on climate emissions and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. There's no potential in that report for mitigation of the impacts of greenhouse gas emissions, like in our process or on fisheries management. Am I getting that right? It's how to reduce global emissions, not how to mitigate the effects that it has in our process.
Through the chair, thank you so much. Yeah, so there are sector-specific descriptions, and so there are some good examples to draw from that on reducing emissions. But that working group 3 is focused on carbon emissions and how to reduce those, or carbon recapture technologies, which are a few decades off. The working group 2 report is probably the place of most action for individuals, for fisheries. That's where the steps we can take to minimize our impacts are really laid out. And in general, those are pretty effective up to mid-century. So that's the place for how to kind of reduce the impacts. And working group 3 lays out more of the detail about how to reduce the driver of impacts, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you. And a second question or follow-up is slide 40 is pretty overwhelming, but it's focused on the adaptation to reduce risks if you couple that with greenhouse gas emission mitigation. And are there components of this report then in the adaptation section that are useful for our work with the climate change task force, or is it too general to be applicable to what we're considering in our work plan?
No, I think there, through the chair, sorry. Yes, I do think there are some lessons to be gained. And part of that comes from some of the collective lessons learned across regions and sectors. Some of the things to consider in terms of minimizing impacts really are around the things that are being put in place already by the task force and the council, and seeing those through. So scenario planning to evaluate effectiveness under future scenarios and look at whether or not there are pinch points either in the management system or the knowledge system or in the underlying ways in which we assess the status of stocks, and to see if there are places where climate maybe pushes the system to not be as effective, and whether or not additional flexibility, for example, if there was an anticipated increase of extreme events, can we build in something that will allow for communities and fisheries to kind of weather those storms so they can continue to have a livelihood? And in other regions that emerges in diversifying incomes, diversifying harvest strategies. The other key kind of takeaway are these nature-based solutions where you invest a bit in the natural cycle, and that then perpetuates over time. It kind of keeps pace with climate change, and things that can kind of preserve the inherent biodiversity, leaving as many options open for other fisheries to fish and other prey species for those predatory species.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holzman. I appreciate this presentation. I know it's not an action for the council, but I do appreciate it in any point at which you can help us link whether our climate change task force recommendations or final report links to some of the things that have been presented and recommended globally. I think that'll help the council understand, since we don't get this at every meeting, you know, how well we're kind of following the best advice. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Dr. Holzman, for this presentation. I was thinking about the point they made early in the presentation about we're seeing effects increasing more rapidly than we had been predicting. And I was wondering, is that also true with ocean acidification effects? Is that sort of true across the board? I'm just not hearing as much about ocean acidification lately, and I'm wondering if that means that it's not increasing at the same rate that some of the other things like extreme weather events and increased uncertainty in ecosystems and some of the other effects.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite. Yes, exactly. The extreme events are kind of what are these punctuated events that are pushing systems rapidly into new regimes, is something that has accelerated the changes that were anticipated. So a lot of the changes, for example, that were projected for the Bering Sea, we saw emerge with recent loss of sea ice, but we had expected, based on the kind of longer projections to see that closer to 2040. In terms of whether or not the system will return to the original trajectory is something that we're continuing to monitor. And so that's where the kind of inputs of data and watching how the systems rebound and how many times they can be hit successively and come back to that neutral state is important. In terms of ocean acidification, I think it is a bit different than something like a marine heat wave. The heat waves can manifest in these localized regions, and they tended to be a little bit longer and more protracted, whereas the dynamics that are contributing to ocean acidification have to do with atmospheric carbon being absorbed and brought into the ocean. And so that's a longer term process. It's a bit more akin to the deep ocean heat content warming that's occurring. But there are other experts, I think, sitting there in the room with you that could probably speak more to whether or not there have been punctuated events around OA. Some of the modeling in the Bering Sea does demonstrate that we do have fluctuations that in ocean acidification, especially along kind of the shelf where we have blooms. So there are seasonal dynamics to it that sometimes don't emerge in these global models, and the high resolution modeling gives us a bit more evidence of that. But I don't think we're seeing that punctuated step forward as far as I know, but it's a bit outside of my wheelhouse. Thank you.
Right. I don't see any further questions. Thank you. Oh, Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Holzman. One slide that was particularly striking to me was slide 32, which highlighted that 84.5% of fisheries disasters were either partially or entirely attributed to environmental events. And I'm not sure if there's a real question here, but the numbers, I believe, are a reflection of 2019 disaster assistance. So would we be the reflective of disasters that occurred a few years before that? Is how I'm interpreting that. And so the total numbers that we're looking at now probably, or in this slide, are probably a lot higher than what we see here. And I was wondering if that percentage reflects that 84.5% number reflects the relative portion of disasters that are contributed to environmental events today, or would it even be a higher percentage of the relative disaster requests that we're seeing across the United States?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. That's an excellent question. I have not looked at that data in a more recent update, and I think it's a worthwhile investigation to see if that is continuing to increase. The trend reported in that paper was a general increase over time. So I think we could probably extrapolate a bit, but I don't know that that particular analysis has been updated, and it would be worthwhile to look at that.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holzman, for your report. I guess I'm sitting here a little bit, I guess I'm stunned. I'm looking at your number 8 slide with the 3 bullets on the far right, where you describe the recent global mean warming is, and it's got those 3 points. I certainly am aware of the issues. Is there a context I should put around those 3 bullets somehow? They seem, you know, the CO2 concentrations are higher than any time in the last 2 million years. Is there, how should I look at those and deal with them? Because they seem, they're overwhelming to me as I read them. It makes me want to kind of move out of the room and go somewhere else, I guess, at this point. But I mean, how should we address looking at those kinds of points and putting them in context?
Mr. Chairman, that is the million-dollar question. I can offer a personal advice on that, and it would be that this is the reality that we're dealing with, and to kind of approach it clear-eyed, I use those as context for decisions that and and I'm so sorry, there's an alarm going off in the background of my office here, but hopefully you're not hearing it. Those are the baseline for which we need to plan and address changes going forward, and use that to make sure we're prepared. So they're hard numbers. They're startling numbers to encounter. And everybody does want to kind of leave the room when you see those numbers. But the important thing is to recognize that's where we're at, and that through planning, like we would for fire risk or other things, we need to have things in place to deal with what comes along given that. And those are an increased number of extreme events. It's increased risk to livelihoods. We need to shore up and make sure we're extremely efficient in how we provide food to the world. And we need to really address this challenge. It's a huge one, and it's going to continue to be a challenge for us. Thank you.
Any further questions for Dr. Holzman? Okay, all right. Thanks again so much for your report.
Thank you.
That will bring us to our Fish and Game report, which is written only. We do have Ms. Bush here for any questions, and I would remind members of the public who wish to testify on B items, please sign up prior to the end of our reports, and we're getting there. All right, are there any questions on the Fish and Game report? Okay. All right, that will bring us to our Coast Guard report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, and members of the public. I'm Lieutenant Commander Jed Rasky from the 17th Coast Guard District in Juneau. This afternoon, I'll be presenting on the Coast Guard's response to foreign naval activity and foreign naval vessels transiting inside the US EEZ. As many of you saw in the news recently, on a routine patrol in the Bering Sea, the Coast Guard cutter Kimball encountered a PRC flagged guided missile cruiser, the Renhai CG-101, sailing approximately 75 nautical miles north of Kiska Island. And this encounter happened on September 19th. The Kimball crew later identified 2 more Chinese naval and 4 Russian naval vessels, including the Russian Federation Navy destroyer, all in a single formation as the Renhai, with the Renhai as a combined surface action group, or SAG, operating inside the US exclusive economic zone, but in international waters. As a result, the Kimball crew operated under Operation Frontier Sentinel, a 17th Coast Guard District operation designed to meet presence with presence when strategic competitors operate in and around US waters. The US Coast Guard presence strengthens the international rules-based order and promotes the conduct of operations in a manner that follows international norms. While the Surface Action Group was temporary in nature, the Kimball observed its dispersion. The Coast Guard will continue to monitor activities in and around the US EEZ to ensure the safety of US vessels and international commerce in the area. A Coast Guard cutter air station, a Coast Guard Air Station C-130 Hercules air crew also arrived on scene and provided support to the Kimball's Operation Frontier Sentinel activities. To my knowledge, no interactions with the joint PRC Russian Surface Action Group interacted with fishing vessels. I did not receive any reports from the fishing industry. There were a few cargo vessels transiting the Great Circle route in the Aleutian Islands at the time, but we did not hear any negative interactions with those vessels either. As a reminder, last year in late August 2021, 2 national security cutters deployed to the Bering Sea and North Pacific Ocean. They also encountered Chinese naval vessels, including a surface action group transiting approximately 50 miles off the Aleutian chain. On the slide, you can see that the general route of the SAG this year was similar to the PRC SAG last year, where they were discovered north of the Western Aleutians and then transited Amchitka Pass and then dispersed to the southwest. Our 17th District Commander, Rear Admiral Nathan Moore, also commented that while the formation has operated in accordance with international rules and norms, we will meet presence with presence to ensure there are no disruptions to U.S. interests in the maritime environment around Alaska. And pending any questions, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had the issue a couple of years ago in the Bering Sea, and there was the whole communication issue when we were assured that we would get more communication. I get all the hydropack key alerts that come out, and I don't recall seeing anything about this. So I guess I'm just trying to get a better feel for, did we not exactly understand that this kind of information, I think we assumed this kind of thing would be included in those notices, or how can we better improve that communication that we thought we were going to get after the last incident?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vanderhoven, it's a great question. So going back to Ocean Shield 2020, which is, I believe, is the event you're referring to, Russia did submit a hydropack, which is they go through the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. It's a maritime warnings information, so that hydropack in this instant got pushed out to the public. The Coast Guard was unaware of the hydropack, and we really weren't clear on the process at that time. So Russia had submitted a hydropack stating that they were going to conduct live fire exercises that were going to be inside of our EEZ at the time. This instance was different in that no hydropack was released. And when you look at the activity of the vessels, they transited inside our EEZ, but in international waters and not inside our territorial seas. Of course, that would infringe on our sovereignty. So the transiting of a surface action group is not something we typically see in the hydropack warnings. I can tell you that I personally have a calendar reminder every day to check hydropacks. Our intelligence shop, our waterways management shop, we're all checking hydropacks all the time to make sure that we are aware of these types of activities. No hydropack was released by either PRC or Russia in this instance because there would not have been in their mind an issue with safety of life at sea. Now, obviously, some people could argue that, but in this case, the notification that the PRC and Russian SAG was coming our direction was through other means, not the hydropack.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. I think there's probably a heightened sensitivity on behalf of the fleets in the Bering Sea based on the 2020 incident. So, I'm glad I didn't miss hydropack, but I think it's helpful. So thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. Was that the end of your whole report?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am, that is the end of the report.
I just wondered if you had anything to follow up on the part of the written report on this Russian vessel that was in the US EEZ. It looks like 9 times in a 4-day period in the early summer, and that your assessment was based on their operations that they were fishing in US waters. My question is, are there any more details about that? And also, if that gets turned over to the Russian border guard, do we ever receive like follow up on what penalty or what happened to that vessel or that vessel's catch?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. Yes, so that was the fishing vessel. It's a trawler ichthyolog. After the C-130 interactions over the radio with the ichthyolog while it was still on the US, or sorry, while it was on the Russian side. So we never had a Coast Guard interaction on scene while the vessel was fishing on our side, but we had, I believe, 2 interactions with a C-130 making radio communications over VHF to the radio, and then also Coast Guard cutter, National Security Cutter, was able to contact them via radio. Again, they were on the Russian side at that time. So after those warnings were made over the radio, and we contacted the Russian border guard with our assessment, and we did some geospatial analysis of their previous fishing activity, and then identified that this similar fishing activity had occurred on our side. We relayed that to the Russian border guard. They were not able to determine that fishing occurred on our side. However, they did fine the vessel for not notifying the Russian border guard for crossing into our onto our side of the exclusive economic zone. So the fine was for not notifying the Russian border guard about the MBL crossing, and it wasn't a fine for fishing on our side.
Follow up then, and is that unusual? I feel like I didn't mind the rest of your reports, but we often see incursions into the US EEZ, but we don't often see the Coast Guard making an assessment of fishing in the US EEZ.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. So we typically see Russian fishing vessels turning. It is a very crowded sea space along the MBL, so they might turn and come into our EZ, or they might, some gear might drift over, like a couple of buoys or something like that. So they'll quickly come over to our side, pick up the gear and head back. And we always look into it. Numerous analysts look at it, from our Maritime Intelligence Fusion Center down in California up to our district staff here in Juneau. We assess whether or not we think it's fishing. And I would say that the Russian vessel ichthyolog was pretty clear in our opinion that it was fishing, whereas other vessels are not concluded to be fishing. Now, the distance that it came over the line and fished was less than 400 yards. So it's very hard to really prove to the Russian border guard that they were fishing on our side. We did not have positive visual confirmation that there was fishing gear deployed in the water on our side. So without that type of activity, it's really hard to prove anything. We infer from the AIS positions, which they're unclassified AIS, and anybody with a commercial account could look at the same information we're looking at. We don't have any other type of information we can really share with Russia except for that AIS data. So using our assessment of the AIS data and telling Russia that we think they were fishing on our side is not conclusive proof. And that is why Russia was unable to find them for fishing on our side. We did not have visual confirmation of fishing.
Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Lieutenant Commander. My question is sort of along the lines of Ms. Kimball's question, but it's about the first section, the high seas drift net enforcement. I just wanted to check and make sure I'm interpreting correctly. The boardings that you're talking about, including the violations, were probably not related to high seas drift net fishing. They were related to other forms of high seas fishing, probably further south from our EEZ than sort of the zone where we're most sensitive to high seas drift net and salmon interceptions. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, that is correct. So Operation North Pacific Guard kicked off earlier in the summer, and we have not found any violations of the high seas drift net prohibition since 2018. I believe it was the Runda was the last vessel that we actually were able to board and conclusively determine they were high seas drift net fishing, which is against the conservation management measure in the WCPFC. So the types of enforcement activities we're doing for North Pacific Guard, we are obviously attempting to find people high seas drift netting because that is the largest impact to the resource, but we're also looking at other forms of IUU fishing to include not logging catch. The unreported, unregulated is more of the type of fishing, illegal fishing we're seeing, not necessarily the illegal, which is typically the encroachment of another country's EEZ. In that case, these vessels are not incurring into the US EEZ. So we're doing these high seas boardings to check conservation management measures such as markings, logging catch, logging bycatch, making sure the vessels are registered with the RFMO, and various other potential violations, but we're not finding high seas drift net fishing out there. And believe me, we are looking very hard for it. So it's not just the cutter that's patrolling. We have aircraft patrols. We work with Japan and Canada to fly over the area, and we use other satellite-based means to monitor for that activity. So we're not finding high seas drift net vessels out on the open ocean, but we are still conducting IUU fishing activities on the open ocean in support of the RFMO.
Thanks, Lieutenant Commander. That's really good news. And it's great to hear that enforcement is still working on the high seas drift net. And really I think what I'm gathering from from your explanation, which was really useful, is that as these new RFMOs begin to implement measures that are sort of truly protective of the living marine resources on the high seas elsewhere, it's all probably part of the learning curve of the countries and the vessels that have been operating out there, that they actually now have to start following rules. And that essentially the job of enforcement now is to really assist with that learning curve through detection and levying violations. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dwight, yes, that is correct. The Coast Guard is probably one of the lead agencies with NOAA on helping other countries develop the capacity to fight global illegal fishing. So we have obviously limited resources to put towards that fight. So in order to help other countries fight IUU fishing, we've got training teams that are out deploying to countries to help them build that capacity with their law enforcement teams. We've got intelligence people that go all around the world and embed with other countries to develop those types of tipping and queuing of illegal activity in their area. And then we do joint patrols a lot of times, especially in Oceania with countries that we have bilateral agreements with. And then specifically in the North Pacific, we're looking to strengthen the NPFC's enforcement. So the North Pacific Fisheries Commission's enforcement, and that's different than the NPAFC. We're looking to strengthen the ability to enforce the different fisheries regulations. So we've done some work with counter shark finning, and that is a prohibited act in the WCPFC, which is the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission. But shark finning we've observed on NPFC vessels, and it is not currently prohibited. And anybody can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I believe that's still true. So we're looking to push forward or have the US delegation push forward a proposal to make shark finning a violation in the North Pacific Fisheries Commission. And then you mentioned the salmon fisheries as well. One of the main reasons we're out there to enforce it is to make sure that other countries are not catching US salmon on the high seas.
Any further questions? Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. Okay, our last report is the Fish and Wildlife Service report. I don't believe we have anybody here or online to give that report. Shannon, are you able to? Okay. All right, so that will conclude our B reports and bring us to public comment. I believe we have 5 members of the public signed up to testify. Yep. Okay, first up will be Linda Benkin testifying remotely, then Jamie Goen, then Mateo Pazladon. Miss Benkin, are you online?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the feedback.
Okay, are you still with us, Miss Benkin? Okay. All right, we will circle back to Miss Benkin. Jamie Goen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, an industry trade association representing the majority of harvesters fishing with pot gear for king snow and bear-eye crab in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Crab Rationalization Program. I'll be speaking to our emergency rule request to close the red king crab savings area and sub-area to all fishing gears from January through June next year. We submitted this emergency request directly to the Secretary of Commerce to move it as quickly as possible to be implemented before the start of the Bering Sea fisheries in January that could impact crab and crab habitat. taking fishing pressure off of Bristol Bay red king crab and crab habitat in areas known to be important for crab, like the red king crab savings area and sub-area during this time of low crab abundance is an important step to help the stock recover. You learned in April that pelagic trawl gear that claims to be midwater is actually dragging on the bottom the majority of the time, with large chains and gear potentially more damaging to crab and crab habitat than bottom trawl, which is already prohibited in the red king crab savings area. If we can't prove that pelagic trawl gear is truly pelagic, and we know it is on the bottom most of the time, then it should have to comply with the same closures that apply to bottom trawl. In addition, we are asking for the red king crab savings area to temporarily be closed to pot and hook and line gear. While they do not have the magnitude of habitat impacts and damage to molting and mating crab that we are concerned about with pelagic trawl gear and bottom trawl, there are still some impacts from pot and hook and line. And for pot cod, that includes periodic high bycatch of crab. We chose this action to close the red king crab savings area to all gears for the emergency rule request because it is narrow and temporary, but provides an important step forward in helping rebuild red king crab. Data shows the red king crab savings area continues to be important for red king crab and their habitat. To not protect it before the January groundfish fishery starts is irresponsible. This emergency action would temporarily create those protections while you, as the council, consider what you are going to do to help Bering Sea crab stocks rebuild. Under agenda item D2 at this meeting, and based on information from the April and October red king crab discussion papers, as well as other past analyses, the council will consider whether to take up actions like this one and others that will go through the normal council process for consideration as permanent measures. And I heard the discussion today that the agency and council are struggling with workload. As a past agency staffer, I've been there and I know how difficult it is. Juggling workload requires some hard prioritization. Nothing that we are all collectively going through right now is easy. But status quo is not working and we are losing independent fishermen and harming our fishing communities. We must come together, think creatively, be willing to seek new solutions and ways to gain efficiencies, and for crab, start taking management actions to help the situation. And just quickly, I think you're going to also hear from Mr. Paz-Saldán here in a moment about fishery disaster and Magnuson Act Section 312. And I just want to support his statements that he's going to say. The fishery disaster process is broken. We have a disaster from 2019 that we are still waiting on 3 years later. It's with the state right now developing a spend plan. This is for the Beardeye fishery. And that money, if we had it, would help us be weathering what we're going through right now. But that process is taking too long. 2 to 4 years to get money in the hands of fishermen is making people go out of business. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Mr. Mesro has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Cohen. I just want to be clear that your priority for emergency action would be that it would be put in place prior to the pelagic trawl fishery starting, not necessarily, you're not necessarily married to having to get it done by January 1st, but later than that, as long as it accomplished your goal, would be acceptable.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesero, that's correct. We had targeted January 1st to also include the pot cod fishery that starts then, but they have been voluntarily standing out of that red king crab savings area for 2 years now. So January 20th would work.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. Goen? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on Mr. Mesereau's question, the commissioner the director had outlined for us in his comments, I'm sure you heard this, that we have kind of 4 options in the mind of National Marine Fisheries Service, Alaska region that would work here. So looking at those 4 options, is there one of those or 2 of those that you prefer the councils can not comment and just let the secretary make this decision? We can take action at this meeting. We can have a subsequent meeting, or we can add a meeting, in other words, or we can wait till December.
Through the council, Mr. Down, thank you for the question. The secretary has authority to take action directly, and that's why we submitted it directly to the Secretary of Commerce to make it as fast as possible, recognizing that any permanent long-term solutions would go through the council process, which we're going to be picking up under D2 at this meeting. If the council does want to weigh in and give input, I think it's more efficient for the given all the workload concerns of the council and the agency, to let the secretary move this one through. But if the council does want to weigh in, I would advise that it be done in a way that things could be implemented by January 20th at the latest. So whether that's in a special meeting in November, or I heard that you can give immediate notice, which would be this meeting, and start taking input at this meeting under D2 would be another option. So I would say that, or a special meeting in November, if you're not going to let the secretary directly take action.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Ms. Goen. I thought I heard you suggest that it might be more efficient if the secretary took action directly, giving council and agency staff workload, but who works on it at the secretary's office if it's not the agency? And who would probably make use of council resources? Is there another process where DC can independently develop actions like this that I'm not aware of?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for that clarifying question. I guess I should say it would ease some of the council's workload and all of the staff here at the council arena, but not necessarily the agencies.
Further questions for Ms. Goen? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question. Ms. Goen, you outlined the rationale for leaving in pot and longline in the red king crab savings area. The pot guys you mentioned are voluntarily standing out of that. Is there any concern among your members with predation, or having somebody in there that's getting some information on the cod that's there, cod stomach contents, and gathering that type of information? Or I'm thinking about the rationale for asking that the long line group be left in that. Is that something that perhaps the council would want to comment on in their comments back to the secretary? Or do you have any other comments on that yourself from your group?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thanks for the question. We went through a lot of iterations of exactly who we were going to include in and out of this emergency action request. We decided to include all gears as the maximum way to protect the stock and help it bounce back in the short term, while this action was considered in a longer term through the council process and a more deliberative process of who should stay in or out of that area. I will say predation is a concern among crab fishermen. We know that cod eat crab and salmon eat crab, and we need to be taking more of those predators out of the water. So it's a matter of how you do that while minimizing impacts on the crab itself and the crab habitat. And it's a delicate balance. So I think in the long term, that needs to be looked at closely as far as what gears could be in there fishing and removing predators while having minimal impact on crab and crab habitat. But for this rule, this emergency action request is a temporary narrow action. We ask that all gears be out for maximum protection of crab and crab habitat.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions for Ms. Goen? Thank you. I believe we have Linda Benkin back with us. Ms. Benkin?
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good. Sounds like you can hear this time. My apologies for all the crazy feedback. Linda Benkin, testifying in Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I just wanted to express our surprise at agenda item B2 and the proposed changes to the TEC, or transfer of eligibility certificate, that were brought forward to this meeting in the B reports today. We have lots of members whose kids have bought shares either on their own or with some support from their parents at ages far younger than 18 to start to work their way in either as crew on their parents' boats or in the case of one of my kids running a skiff and catching halibut on his own. I know other people have had kids that get some quota and may work with them or work with somebody else. So we'd ask the council to give us a chance to work with the agency or for the council to direct the agency to consider some younger dates. I get that there may be some existing abuses of this provision now that they want to address, but 18 in our opinion is too, it's not the right minimum age. We need to look at 14, 16, something that's younger than 18 to accommodate current practices. And I would also want to know what the plan will be for people who are currently younger than 18 that have earned a TEC and may have already purchased quota, and how those situations will be handled. And if this is something we should bring back up again at staff tasking, I'm happy to do that and come back with a proposal. I just wanted to flag for the council at this time that we had a lot of concerns about this. It caught us by surprise, but is certainly undermines some current practices. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Benkin. Mr. Dwight has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Benkin. Do you think there needs to be an age limitation at all from your perspective?
That's a good question. We never have thought there needed to be one. I understood from some of the discussion that there's some concern that people are putting quota in the name of extremely young children as a way to circumvent block limits or to have more than the number of blocks that are allowed in an area. I guess I would want to know how significant an issue that is, and whether it really does justify coming up with what to me seems like a fairly arbitrary minimum age. There's not a lot of information that's been brought forward at this point. I didn't have an opportunity to talk to the agency and understand the full scope of what might be triggering this change. Just to say at this point, if one is needed, 18 is too high.
Further questions for Ms. Benkin? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. It's unusual to miss you at one of these meetings, but virtual is better than nothing. What I'm wondering is if the agency decides that it's appropriate to hold harmless any participants that hold a TEC and are under 18 in the past, do you feel like there's the same urgency to take this issue up now than there would be if it's just a matter of working with the agency to pick a different date later, if they would be able to do that as part of their action so that you don't have to worry about the agency coming and taking your son's quota or him getting cited for fishing quota being under 18, if that all goes away as a result of this, because I thought I heard some language like that when we were discussing it earlier. I may have not, but I'm just wondering if that was what the agency decided. Do you feel the same urgency to take this issue up?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, this feels like a created problem, and I hate to have it take up council time and become more complicated until we understand if it's really an issue that requires a problem in search of a solution. So yes, we would rather see no action, no changes taken at this point while we gain some understanding of whether there's an actual problem to address. And if there does seem to be a problem and we do need to set a minimum age, that there's an opportunity for the industry to weigh in on what age might be appropriate.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, then we'll come back and take our final 3 testifiers. Come back at 3:10. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to continue with public comment on our B items. Mateo Pasadon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Mateo Pasaldan. I am here on behalf of the City of St. Paul, a mostly Aleut Unangan community located in the Pribilof Islands in the central Bering Sea. As was mentioned in the Executive Director's report, the House Natural Resources Committee voted out a draft Magnuson-Stevens Act last week. My comments today are focused specifically on proposed provisions concerning Section 312, which deals with fishery disaster declarations and also provides statutory guidance on how funds are to be used and dispersed. I also think, though, that this issue is responsive to the conversation you guys had around the table earlier about adapting to an unstable world buffeted by climate change, about this being a living process, et cetera. Section 312 could be an important tool in this era, not only to help affected fishery stakeholders, but also assist them in pivoting potentially to new activities. So basically, the draft MSA bill, if adopted with the proposed 312 revisions, should speed up the consideration process. As Ms. Goen noted earlier, it currently takes too long for disaster declarations to be considered, approved, and funds to be dispersed. When St. Paul and the governor of Alaska back in 2000, this was 22 years ago, filed a request in response to the collapse of the crab stocks, it took less than 5 months from the moment the disaster was requested to when the determination was made. And then later that year, Senator Stevens was able to get appropriations in response to disaster through a supplemental emergency appropriation bill. You know, that's of course ancient history now, but in a way the system, quote unquote, was more responsive to these types of emergencies then than it is now. In my view, part of the delay has to do with the guidelines themselves. They were put in place in 2007 and 2008 to put good guardrails on the use of the tool, which I guess made sense at the time, but seemed to result in more complications and ineffectiveness today. The new provisions should allow for use of funds by communities to cover losses in budgets and revenues associated with the fishery collapse. Clearly, if a community has no other source of revenues and therefore can't keep the lights on, pick up the trash and other essential services, the residents will start leaving and the community will slowly die. 312 funds should be allowed to be used to cover lost municipal revenues to keep the community afloat, as I understand this MSA draft would do or proposes to do. The draft provisions also improve a bit the requirements for local matches. They propose 75% federal match, which can then be waived under certain circumstances or for tribal entities, that is for the remaining 25%. Although I would recommend that this criteria be broadened to underserved communities or communities whose economies are dependent on a single resource. My comment on this is that clearly a bankrupt community will have a hard time coming up with a local 25% match on projects that can run into millions of dollars. So I understand you cannot comment on legislation unless requested to do so. So my pitch to you today is that when the request comes in from the House, which I understand will happen once the text is polished, that the council weigh in on this matter and reach out to stakeholders for practical input, for real life experiences with the current tool. Although I would note that ADF&G is very familiar with the limitations of the current 312 process, and Ms. Baker, Ms. Bush, and the commissioner have been very helpful in assisting constituents to navigate it. I know this issue is somewhat outside the MSA national standard purview, which you typically have your discussions in, but it is very relevant to stakeholders in a number of fisheries that the council manages. Specifically in the crab fisheries, communities, harvesters, and other stakeholders are facing potentially a multi-year crisis, and we are going to need as much flexibility, responsiveness, and disaster funding as possible to make it through the other side. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Pasadon. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair and Mr. Pasalon. Thank you. Those are really helpful, and it's nice to be able to kind of trigger our thinking now so that if we are asked, we've begun to, and your suggestions make sense. I heard you say that from your perspective, from St. Paul's perspective, the proposed changes are good. Is there anything more to it than that? Or do they basically make sense to you, or are there parts of them where you read and think, oh, you know, that's still missing the mark? Or, and I'm not asking for a detailed at this point, just are you telling us basically this new version is an improvement, or are you actually suggesting that we spend some time digging into it and maybe not all parts are an improvement? This is really the question I'm trying to ask in about 500,000 words.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, it's definitely an improvement over the current statutory structure. I still think there are other areas where it could improve, and similar with the guidelines. For example, there are limitations. You know, when the disaster happens, sometimes these disasters are multi-year, you know, situations, and you know, you file for the disaster for 1 year, and that's kind of it. You have to go start all over again the next year. And when we went through this process with NIMS, when they were revising the guidelines in 2007, and St. Paul had been continuously filing these disaster applications year after year, because from our point of view, you know, the disaster continued. I mean, our dependence on crab, you know, collapsed by 85%. And although crab rationalization stabilized it and helped the community stay afloat, the disaster situation continued. So although I understand also the agency's perspective that at some point there's a new normal and everybody needs to move on. So yeah, there are a number of problems in the current situation. We'll see what happens, whether the new provisions get adopted. I think it's an improvement. I could comment at greater length on further improvements. I mentioned some of them, but I guess what I would say is some of us, and certainly ADF&G, have had experience with the limitations of this tool, and it would be helpful, you know, I think when the request comes in for the council to reach out for input, I mean, through the regular council process if necessary, from stakeholders on, you know, specific problems. And you know, there might still be an opportunity when if ever the MSA is adopted by Congress for further improvements through you know, conference with the Senate side. So I think there's still opportunities for further improvement, but just want to bring this to your attention. And I think it's something, as I said, at least from St. Paul's perspective, that we're going to be using more of.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Pasalon. I have had this experience as well with this time lag in disaster relief. And my question for you is, you spend time in Washington, D.C. You understand the current and potentially future political climate of what can happen in an election. Is there something that this council can do to help expedite? Have you considered if there's something the council can do to help solve this problem without linking it to making comments to an amendment package, which may not see the light of day until crab recovers? I mean, I think this is, what you're asking for seems like a reasonable ask, but you know how things work. It could be 6 or 10 years before Magnuson reauthorization actually makes it through the House of Representatives and the Senate and maybe gets signed. Is there something we can do about encouraging the agency to expedite this funding in a way outside the framework of just writing a letter in support of the Magnuson reauthorization to provide that relief to St. Paul and other fishermen that are going to be suffering in the immediate future? Have you given that any thought?
Sure, and through the chair, I agree with everything you said, Mr. Mesereau. The process is very frustrating, and it certainly is less functional than it was 20 years ago. Although in my experience in DC, there are windows when things happen. It seems like nothing is happening for 10, 15 years, and all of a sudden the stars align and people are able to get a number of things through that are actually very helpful. We saw some of that activity happen a few months ago. So I wouldn't lose hope. In the interim, we have the tools that we have, but if these tools can be enhanced and improved, I think it would be great for the council to say so, so that it's there, and part of the discussion. The other item, of course, is you were talking earlier about the agency being overwhelmed really by all the needs and the requests. And of course, that means that more funds are needed to cover the current needs. I would say that one thing that is needed is a dedicated source of funding to respond to fisheries disasters. I mean, these things are going to happen more and more. And so we shouldn't have to, especially people who are communities that are impoverished, stakeholders that are suffering economically, shouldn't be having to run to DC to try to get money appropriated to respond to these disasters. So there should be dedicated funding for fishery disasters. And so I think that's something we should be working with our congressional offices, all of them, Alaska, Washington, et cetera, so that, we don't add to the pain and misery that stakeholders are going through. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Chad C. Following Mr. C will be Heather McCarty. Good afternoon.
There we go. All right, my name is Chad C. I'm the Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. FLC wishes to provide comment on B2, the NIMS management report, specifically on the closure of the Bering Sea non-CDQ Pacific cod fishery and the emergency petition to close the red king crab savings area and sub area to all gears in the first 6 months of 2023. The FLC represents the operators of 19 active hook and line catcher processor vessels that participate in the freezer longline sector of the federal Pacific cod fishery in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. A majority Alaskan-owned fleet, FLC members include 9 Alaska and Washington-based operators comprised of CDQ organizations, an Alaska Native Corporation, and family-owned businesses. FLC member fishermen are almost entirely dependent upon the annual harvest of Pacific cod, predominantly in the Bering Sea. FLC wishes to thank the in-season management team for their engagement with our fleet on the timing of this year's early closure of the Bering Sea non-CDQ Pacific cod fishery, as well as their willingness to listen and respond to the questions from our fleet. Despite the efforts to extend the fishery as long as possible in 2022, the reality is that it will be closing tomorrow, October 7th, 10 weeks before the end of the year. For the freezer longline fleet and other recipients of the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, Pacific cod sectors allocations, the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery relative to the AI is considered the most desirable and practical fishery to harvest their allocation. Sea and weather conditions tend to be more predictable. There is vastly more space to operate, allowing for more vessels to operate at a given time and more flexibility to avoid bycatch. Recovery of Bering Sea cod tends to be better, and markets for the fish are stronger compared to AI cod. Generally speaking, these are not new characteristics of the Bering Sea versus the Aleutian Islands. However, declines in the Bering Sea cod TAC relative to the AI, high rates of incidental catch of cod by non-target fisheries, particularly in 2020 and 2021, and the growing amount of Bering Sea cod ABC set aside to account for increases in GHL for the state water Bering Sea cod fishery, mean there is no longer enough cod to go around to all the participants in the Bering Sea. This does not impact sectors that complete their cod harvest earlier in the year, but for others that historically operate late in the year, it hurts. For the freezer longline fleet, which typically fishes the entire year, it has forced us out of the Bering Sea and into the AI to harvest the remainder of our allocation. Because of the challenges of operating the AI relative to the Bering Sea, our fleet has left about 5% of our Bering Sea Aleutian Island allocation in the water each year since 2020. That has been the loss of millions of dollars in revenues to our operators and lost work for crew who would be otherwise harvesting that fish. With the Bering Sea closing tomorrow, we expect to have about 3,500 metric tons remaining in the water, or a little under 6% of our total BSAI allocation for 2022. This will likely result in about 2,000 metric tons remaining in the water by the end of the year, or conservatively about $8 to $10 million in lost revenue for operators and crew. Over the past 3 years, that translates to over $30 million in lost revenues conservatively. FLC understands this is a complicated issue. particularly so long as cod tax remain at their current low levels. For 3 years, we have been intensely engaged in efforts to arrive at answers to a problem we didn't create, yet we still find ourselves here today. But until a solution is found, it is our fleet being left to carry the burden. That is not something we believe should be acceptable. With some key cod actions before council recently or soon to be completed, we would ask that council prioritize identifying solutions to this important concern. Recognizing today's discussion on agency and council workload, we hope we can look at both regulatory and non-regulatory measures to support a solution to this. Moving on to the crab petition for Red King cod closure areas. As we've heard, the council has the opportunity to provide an input on an emergency petition to close the Red King crab savings area and sub area to all gears in January through June 2023. FLC recognizes the importance and long history of the Red King crab fishery off Alaska. Many of our own members are crab fishermen and have been directly affected by the downturns in these fisheries. We support federal, state, and industry stakeholders prioritizing measures to support the crab fishery. We've engaged with and have in response to the crab sector and their efforts to minimize mortality to crab stocks, as we detail in our RFI comments to council. Having said that, we are struggling to understand the value of the crab stock of excluding longline gear from the savings areas in this emergency petition request. Our hook and line gear has negligible impacts on habitat and is minimal in terms of crab bycatch. Additionally, our harvest of large numbers of Pacific cod results in reduced predator impacts on crab. Looking at total impacts to the stock, we believe are doing far more good than harm to continuing to fish in areas where crab and cod overlap. Our presence on the grounds can also help support data collection on predation in the fishery. Implementation of closure areas on our fleet can also have a detrimental effect on our ability to optimally prosecute our Bering Sea fishery. In recent years, flexibility has been particularly important with the variability of cod distribution. In the last 3 years, our fleet shifted northward in the Bering Sea, meaning we had very little effort in or near the savings area. However, in 2022, with the return of the larger cold pool and better cod conditions further south, our harvest moved southeast in the Bering Sea to the point that 30% of our harvest occurred in crab area T. Being excluded from the savings areas would occur, which would occur under the requested action, would be particularly challenging to our fleet while doing nothing that we can identify to benefit the Bristol Bay stock of red king crab. If the council chooses to provide input on an emergency petition, we would ask that council give consideration to the overall benefit of the hook and line cod harvest, the health of the crab stock, and recommend that hook and line restrictions not be part of the action. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. C. Are there any questions? Thanks again.
Thanks.
Last up is Heather McCarty. Good afternoon.
Hello. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ entity for St. Paul Island. I'm going to address a couple of things that came out of the NIMS report. One of them is the TEC, the age limit, the minimum age limit for the TEC, the one that was addressed by Ms. Benken as well. And I guess, we didn't see this until pretty recently. And so I got a lot of phone calls from St. Paul Island saying, don't do that. And I think it's already done on an interim basis, but I understand that the council may have the opportunity to speak to it in maybe some subsequent process. And if that is the case, then I would ask that the council consider a little bit of leeway, younger than 18, as there have been a number of instances, particularly on St. Paul, where folks have grown up on boats and fished with their parents for many years and who are have done and would like to continue to have the TECs at a younger age. We as a community have had some trouble making the transition. We have a gray fleet and we're trying to get younger people into it. And so it's particularly important to at least a couple of our halibut fishermen that we have that allowed at a younger than 18. So that's one issue. The other issue has to do with, well, I know there's a lot of things that were alarming in the NIMS report, um, regarding staffing issues and so on. One of the things that was particularly alarming to us was what looks to be a pretty considerable delay in the implementation of halibut ABM. I'm a little unclear on exactly what the timeline might be. And so it looks like, from what we've heard, that instead of it being transmitted to DC around August and maybe then September, maybe then later, it seems to be much later, we don't know when. Just for planning purposes, it would be helpful to us to have an updated timeline on some of those steps, so that we could expected timeline on some of those steps, so that we could make some plans. Some people thought they heard that maybe early 2024 for implementation, which is of course disappointing to us, as we anticipated having implementation in 2023. So the other part of that is that the council may be doing some sort of prioritization of NIMS time on some of these issues. And if you do that, either in staff tasking or otherwise, I would ask that you put a high priority on the implementation and the finishing of that action. It's important to us, and we're in trouble on crab, and we need this badly. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCarty. And on the first issue that you mentioned, I wanted to ensure I understood the ask. It was asking the council to weigh in on that policy, not to initiate a reg amendment as was suggested.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, it's a little bit unclear to me, frankly. I haven't had much of a chance to look at it or ask a lot of questions. So I'm not entirely sure what opportunities the council has to opine on this, but it looked like in the last sentence of that report that you had the opportunity to speak to it in some way, because this was an interim decision, it sounded like. Sounds like there may be, I don't know any much about it, you better ask others, but it sounds like the agency might be making a more permanent decision later on, and that they might be asking for your input. That's the way it sounded to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. I'm just, you didn't propose a place or a time that the council could address the concerns on the age limitation issue that you brought up. It seems to me like maybe a proper procedure here, being that we have an interim determination in place now that's not likely to go away immediately, that there's a 5-year review coming up, and this would be something that you would bring up at the IFQ committee, and the council would hear from the IFQ committee. Does that sound reasonable to you?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, yes. And in fact, I think that was mentioned as well in the report from NIMS, that might be an opportunity for the council to weigh in. Thank you.
Mr. Misro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. McCarty. I was just reviewing that letter, and what the direction that it provides, it does say that the decision was made without prejudice to previous transfer eligibility. And then it goes on to say the council may wish to include this topic in the upcoming IFQ program review, so that the council may consider whether to recommend a regulatory change to implement this policy. Does that sound like an acceptable alternative, or were you hoping to get some resolution sooner than later?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesro, I think that sounds acceptable. Again, everything I'm thinking right now and saying, I'm doing in the shadow of this difficult position that the agency is in terms of time. And so I'm just trying to figure out what the easiest way to accomplish something like that would be. So whatever that is, that's what they should do, or you should do.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? All right, thank you, Ms. McCarty. Okay, that concludes public comment on our B items. We can take action on anything that the council wishes to, or you can also flag things that you'd like to address in staff tasking if you'd like as well. What are the wishes of the council? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a motion to initiate an analysis, but I was hoping that at staff tasking that the council might be able to discuss the possibility of writing a letter in support of updating the recreational fishing policy guidance document. In particular, advocating for a policy that attempts to consider the financial, cultural, and food security benefits of recreational fishing to coastal communities. And maybe that letter would include language to consider inclusion of language that considers minimizing adverse economic impacts on such communities, kind of in the spirit of National Standard 8. Well, I don't think it's terribly controversial. I just think that that was the one gap I saw in the presentation, that, you know, we're sort of in Alaska more focused on community benefits, and you know, in Alaska, charter fishing is one of the least expensive, lowest impact entry-level opportunities for young fishermen to get out on the water and start exploring that career. And it seems like those are important aspects of that particular document that weren't in there. So if we could bring that back up at staff tasking, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I see that Mr. Witherell has taken notes. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion for the council that I believe has been sent to staff. I'll wait for that to come up. This is in relation to the crab emergency rule request. And the motion reads, the council supports NIMS analyzing the emergency rule request to prohibit pelagic trawl, pot, and hook and line fisheries in the red king crab savings area and sub area from January 1 through June 30th, 2023. The council requests that NIMS coordinate with council staff to prepare the analysis for council review and input at the December 2022 meeting. The council requests that its input is considered before an agency decision is made on the request. With a second, I'll speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second? Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in speaking to this motion, I just want to start out by saying and acknowledging, I think I speak for all council members in terms of recognizing the challenges facing crab fishery participants and the crab resource itself and the communities reliant on crab fisheries. And I recognize that this emergency rule request does reflect a sense of urgency on their part to protect red king crab and crab habitat. I'd like to thank NIMS for offering the council an opportunity to provide input on this request. And by offering this motion, I think the most responsible course of action for the council is to provide recommendations to NIMS on the emergency rule request after reviewing an analysis of the request that evaluates the likely impacts and helps determine whether the request meets the emergency rule criteria in order to forego the regular public process, excuse me. And appreciated the discussion we had earlier this morning and the options presented to the council for providing input by Mr. Kurland. And after the subsequent discussion we had in terms of timing, potentially relevant to council input, whether council input at the December 2022 meeting could be provided in time for implementation of an emergency rule, should that ultimately be the agency's determination. I think the focus on the fact that, and confirmed in public testimony, that really the focus of the request is for the prohibition on fishing to be in place for the pollock fishery that starts on January 20th. And therefore, I put this motion forward, balancing those two concepts, that I think it's important for this council to have an analysis of the proposal to consider the trade-offs and the impacts of the action with providing timely input to National Marine Fisheries Service to be responsive to the request. Specifically with respect to the analysis, I think an important part of evaluating the emergency rule request will be to identify the likely impacts of the closure on groundfish target species, as well as all affected PSC and non-target species. And specifically, I'd request that the analysis for the emergency rule provide information that we did not have here in the council's D2 Bristol Bay Red King Crab discussion paper for this meeting, which is namely the likely impacts of the Red King Crab savings area and sub-area closure on salmon and herring PSC specifically. And for example, areas outside of the proposed closed areas to the south and west are known to frequently have higher Chinook salmon PSC rates than inside the Red King Crab savings area, and are often closed to pollock fishing as part of the fleet salmon avoidance plans. There are also areas to the north of the proposed closed areas that the fleet has avoided to avoid encounters with herring. And again, the council is well aware through prior experience that fishing constraints to reduce impacts for one PSC species often has unintended consequences for impacts on other species. And I think it will be important to evaluate those to the degree possible for this emergency rule request. And particularly with respect to Chinook salmon, given the historically low abundance of Chinook salmon in Western Alaska, the analysis needs at a minimum to try and understand the impacts of the requested closure on salmon. And finally, to the extent that information is available, I'd recommend that the analysis includes information on the likely impacts to crab predation that may result if we prohibit all groundfish fishing from the Red King Crab savings area and sub-area. There was acknowledgement in our SSD at this meeting of predation impacts on the Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock, and some public testimony in the advisory panel I heard yesterday that noted, and again today here at the council, that their fishery may have a positive impact on Bristol Bay Red King Crab by removing large numbers of crab predators such as cod. That's what I have, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments? Okay. Comments on the motion? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I hope it's clear that it's important to me to get the council's input on this action. So I appreciate that. I raised previously the issue about the timing that waiting until December creates some obstacles to having a closure in place by January 1st, if that is the ultimate determination. Even by January 20th, that would be a tall order. I just want to make that clear that if this is the path that we're on, that we will do our best. We will move as quickly as we can. And if the determination ends up being to proceed with a closure, we would move to put it in place as soon as we can, but that might not be able to happen by January 20th. I also want to note, well, I will support the motion. My boss would find me remiss if I didn't point out that the secretary does have the authority to do this without the council's nod. But again, it's important to get the input. So I just want to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Further comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your motion, Ms. Baker. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, my comments may have a response from Ms. Baker, so they may be more in lines with the question, which we've already passed, but I've been thinking about this a little bit. So my thought on this would be that the type of information that maybe wasn't expressed, but maybe implied in this, I would hope would include things like the amount of time on the bottom, some of those things that we've seen in earlier in this discussion paper that we'll be looking at, the expanded discussion paper on, and as well any tagging information on crab. I'm not sure when the next tags are going to be popping up, but it could be that between now and December, we have a little bit more information on tagging within that area that might tell us the importance of that area to the red king crab population. So I'm making an assumption in support of this motion that those things would be included in the motion. I appreciate you detailing the things that you did, the likely impacts and PSC and non-target. I think that kind of gets to my point here. But if it didn't, and I would show support for that motion if it was going to include those types of things. Thank you for your thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. I'm not sure if that was, if you'd like to respond to that, there was maybe some questions embedded in there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down. I did mention specific issues that I recommended the agency include in the analysis that it would be able to complete in the compressed amount of time that is available for an emergency rule evaluation. Although I did not mention the specific items you raised, thinking of our recent experience with emergency rule requests on a very similar topic, the types of issues you described were included. I'm recalling specifically a December 2020-21 analysis in front of this council that considered an emergency rule request that included the type of information you mentioned as a part of the analysis for whether the emergency rule met the criteria. And so my assumption would be that the agency would prepare a similar type of analysis for this.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you for your latitude on that, Mr. Chairman. And my comments would be that I would be in support of this motion with those clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further comments on the motion? Okay, are we ready to vote? Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Anything further under B items? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard from agency during B reports that our agency staff that the cap exemption in Area 4 would be expiring prior to the council being able to effectuate action on the analysis that's ongoing regarding various alternatives to approach the cap issue long-term in Area 4. And I just wanted to flag, I'm not prepared to talk about it right now or speak to it, but flag that I'd like to do a little more outreach with the agency and stakeholders before staff tasking and may bring this back up. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Anything else? Mr. Dell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I'll bring this up at staff tasking. I need to talk to some members of the public first, but we just to note, we did hear some testimony today that we were still, and this is an issue I brought before the council before, and we've done an analysis on this, but the stranded cod issue, that we've got a fleet that's going to leave several thousand tons of unharvested cod out in the Aleutian Islands, and it's going to be millions of dollars in lost revenue to that fleet and to a lot of lost benefits to the nation. So I'm not tempted to bring that up because I haven't heard anybody mention a particular solution or anything that we would do to solve that problem, but I just wanted to note that. I'll think about that. I'll work with various people from industry on that, and maybe at some future meeting when we have some solutions or something, I can bring that back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just briefly, Mr. Chair, I don't have a motion or even plan to in staff tasking, but like Mr. Rubnik, I just want to do a little bit more sleuthing and input on the TEC issue that was brought up by public testimony and see if there's any input that the council may want to provide in staff tasking on the interim policy.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, I don't see anything further, so that will conclude our B items for the day. Thank you. So with that, we can move into C1. Good afternoon, Ms. Rhinesmith.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to provide a brief introduction. Today, you'll be receiving a presentation from Dr. Mike Litzau and Katie Paloff, the CPT co-chairs, on the safe report for Bristol Bay Red King Crab, Eastern Bering Sea Snow Crab, Tanner Crab, Pribilof Island Red King Crab, and St. Matthews Blue King Crab. Action today at the council is to set the specifications, ABC and OFL. In addition to the safe reports, you'll be reviewing the discussion that was had at the CPT surrounding the snow crab rebuilding parameters and model projections. And then we'll wrap up today with just overfishing reports for some of the stocks. With that, I'll pass along the mics to Katie and Mike. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rhinesmith. Nope, I said thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Ms. Paloff and Dr. Litzau.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So we'll get started today. Mike and I are kind of switching off between some topics here, and I'll try to provide some pauses between some of the big topics to see if there's any questions. Sorry. Okay. Now it's working. I just went too fast. So just a couple introductory slides that we provide for most of our presentations to the council and the SSC and the AP, just to kind of orient us all to where we are with our crab stocks. So at this September-October cycle, we're in this middle box. So these are the stocks here that we'll be setting final specifications for. They're the three main crab stocks that we do on an annual basis. And then we have two stocks that we do on a biannual or triennial basis. And they just happen to both be up for specifications this cycle. A little bit of a memory refresh for our tier system in crab. The majority of our crab stocks are in tier 3, 4, or 5. Tier 3 would be the stocks that we have the most life history information on, and we have the more complex models, and we can get biomass estimates out of. Tier 4 are ones that we have limited life history information. St. Matthews Blue King Crab, Pribilof Island Red King Crab are examples of those. So we don't have stock specific information, but we're able to borrow it from other stocks to get have a model and get a biomass estimate. The tier is also somewhat associated with our ABC buffer discussion. So the amount of uncertainty we have in the life history information and the population processes that were modeled reflect where our buffer discussion goes when we talk about our buffer considerations. So with that, here's kind of an overview of our September agenda. The bolded items here are the ones that are action items at this meeting, and those are the ones that we'll spend the majority of our time in our oral presentation on. We will also, as Sarah said, go over the specifications for the snow crab rebuilding projections, because that will be something that you will see for initial review at the December meeting, in addition to a couple other overfishing updates. The rest of the topics that you see here are things that are in our in our written report, also on the crab planting agenda presentations. We can take questions of those, but they won't be in our oral report. And so with that, I'm going to hand this over to Mike.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Mike Litzau, Crab Plan Team Co-Chair. So I'm going to provide you with a very brief overview of our survey results from Bering Sea for crab stocks this summer, just to give you a sense of the latest fisheries independent data for these stocks. Beginning with an overview of the status of all crab stocks that are covered by the survey as measured by our estimate of mature male biomass for all stocks. That was up 11% from 2022 compared to 2021, but remains near the all-time low across the time series. I'm going to go through the sort of the headline stocks, if you will, now with specific information for those. Beginning with Bristol Bay red king crab biomass. The line here is the area swept estimate from the survey. The ribbon is the 95% confidence interval around that estimate. Mature female biomass nearly unchanged, up 3% from last year. Of course, that's a critical parameter for the state harvest strategy. On the other hand, mature males up 38%, biomass up 38% from 2021, although it remains at a fairly low level. I'll go through snow crab results in some detail because of their such interest at this point. So for all the snow crab plots that I'll show you, we've got the Eastern Bering Sea results in blue, and then our results for the Northern Bering Sea in the green point estimates with the error bars. Again, looking at biomass, beginning with females and beginning with immature female biomass. Last year, as you may recall, the estimate was functionally very, very close to zero. We estimated 298 tons of immature females last year. It's much improved this year. We're up 8,700%, but I'll note that's from a very low level last year. But we do see an indication of recruitment into the population. For mature females, though, the biomass estimate is down 16%. And then you can see with the green points there that there are a lot of small snow crab in the Northern Bering Sea, but very few mature or large animals. And that's reflected in the bottom plot there with the very low Northern Bering Sea numbers. Now looking at male snow crab biomass, we break this up into 4 different size categories, beginning with the immatures, down 23%. The biomass is down 23% from last year. Legal male biomass down 44% from last year. It's at an all-time low in the time series. Mature male biomass down 16%, also at an all-time low. Something of at least not a negative trend for industry preferred, that's 4-inch carapace width males. The biomass estimate's up 9%. I will note that that's largely driven by one toe with a high catch. So there's some uncertainty in that. And again, you can see there are small, in the upper left panel, small snow crab in the Northern Bering Sea, but none of the larger size classes in any appreciable amounts. This plot just shows the size distribution in the survey catches in the last 5 years, along with shell condition. The y-axes change year to year, so you can't compare absolute abundance among these plots. It's just to show the size distributions and what we're catching. And really the thing to notice here is the sort of the ray of potential sunshine is we do see a lot of these small animals showing up in the survey this year. So even though immature biomass was down 23%, immature abundance was up 138%. Tanner crab, I'll just go through briefly. As you know, the state manages that stock with 2 areas, west and east of 166 west longitude. Biomass for all the size 6 categories were down over last year west of that line. Results were mixed east of that line. Mature female biomass was down 36% in the eastern area, but mature male biomass was up 74%, although it remains at a low level compared with recent decades. And the one other thing to say about Tanner crab, and you'll hear more about this when Katie presents this stock assessment results, is that we repeatedly see small animals showing up in the survey and they're not progressing through the population. We're not seeing that recruitment progress through the population. Okay, and I'll hand it over to Katie.
Just pausing to see if there's any questions there. Okay, we're good.
We're good.
Okay. So our first main stock is Bristol Bay red king crab. This is one of the stocks that we have ESP for. And so that's just something that we're not going to go over in detail today, but I wanted to provide this summary slide here for you guys, just to be aware that the advantage of the ESPs is that we're able to track ecosystem and socioeconomic trends for these stocks. It's really helpful to have this in front of us when we start talking about the stocks and potential status of the stocks, survey results, and assessment results. So this is similar to what you may have heard about ecosystem conditions going forward. The bottom temperatures in the Bering Sea did seem to return to near average conditions, and the cold pool did extend into Bristol Bay this year, which is a positive point. One of the things that we are tracking for red crab and for blue crab is just the steady decline in bottom water pH and through ocean acidification, and that the modeled bottom water pH is getting close to a threshold in the lab where we've seen negative impacts on crab shell growth, hardening, and survival. So just some things that we're tracking for both Bristol Bay red king crab, St. Matt's blue king crab, that we have as ESPs established. And then we did review an ESP for snow crab at this meeting also that can provide insight into the rebuilding process. So as far as Bristol Bay, as Mike already stated, the survey mature male biomass was up from last year, but still low compared to the long-term average. Females were slightly higher, but the female mature abundance is what we use for the state harvest strategy. And that was still below the state harvest strategy level of 8.4 million, both in the area swept and the model estimate of mature male female abundance. That's not part of the federal OFL and ABC studying process, but that is informational to you in the management of the fishery. Low recruitment for Bristol Bay has been seen in recent years, in the last decade or so, and the biomass is really projected to decline without a large recruitment event. The model scenarios that we looked at CPT and SSC really focused on the base or reference model that we've used for the stock, which is in the GMAX modeling framework, and models that looked at changing the start date of the model from 75 to 85. The just model fits were very similar. The reason I put these two graphs up here is to show you females at the top and males at the bottom. This is the survey biomass from the NIMS trial survey, just that males are increasing some from last year. Females, while their biomass was up a small percentage, the model still has a downward trajectory for females moving forward. This graph here just shows recruitment estimates over the time series, and the different models start in different times, which is why you see this larger recruitments in the late 70s and early 80s for the one model. But just reiterating that in the last 10 years or so, we've had low persistent recruitment. We're not getting these kind of recruitment events that the stock kind of depends on for its ability to grow and kind of not have a decline with active fishing. So the current estimated mature male biomass for Bristol Bay is up slightly from last year, with an associated OFL and ABC that are increased some. This is the recommended model by both the CPT and you'll hear after us, but the SSE did endorse this model with a ABC buffer of 20%. That's a similar buffer that we've had in previous years for similar reasons that we had as far as some of the different model uncertainties and also the status of the stock. Overfishing, of course, is not occurring on the stock. The total catch is much lower than the OFL, considering that the directed fishery was closed this last year. And stock status is greater than 50%. So there is no concern for the stock being overfished. If anything, the stock status has been increasing slightly from a low of in 2020, 2021. And I think that's the last slide I had for Bristol Bay, if there's any questions.
Okay, I don't see any.
All right, I'll just keep going. The next stock we have to go over is Tanner crab. As the survey results, I have a real quick overview of the fishery here in these first two slides, just provided that we did have a fishery in the western area for Tanner crab this last year. The eastern area failed to meet the mature male biomass threshold. The total catch mortality was much less than the OFL, so overfishing did not occur, and the stock is not overfished. Just some anecdotal information about the retained catch fishery this last year. Most of the harvest occurred just at about the 166 west longitude boundary, which divides the east and western areas that ADFNG manages. Some fishing occurred over here outside the Pribs, but 97% of the harvest did occur across that line. The CPUE for Tanner crab was approximately at the average of the rationalized time series. One of the things that was a change for this, and this is in some of the models that the stock assessment author looked at, was we saw the Tanner crab, in the Tanner crab fishery, they saw more retention of smaller crab than the industry preferred size. So for this particular fishery, the industry marketable size is about 5 inches, legal size is 4.4 inches. So we saw about a 30% increase of crab between those two sizes. And this anecdotally through conversations with CPT was most likely due to the fact that the snow crab fishery was so small that there was more of a market for smaller tanner crab and they were able to retain those. As far as the models and the assessment for tanner crab, the models address many of the previously established CPT and SSC concerns and comments. Some of them were mostly explorations. We settled on model 22.03, which was a small improvement from last year's accepted model and had similar results. Something that Mike mentioned briefly, all the models struggled with the fact that for tanner crab, we're seeing recruitment coming in the size compositions that we see in the survey, that's not matriculating through into the higher size bins in the following years. And this is about the 3rd year we've seen this. And so where that plays a role is if you look at, this is kind of a blow up of the last 15 years or so, of the biomass estimates, that's the orange dots here with the lines coming out of the survey, and then the model fit. The survey biomass in the last few years has been low for males. This is all males. But the model trajectory is actually increasing. And that's because it's expecting some of those recruitments that we see to move through the size comps, but we're not seeing them. So when you have these models, your size composition data and your biomass data are the two things that you use to kind of track the population. And when they're telling you different things, it's sometimes hard to get a good grasp on what's going on. Which one is more accurate. So that's one of the reasons that we still have a 20% buffer for tanner crab because of that uncertainty with those two different pieces that are going into our assessment model. As far as all the model fits, as far as estimated recruitment and mature biomass, we're very similar with the biomass trending up for males this year. The CPT endorsed model is in tier 3A. It's not this stock is not overfished. Overfishing is not occurring. We recommended a 20% buffer, which is similar to the buffer we've used previously for some of the uncertainties in the model and some of the conflicting data sources when it comes to size compositions and survey biomass being accounted for in that buffer consideration. As you can see here, this column that says B over BMSY is the status. So the status of the stock is up from last year and it's above 1, meaning it's above that BMSY level. And I think, yep, that's the last slide I had for tanner crab.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Paloff. I just wanted to go back to the slide you went through pretty quickly on 21 and 22 about, struggling with recruitment, not matriculating into the population, and then the survey, the fits to the survey biomass in the next slide. And is there a plan? Is there some resolution of this? You mentioned this being an issue for several years, and I didn't know if the crab plan team was providing advice for something to do, or if we just are stuck with this model for a bit.
Through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. I think we provided the stock assessment author some ideas for potentially ways that we can look at the model to determine how these two different sources of information are weighted in the model and how and that would help with, which one the model kind of sees more seriously, I guess is one way to look at it. So that's one thing that we did talk about. We also have scheduled for usually in January, the crab plan team has a modeling workshop associated with our January meeting where we try to take up some issues that we have either in our models or things that we feel that the assessment authors specifically or people doing the assessments want to discuss. And that I think this is something that we want to talk about a little bit if there's other ways that we can parameterize so that we can better characterize what's going on with this population. And potentially, if they're having some sort of mortality at a certain size class, if we can try to determine how best to model that, if that's what's going on. So I think there's a lot of unknowns with this, but it is something that we've seen it in enough years that it's concerning to us in our modeling process. And we want to try to be able to model the process better.
Okay, please continue.
So the next of our large 3 big stocks is snow crab. So Mike already went over the survey results, so I'm gonna go through this a little quick, but all the measures of survey abundance are really at or near all-time lows. Mature male biomass was down 40% compared to last year's all-time low. So overall, pretty dire situation for snow crab. As Mike already pointed out, this is also a way to look at the size compositions over time. The survey year here is on the y-axis. The x-axis is the size of crab. You can see this, these 50 millimeter crabs, so this recruitment event that potentially is that's occurring there. But those crab have 4 to 5 years before they hit, you know, the size that is recruited to the fishery. So just kind of some reality check that there's some good news coming up, but at least right now, the commercially preferred crab are at very low levels. Some other points of concern for the stock is crab maturity and the fact that the crabs seem to be terminally molting at smaller sizes. Female clutch fullness in the survey was low, and the proportion of empty clutches is higher than we've seen in previous years, indicating potentially some struggles for females to mate successfully. Fishery CPE was at an all-time low, but there was also a pretty small fishery this last season. Here's what I found online. Sorry, my phone's making voices. I apologize for that. Model stability issues for this model. There's some model stability issues for snow crab. And if you listened into our CPT or SSC discussion, we had a pretty thorough discussion of this. And the reason for that is the model having a hard time dealing with the unprecedented large mortality event that we determined happened last year, we know, and that it happened in 18 and 19, but that we don't have a 2020 survey data point. And so the model can find a couple different ways to get, you know, from what we had in 2019 to what we see in 2021 and 22. And so that creates some model instability. If you think of it, you know, you're trying to get from one path to another with that missing survey data point, there may be more than one route to get to that path. And that's what the model's finding. And so while it's unstable in that sense, all the outcomes that we saw at CPT and SSC, you know, still fit the information coming into the model fairly similarly and still had a similar trajectory. So the CPT recommended model 21.1A, keeping this, there's also some discussion of tier changes for the stock, but keeping this stock at a tier 3 level. We did recommend a 25% buffer, and that buffer did include that uncertainty that we had in the model convergence. So our that extra 5% buffer from like a 25%, a 20% level was to include the fact that we know there's some instability modeling issues, and we're hoping, you know, with the further work by the stock assessment author, in addition to, you know, another year of survey data, that those will be ironed out and we'll have a preferred model trajectory for what happened between 2019 and 2021. As far as like I guess I already went over this, but this is for the survey data points. This is males at the top and females at the bottom. This is how the different models fit the survey data. So fitting fairly similarly, some differences between them, but pretty similar as far as the trajectory of the stock. One of the main differences was mature male biomass, and most of the models, except for one, had us at pretty low levels for mature male biomass in 2022. The model that didn't have us at those levels still had us at a status that was below 50%. So even though this model looks higher, when you look at the long-term average with respect to where we are this year, it's still a similar status. And that's what the model that we recommend, that the CPT recommended, was also endorsed by the SSC, which you'll hear from later. But that resulted in the specification table that you see here. In addition, the projected status for snow crab moving forward in 2022-23 fishing year is about 30% of the BMSY. So still below the 50% for the overfish level. So while overfishing is not occurring, the stock status is still below 50%. So the stock is still overfished. And like I already mentioned, the rebuilding plan is up for initial review at the December meeting. And the recommended buffer by the CPT was 25%. So I think Mike we'll have a couple slides here on what we did discuss for rebuilding that will go into the plan in December.
So our, excuse me, our task at this meeting was to make recommendations for the best scientifically supported rebuilding timeline for the initial review for the rebuilding plan in December. The stock assessment author, Dr. Cody Jaworski, provided us with projections using the assessment model on how we might expect the population to recover, to rebuild under different scenarios. So I'll just run through those for you briefly, so this plot makes sense. He considered 5 different fishing scenarios, fishing mortality scenarios: ABC, bycatch only, no fishing, the state strategy with bycatch, and then the state strategy without bycatch. And then in our June meeting, the SSC recommended 2 scenarios for modeling natural mortality and recruitment going forward during the rebuilding period. And those are plotted here. We could choose recruitment from either the 1982-2017 time block on the left-hand column or the 2005-2019 time block on the right-hand column. Recruitment is important to the population, of course, but what's really overwhelmingly important in terms of rebuilding is mortality, because we just came out of this huge mortality event. And so you could model mortality based on draws from what we've observed from 1982 to 2017. Again, that's a lower average mortality rate. Or you could model it from the 2005 to 2019 time period and include that really extreme mortality event that the population's just come through. So he's modeled out or projected out the population, 50% chance of the population reaching BMSY under those different scenarios. And the shorthand answer is that the time to recovery, time back to BMSY, range from 2029, 6 years out from the start of the rebuilding plan, to infinity, to never reaching BMSY. So I'll just give you one piece of sort of the scientific background that Dr. Jaworski provided us with. He's been for framing out this decision for the best supported rebuilding timeline. Dr. Jaworski's done a lot of work of trying to understand what the heck happened to this population with the few data points that we have available. And his analysis has led us to 2 primary causes that he's identified. 1, the temperature anomaly that we saw, but then 2, also the very high density that the population was at in 2018. So in this plot, he's taken a laboratory study up in the upper left panel here and looked at metabolic requirements of snow crab held in captivity at different temperatures. As temperature goes up, metabolic requirements go up, and he's plotted that out over the entire population in this lower left-hand panel here and shown this spike in estimated metabolic requirements for the entire population during that 2018-2019 event, where you had very, very high densities, highest abundance that we've ever seen on the time series, coupled with the warmest temperatures we've ever seen. So based on that scientific background, that analysis that Dr. Jaworski provided us with, and based on the choices that were before us, I'm going to lead you through the choices that Plan Team made in terms of recommending a timeline for recovery, for rebuilding. So the 3 moving parts in these projections are, first of all, natural mortality, which is M, recruitment, which is R, and then he also framed out different levels of unobserved mortality for the population and how that might affect rebuilding. So I'll lead you through each of these one at a time. First of all, for choosing a level of natural mortality for the rebuilding projections, the Plan Team recommends drawing those from the 1982 to 2017 time block. And that's the lower range of possible mortality levels to include. So on one hand, the 2005 through 2019 time block was originally chosen because it mimics what we think the climate is most likely to do during rebuilding, that we're most likely to have something like, on average, an extreme warm event once every 7 years. But with that analysis from Dr. Jaworski indicating that you need both a really warm temperature and a high density to produce that large mortality event, we have, of course, no expectation of high densities during rebuilding. So that led us to choose that 1982 to 2017 time block, the lower mortality level, as the best representation of expected mortality going forward during rebuilding. In terms of recruitment, Dr. Jaworski has a published paper with a number of colleagues showing that snow crab recruitment tends to be higher with high ice years, lower with low ice years. So of course, we expect lower average sea ice conditions going forward during rebuilding. That led us to choose, again, recruitment from the 1982 to 2017 time block. And that's actually the lower level of average recruitment in the time series between the two time blocks, because that 2005 to 2019 time block includes the massive 2015 recruitment event that brought us to such high densities. And then I'll just briefly take you through the analysis that he presented for unobserved mortality. He modeled unobserved mortality in two ways. He said, well, one, let's assume that unobserved mortality on the stock is 5 times what we estimate observed bycatch mortality as. And then 2, let's estimate unobserved mortality at 100 times observed estimated bycatch. If you model the population at unobserved mortality 5 times observed bycatch, you don't get a meaningful difference in the rebuilding projection. That does not affect the time to rebuilding. On the other hand, if you model it at 100 times observed mortality, a number of things start to get wonky in the population model. The population dynamics model starts to show complexities that need more understanding before we use that model in a management scenario like this. And then secondly, there are important fisheries management considerations where all of the OFL gets allocated to bycatch at that point, and there can't be a directed fishery. So based on that, those two results, and seeing that the outcome that estimated unobserved mortality at 5 times observed mortality didn't affect rebuilding, our recommendation is that we just treat unobserved mortality in the status quo fashion for rebuilding projections, which is that it's just part of M. It's modeled as part of natural mortality, and it's not estimated separately, not estimated into the overall fishing mortality. I'll use the arrows. So with those choices of natural mortality, recruitment, and unobserved mortality that we made, that results in a projection for the population of a 50% chance of reaching BMSY in 6 years. And so that gives us a T-min of 2029. Because T-min is less than 10 years, that sets T-max at 10 years, which is 2033. And then just the last point there is CPT really wanted to stress that we are making the best, this is the decision we think is best supported by the available data and analysis that we have. But we recognize that the population's just come through this tremendous perturbation. We only have 2 survey years post-collapse to model the population. So there remains tremendous uncertainty, but with the information we have, this is we feel the best call that we could make in terms of the rebuilding timeline. And that's all I have for rebuilding, if there are any questions on that topic.
Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your presentation. It was helpful and disturbing at the same time. My question is, does the GMAX model consider the increased metabolic rate of both the crabs and the predators into the future?
Yeah, through the chair. It does not explicitly consider the increase in metabolic rate for the animals, for the snow crab, and it does not explicitly consider any increase in metabolic rate or metabolic demands for the predators. All we can do is we can give the model a range, a distribution of possible mortality levels to draw from randomly. And so by giving it that 1982 to 2017 time block to draw from, we have set mortality lower than the extreme levels we've seen recently. So that the mechanisms are not built in there, but then we incorporated our scientific advice about the likely outcome of those mechanisms by choosing that lower mortality level.
One more question for you. In years when the cold pool is prevalent, does that change the relationship between the predators and the crab?
Yeah, through the chair. That is very much the sort of the conventional paradigm for how we understand juvenile snow crab in particular. In the field, in the survey, we find them almost exclusively below 2 degrees C. In the lab, you can grow them to 6 degrees, 7 degrees, and they thrive. So the understanding is it's not temperature per se, but it's something about the ecosystem that's related to temperature. And one of the leading ideas is that predators are excluded. Predators like Pacific cod are excluded from those cold temperatures in the cold pool.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. This is just a follow-up on Mr. Mesereau's first question. I didn't quite hear your answer on setting natural mortality by using that bigger time frame. We're setting it lower than, and you said something.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for asking me to clarify that. My answer was that we're not, the GMAX, the population dynamics model, doesn't see the metabolic rates for either these animals or for their predators. It's not that mechanistic. What we did is we made the judgment that you need the combination of high density and high temperatures to get the very extreme mortality rates that we've recently seen. And so that we judged that absent that high density, you're unlikely to see such extreme natural mortality. And therefore we chose the 1982 to 2017 period that has lower average natural mortality.
And one other follow-up, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that. And this is going to sound simplistic, but it was given that even in the crab plan team discussion in the SSC that we're looking at the more recent time period to be better simulating our environmental conditions. Was there a discussion or possibility to use the more recent time frame, but pull out those years where we had this unprecedented mortality event, or is that just way too simple?
Yeah, through the chair. I'm sorry, could you maybe clarify the question? You said if we could use the most recent period, but then pull out the most extreme mortality?
Instead of going back to 1982.
Okay.
Yes, that was my question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and so again, through the chair, there was a tremendous discussion about that. And we had an updated presentation on climate model outputs and what we should expect for temperature for the system during this rebuilding period. And it remains true that the climate model answers haven't changed. We still expect on average, something like 1 every 7 years to get these really extreme temperatures. And again, with the caveat that we just don't have a lot of data or a lot of analysis at this point, just a couple of years after the collapse. Our judgment again was that the best analysis was that you need the very high densities coupled with those high temperatures to produce the high mortality. And so that's why we excluded that possibility from our choices for the projections to use.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the predation issue, back to that, so that you're looking at natural mortality in the model. It occurs to me that in the past, what we've looked at is we've looked at the fact that cod predate on crab during the summer months based on the information we had from the summer survey. But recently, with more information from industry sending in pictures, and folks have sent in pictures, and photographs throughout the whole year now, to folks like Karam and Dr. Zawalski have been, I think we can now, there's an assumption, at least in the cod fleet, that these cod are eating crab year round, that there's no limitations to it. And they've noticed this for several years, and being the hundreds of millions of cod that are on the grounds, this number, if you, and I guess the question is, why haven't we done that calculation? I mean, the calculation that exists now for the summertime only versus if these cod are doing this all year round, which appears to be the case, I think that number would be a very huge number. And would that number exceed what you're using for natural mortality now?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. You're right. There is a seasonal disconnect between the time series data that we have available for predator diet habits, which is based on the summer survey, and the time when we expect crab to be most vulnerable to predation, which is when they're molting, and we're not there at the right time for the survey. I think the answer to your question in terms of looking at using that information that we're getting from industry is that it's valuable. That kind of information is super valuable for understanding, framing questions about what's going on in this system. But in terms of actually estimating consumption rates, you just need data, and you really need a time series to see how those consumption rates change over time. And so I guess the final sort of wrap up answer to your question would be, it would have to do with that last point I made about our selection of these scenarios, is we recognize there's uncertainty and we can't rule out different explanations like wintertime mortality 100%. We just can't be entirely sure that that's not the case and that won't be the case going forward. But I will say that Dr. Zawalski and Dr. Aiden, working together with the available data, have looked very carefully at the size distribution of snow crab in cod stomachs and the size distribution of snow crab that are missing from the population. And they don't see them lining up in a way that you would expect if predation was the primary cause. And so I guess, again, to summarize, that Dr. Zawalski and his colleagues have looked at that mechanism very carefully. And with the data we have, we really don't see that playing out in the same way that metabolic rates might explain the decline.
Another question, Mr. Down.
Yeah, just a follow-up question on that, Mr. Chairman, if I might. So it still would seem to me like it might be a good exercise, and maybe you don't have the right data, but just to compare, looking at only the summer data that you do have and expanding that to include the whole year, is that a number that would exceed natural mortality? It seems like that would be an exercise that you'd want to go to just to double check yourself that natural mortality, this assumption that you're including that natural mortality is correct. Why I'm just curious as to why we haven't done that calculation to consider a range of possibilities.
No, thanks for that clarifying question. And again, through the chair, that has been done. Dr. Zawalski and his colleagues did expand out the consumption rates based on the summer survey for the entire year. And you're correct that the numbers of consumed snow crab are very large, considerable. I think anyone involved in the ecosystem or the fisheries would recognize that. But again, in this framework that Dr. Zawalski worked through, where he examined a number of different possible mechanisms in concert, cannibalism, groundfish predation, metabolic rates, and a number of different mechanisms. In his analytical framework, the cod predation in particular did not come out as the primary explanation for the collapse.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions? Please continue.
Great. So we have two more stocks that we have set final OFL and ABC specifications for, and these are two of our smaller stocks. So the first is St. Matthew Blue King Crab. Like I mentioned earlier, this is one of the stocks that we do have in ESP, and we have ecosystem and socioeconomic considerations that we can look at for the stock. And this is incredibly helpful. We started this when we did the rebuilding plan. This stock is now on a biannual basis, and that's to coincide when we have to report on progress towards rebuilding. So the rebuilding plan was put into place in June 2020, and we have to report on progress in 2-year intervals. The model for this stock it's a tier 4 model. It's in GMAX framework. It's the base model. There were some model explorations that were done in our May-June cycle for this stock, but nothing that was recommended to move forward for specifications. So we just have the model that we've used the last few years. In general, this stock saw a small increase in estimated mature biomass for 2022 and some increase in recruitment. So that's the graph here on the bottom with more variability is recruitment estimates over time. And for 21 and 22, we are seeing increasing recruitment, and that's from smaller size classes that we're seeing in the survey data. Once again, I said there, we have one accepted base model for this stock. The increase in biomass that we see is pretty small, but still present. The resulting OFL and ABC are listed here, and these are to be recommended for setting specifications for the next 2 years. We have a 25% ABC buffer for the stock, and that's related to a couple of the reasons I have here on the slide. It is overfished. There is poor recruitment for the stock. We have limited life history information since it is a tier 4 stock. Another thing to point out, we mentioned this in our CPT and our SSC presentation, right now, this stock has two forms of index data that are in the model, the trawl survey and an ADF&G pot survey that's been done on somewhat of a triannual basis. The last time we did an ADF&G pot survey was in 2018. There was one this year in September that was just completed at the end of September. So that will be included in the next biannual assessment. But the advantage of having that survey data point is to try to better understand if we're at how much recruitment, potential increase of recruitment we're seeing in St. Matt's, and to get a better handle on other components of the population. So this is a male-only model. The pod survey does give us a better indication of female and juvenile health. So that will be helpful when we look at progress for rebuilding in the next cycle. I did want to provide you, the assessment author was able to put together some projections. These are similar in looking to the snow crab projections, since they're using the same GMAX projection module that helps us to project further into the future for these stocks. So just some kind of alternate forms of reality for St. Matt's would be depending on our recruitment expectations. And so if you recall from the rebuilding plan that was put in place 2 years ago, what we expect St. Matt's to do is really dependent on what recruitment would be for the stock. So on the bottom little graph here on the bottom shows recruitment over time. There's a blue line that's drawn there to kind of separate out the time period, the first half of the time period that has quite high recruitment for the stock, and then the second half of the time period that's got overall lower recruitment. So the reason we did that is that the two graphs that show projections, the one on the left shows recruitment draws from the entire time series. So if we allow for having high recruitment, as equally likely as having low recruitment under no fishing pressure, which is the red line there, you'll see on average, we getting above BMSY or rebuilding the stock in the next few years. What you see on the right-hand side is that if we take recruitment from the recent part of the time series, that while we're still increasing the stock, the BMSY or the rebuilt level is on the top of that graph, and we're not quite reaching that if we project out. Now we do have these graphs only go out 10 years. When we did this rebuilding plan, our T-max was actually set at 16 years, just to the fact that we anticipated that it would take longer for the stock to rebuild. So while we're not able to provide with a lot of certainty, if we're still reaching those the T-max guidelines, we can say that, with increased recruitment, we are making some progress towards rebuilding, and we are seeing some improvements in the stock. And so that's what we reported. That's what the stock assessment author and CPT reported on for NIMS to report on progress for rebuilding for the stock. And I can pause there if there's a question. Yep.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Paloff. Why are we projecting potential increases in recruitment if the pH in the bottom waters are nearing corrosive levels?
Through the chair, that's a great question. And so that's something that we did discuss at CPT. This particular cycle, with a lot of the ESP considerations and the ESR, we talked a lot about the increase in ocean acidification and potential ramifications on St. Matthew's blue king crab was one stock that we talked about, as well as Bristol Bay red king crab. And so I think that's something that we need to, the CPT in general wanted to hear some additional information on, and potentially what those increases might look like as far as what we might expect to see for these stocks moving forward. And it's still hard to know, have a good handle on what that means. Just increasing or decreasing pH in the bottom water. We don't have an idea of how well the crab can maybe move away from that, if they can detect it, how, having an average low pH, if that's persistent enough to cause the damage that we've seen in laboratory studies. So there's still some unknowns there. And so I think that's something that we continue to report on progress for rebuilding for the stock. That's something that would be taken into consideration, is what our recruitment expectations might be and what other information we can provide to inform on that, if that makes sense.
All right, please continue.
Should have brought up some water. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so we have one last stock for which we are presenting OFL and ABC for this round. This is the Pribilof Island Red King Crab stock. Just to begin with an overview for the state of this stock. This is the first assessment since the first assessment since since we shifted to a triennial management cycle in 2019. There's been no retained catch since 1998, 1999, and that's out of concern for the Pribilof Island Blue King Crab stock. And the total bycatch in this stock is far below OFL. It's a tier 4 stock, meaning that we don't have good information specific to this stock. It's been in GMAX since 2019. And in this model, we considered, plan team considered in this cycle, plan team considered 3 different models for consideration for this stock. First of all, the base model that was updated with new data. Then secondly, that base model with bycatch size composition data, which added in, which allows for estimates of bycatch selectivity. And then finally, a model with both the bycatch size composition and constant growth increments that are independent of the size of the animal that's molting. And the take home here is that plan team recommended that model 22-1B, that's the base model that is expanded to include bycatch size compositions and constant growth increments. Our rationale was that this model fit the data well. It improves our understanding of the stock, our modeling of the stock by bringing in stock-specific bycatch size composition information. And it also matches with our understanding of red king crab biology better than the previous model, where you have that constant growth regardless of size. Plan team also recommended a 25% buffer on the stock. That's the same buffer that was in place at the last assessment. The motivation or the reasoning for that 25% buffer being that the stock assessment still borrows heavily from information that's actually generated for other stocks. We don't have a lot of stock specific information on biology here to work with, and that buffer is consistent with what we see for other low information king crab stocks in the Bering. And then in terms of the status and specifications that come out of that model, we're looking at an estimated mature male biomass of 3,879 tons and an OFL of 685 tons. And as I noted before, the total catch is far below the OFL on the stock, so it's not being overfished, and it's not currently being overfished. There is no overfishing occurring, excuse me, and it's not overfished. And I'll just keep going with so the final task for the plan team report, and that's just a report on overfishing updates for Pribilof Island Golden King Crab, Pribilof Island Blue King Crab, Aleutian Island Golden King Crab, and Western Aleutian Island Red King Crab. None of these stocks are being overfished. In every case, the total catch is below the OFL. Let's see, Pribilof Island Golden King Crab is a tier 5 stock, so we don't have a minimum stock size threshold estimate. Pribilof Island Blue King Crab remains overfished. Aleutian Island Golden King Crab is not overfished. The mature male biomass is well above minimum stock size threshold. And then Western Aleutian Islands is another, Western Aleutian Islands Red King Crab is another tier 5 stock without an MSST estimate. And that's the balance of our report. If you have any other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Litzo and Ms. Bailoff. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much. And Ms. Reinsmith, that concludes the presentation from staff. I think we'll have a PINSIAC report as well.
Yes, we have a staff report from PINSIAC. If Steve Miner is here,
okay,
I can provide that for you.
Thank you. For the record, Steve Miner, excuse me, I need water too, apparently. The chairman of PINSIAC, the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee. I'd like to preface my report by saying that as an advisory committee, We are required to publish our meeting dates and agenda well in advance in the Federal Register. And we got tripped up by timing here at the time that we did publish that there was an expectation that Opelio snow crab rebuilding would be, that there would be analysis to look at. And we also were trying to shoehorn ourselves in between the crab pond team and this meeting with the expectation the red king crab analysis would be done. Unfortunately, the red king crab analysis came out about 3 hours after our meeting. So my report will not be as qualitative as we would like it to be. Regarding Opelio snow crab rebuilding, we had significant participation by the staff, council staff, and we appreciate that. We did talk about the June meeting where the SSC wasn't satisfied with the parameters. And that's what pushed this back a little bit. The action that PNCAC was able to take in the absence of analysis was a simple statement that given this timeline, PNCAC plans to schedule another meeting closer to December. And we did also unanimously pass a motion that says PNCAC recommends to the management, including the CPT, SSC, and council, that if there is a fishery available, please open the fishery regardless of the size of the TAC. This may allow for additional collection of data for assessment and scientific purposes, as well as continuation of our presence in some important crab markets. And that motion passed unanimously. Regarding red king crab measures, again, we did not have the analysis to work with. PNCAC passed a simple motion that says PNCAC members express deep concern about the status of red king crab and reemphasizes the importance of this species and voluntary measures by sectors to reduce mortality. Finally, we also discussed the 2023 crab rationalization program review that you'll be taking up next year. Please note that PNCAC during implementation, the 18-month review, the 36-month review, the 5-year review, and the 10-year review has played an important role because our membership includes both harvesters and processors. We did want to bring the attention to the council, even though it's a little early, that the next review will happen during a time of closed fisheries and very low tax. Many stakeholders believe that the program will need a pretty significant rethink about how because we have found that some of the features of the program are not operating as intended under these low tax. But we don't have any recommendations. It was just more notice. Finally, under the same agenda item, I've participated in PNCAC since about 1999. I've served as chairman many of those years. I know what's coming up with this next program review. I expect it to be intensive. So I will continue to participate in PNCAC, but I gave notice that it's time for somebody younger and more filled with more energy to guide PNCAC through that. So on December 31st, I'll step down as chair, but remain in PNCAC. And that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minor, for all your work in PNCAC. On that bolded motion on the top of page 2, just clarifying that PNCAC clearly knows that the council doesn't decide at this meeting whether to open or close crab fisheries. I'm reading this as a statement of support and the severe concern with crab stocks as they are, but if a small fishery is allowable, that you hope that that happens, but not that this council has the authority to open or close crab fisheries, that now lies with the harvest strategy at Fish and Game. Am I reading that right?
Yes, Ms. Kimball, through the chair, you're reading it correctly, and I don't think it's something you haven't heard before, but obviously given the makeup of PNCAC, there's a high degree of concern, and this was the result of that.
Any further questions for Mr. Minor?
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Minor. All right, it's getting right up there, close to 5 o'clock. Council, so there's some scheduling issues that I've been alerted to by some of the potential testifiers, and I'm wondering about going until 5:30 and taking out of order testimony and cutting off by 5:30 and getting some of those in who might not be able to be here tomorrow. Is that acceptable to folks? Okay. With that, then we will take our SSC and AP reports in the morning. But I would like to offer to anybody in the room who would like to testify out of order the chance to do so. So if there's anybody here who's signed up and would like to testify today, please raise your hand. If you can testify remotely tomorrow, that would be preferred. I want to make sure to get those who need to testify today. So looks like we can just go down the list here. I think up first, sign up first was Ms. Goen and Mr. Lesher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and ooh, I'm in the wrong section. And members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen, and with me is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're the Industry Trade Association representing the majority of harvesters fishing with pot gear for king, snow, and beardeye crab in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Crab Rationalization Program. First off, I'd like to thank the work of the presenters and stock assessment authors and crab plan team for their work on crab stocks. Nothing with crab is easy right now, and they've been taking a hard look at many aspects of the crab science and management. I'll be speaking to our comment letter under this agenda item, but before I do, I'd like to note for the council that some commenters you may hear from may speak to both agenda items C1 and C2. Fishermen are busy people, and the council process is long and hard to track for weeks on end if you're not submerged in it. Having said that, we greatly appreciate the option for remote testimony as it allows many more stakeholders to engage in the process. These are unprecedented and exceptional times in the history of Bering Sea crab and in U.S. fisheries management. These are times that call for leadership, logic, new approaches, and bold action. Status quo is not working for crab stocks. This is the first rationalized fishery in the country to suffer this magnitude of fishery collapse and correlated economic harm, and one of the largest stock collapses in U.S. history by value. The effects are devastating to the crab fleet, but do not stop there. The effects ripple throughout the community, processors, support businesses, and even schools, affecting thousands of people. With news from this year's survey, we are bracing for cumulative losses of over $500 million in ex-vessel value. That number grows much larger when taking into account the ripple effects to processors, support businesses, and communities, making it easily in the billions of dollars. That's billions. To say what is happening is devastating doesn't give justice to the magnitude of what the crab fishery is facing. Going into the second year of this collapse, we are losing participants in our fishery. For every vessel that goes up for sale, 5 to 6 crew lose their jobs. Some of these guys have worked on crab boats their entire career. We are also losing new entrants into the fishery and small family businesses, which will have future impacts on our fishery. Many fishermen invested heavily in 2018 when snow crab had shown several years of strong recruitment and appeared headed toward record levels. The future looked bright. Crew were buying into vessels and buying their own quota. And then in 2021, snow crab collapsed unexpectedly and Bristol Bay red king crab closed. Vessels are having to make choices, and with little or no income, some will sell, some will go bankrupt, and others will defer maintenance, and most are letting their crew go. We are asking for at least a small directed fishery for king snow and beardeye crab as long as it doesn't risk sustainability of the stock. And as best we can tell, it doesn't. While this isn't directly the council's decision, we ask for your support as we work between the federal and state managers to adjust to the unique situation at hand using the best available science and moving crab stocks towards more sustainability, while also balancing the needs of fishing communities consistent with the Magnuson Act. There are many uncertainties in the stock assessments and many buffers, like not including the Northern Bering Sea and hybrid crab in the stock assessment. These buffers create management results that never approach the ABC, let alone the OFL. While all of these uncertainties and buffers, there's room to consider the immediate needs of fishermen and fishing communities in decision-making. Maintaining a directed fishery at times of low abundance, small as it may be, provides a lifeline for our 60-vessel fleet and associated communities and support businesses, several of whom submitted comment letters detailing how the crab collapse is affecting them. I hope you've had a chance to read those letters from skippers, crew, vessel owners, hydraulic companies, electronic companies, communities, CDQ groups, gear manufacturers, and quota and vessel brokers. All are asking for small seasons for these big three crab stocks. Maintaining a directed crab fishery also provides an opportunity to continue gathering essential data that only a pot fishery can collect. Information like CPUE, size and sex composition, and shell condition are a few of the data collected that are extremely informative to scientists, managers, and stock assessment authors. It is especially crucial because this data is collected at a different time of year than the summer trawl survey and with a gear more targeted to catching crab. And if helpful, many vessels are willing to act as platforms of research or do a pot survey to help gather important data. We need to elevate crab in priority of bycatch avoidance for other fisheries, given its level of conservation concern, above species like halibut and herring. We ask that the council provide policy directive at this meeting along those lines and for the emergency rule analysis that you just spoke to. We need to rethink how crab stocks are managed in the Bering Sea by protecting vulnerable molting and mating crab, using crabbers as research platforms, finding and protecting areas of abundance of crab, and protect them from fishing impacts, and protect habitat. These are incredibly challenging times and not the time to accept business as usual. We need leadership from the council in finding solutions to keep crab stocks and the crab industry sustainable. Status quo is not working. With that, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Gillen. Are there questions? Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask you about one of the points at the end of your testimony in terms of the bycatch avoidance. And your testimony in your letter and many of the letters that we received on this issue refer to a prioritization of bycatch species. And as I read the letters, there seemed to be an assumption that there was some sort of established prioritization list, if you will, here at the council. And so I'm not aware of that kind of list. And so can you please elaborate or provide me with a little more information on what you're suggesting in terms of the policy guidance that you suggested that council issue at this meeting? Were you under the impression we already had such guidance, or can you help me understand what your recommendation is there, please?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. I'm not sure if there's anything written, but my understanding and seeing the analysis that have come forward for crab and in hearing people talk, different sectors talk about their bycatch avoidance, is that crab tends to be on the bottom of the list. The priority, of course, is endangered species like some of the salmon. Then I often hear halibut as high on the list and herring high on the list above crab, and what vessels do and the choices they make in avoiding bycatch. And what we're asking is that crab should be elevated. Of course, it would be below an endangered species, but it should be higher than halibut and herring, neither of which are at a level of conservation concern like crab is. And whether that takes direction from the council or someone else to help those different sectors avoid those species, I think that needs to be stated.
Further questions, Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen, for testimony. The concept that you're advancing of a limited fishery is interesting, and I think has some merit. As you noted, it's not really the council's purview per se, but to sort of help me think it through a little bit further, I'm wondering if at least if your organization has put some thought into how the economic benefits from a limited fishery would actually flow to the businesses in your organization that are sort of most at risk. I'm assuming that like in a lot of sectors, there's a pretty broad range of business plans and economic statuses. And in particular, you referenced people buying in, people newly buying in, sort of with obviously at that point carrying a pretty high debt load. Is there a way to ensure that the benefits from a limited fishery would flow most to those and less proportionally to some of the businesses that are much better positioned to weather something like this?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, as you can imagine, there are a lot of conversations going on among the different vessel owners and quota owners in our industry right now. Given that we are facing low quotas here into the future, there have been conversations along those lines. Those are conversations that largely happen between individual business owners and within the co-ops. So it's not something Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers per se takes up, but those conversations are happening. What I hear from everyone, or nearly everyone, is that we need small fisheries to be maintained for all three crab stocks to keep our businesses alive. And then we'll work internally to figure out how to share what harvest we get.
Any further questions? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you describe what you're thinking about when you mention a small directed fishery? I know that prices are high and it wouldn't take a lot of crab, but do you have any numbers or any idea of what you'd need to make things work?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, that's a great question. I think you'll hear from some of the other testifiers, ideas they have about that. You know that king crab is a very high value fishery, so even a couple of million pounds is worth a lot. And then for snow crab, you know, we had 5.6 million pound tack last year. That is not enough to maintain, to be viable long term. But if we have to have that or something less, we would take it. I think 10 to 20 million pounds is a little more able for us to sustain ourselves for a couple of years of low tax.
Follow up. In your mind, would that be within the rebuilding plan? Would it harm the rebuilding plan for these stocks? A small fisherman?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, I think we are hitting a new era in crab. We're going to be bouncing around these thresholds. We're going to be under a rebuilding plan, it looks like, for 6 to 10 years here coming up for snow crab. For red crab, we're going to be bouncing around these threshold levels for some time now, given that we don't have any strong recruitment in the stock. So we need to be looking at new ways to maintain a small directed fisheries, to maintain our fishing communities and our vessels, particularly our independent harvesters over this time. I mean, we're a rationalized fishery that was supposed to create economic stability and improve safety, and we are seeing anything but that right now. So we've got to come together and figure out new harvest strategies, new ways of looking at the science, and ways to create stability in our fishery here over the long term with small harvests. And I think that's going to take all of us coming to the table and figuring out exactly what that looks like.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen, Mr. Lesher. I just want to ensure we're not confusing roles and actions at this meeting under this agenda item. And I think you heard probably my question to Mr. Minor about, we've delegated this authority to open and close the fishery to the state of Alaska to Fish and Game. So is your ask, your request that the council support a small fishery should the harvest strategy allow for that? Or are you asking for some other message to fish and game scientists when they consider the harvest strategy and the opening and closing of this fishery?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, we would like the council to support our ask for a small fishery. That is ADF&G's decision on whether we do or do not have those fisheries. I think for the council arena too, we're asking for, and you'll hear us come up under D2 and speak more to this, but we're asking for the items that are within the council's purview, which is bycatch management and closed area management to take a harder look at that and how that could help crab stocks rebuild. So to take a more comprehensive look, I think there's issues that the Joint Protocol Committee also needs to be discussing between federal and state management for crab, between the harvest strategy and our approach under stock assessments and OFL and ABC setting. From what I'm hearing, the ABCs aren't meaningful for crab TAC management. So that needs to be discussed between the two bodies so that we can get to better management of crab stocks overall.
Thank you. Maybe I was confusing this agenda item with D2, and I see your comments are covering both of those, so appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. So I saw that Daniel White is not going to be able to be here tomorrow, and for other members of the public, we will still probably have a little bit of time after he testifies. Ms. Davis will be keeping a list of those who need to testify today and will not be able to testify tomorrow, whether in person or remotely. So please let Ms. Davis know, again, if you're not able to testify tomorrow. Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, council. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Daniel White. I'm an Alaska resident, 25-year participant in the Alaska crab industry, currently employed on the FB Early Dawn. We participate in 4 fisheries, including CDQ. I'm here testifying today to ask the council for a small Bristol Bay red king crab, barradine, and snow crab season. With the 2021 king crab closure, I was forced to leave my boat family and 20-year career that I built for another vessel. These closures affect more than just the fishermen. It hurts our families, our communities, and our vendors. I see no logical reason to give millions of pounds of bycatch to another sector while closing the targeted fishery. We need equity and justice, and I support the ABSC comment letter. Normally, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be rigging king crab gear, but there's no season, so I'm here testifying today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. White. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. White, for your testimony. I'm sorry if you said this, but your vessel participates in all 3 of the crab fisheries when they are open. Did I get that correct?
Yes, we actually participate in 4. We do the golden king crab also.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. White. Okay, Craig Lowenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. My comments today are in relation to the specifications for red crab, snow crab, and barradine. Excuse me. I'm the co-owner of a vessel that participates in the BSAI crab rationalized fisheries. 3 generations of my family are currently involved in the fisheries. Our vessel depends on the crab seasons each year to remain financially viable. The only other fisheries our vessels participate in is the Pacific pot cod fishery and salmon tendering. Of course, neither one of these fisheries alone can sustain the vessel without the addition of crab seasons. And that being said, I support the comments made earlier by ABSC, specifically the need for a directed crab fisheries in the 2022-23 season. We're a small family-owned business. Several of our crew have been with us for between 10 and 20 years. With the closure of red crab last year and the uncertainty of the potential for future seasons for all the crab stocks, it's been increasingly difficult to retain crew members. As you know, being a crew member on the back deck of a crab boat is a specialized position. When we lose these hands, they're not easily replaced. There's also the real issue of deferred maintenance. Vessel owners and processors are having to make difficult decisions based on cash flow. And bringing this fleet, the processing capacity, the support businesses back online in a productive, meaningful way after several closed seasons won't be just as simple as setting a TAC. In the meantime, small family-owned businesses, crew members, communities, supporting businesses, and the consumers will suffer or completely fail. I think it's essential to think outside the box and be flexible in these trying times. Buffers were discussed earlier today. As of course, we know several layers of buffers are applied during the tax setting process, and the survey results are within the error bars. So given the extreme caution used in modeling biomass and setting tax for these stocks, it seems reasonable to me that a small season for red crab, apelio, and barredeye could be allowed in an effort to maintain the viability of the crab fleet, the families and communities they support, as well as gather much needed research data. With that, Mr. Chairman, concludes my comments. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lowenberg, thanks you for your testimony and for your leadership on these issues and your participation in the council. So I guess all that earns you the question I'm about to ask. Apologize for that, but can you give, when I asked a similar question of Ms. Goen about what the fleet thought they might be able to do in terms of structuring a limited fishery, in particular, if there's a way to have a limited fishery provide benefits more to some of the most economically at risk, economically disadvantaged members of the sector. And she said there are discussions going on, obviously not really at the ABSC level, but probably more at the owner level. And that's you, and you're a leader. So I guess I'm asking you if you could characterize, from your perspective at least, what those discussions have been like and what a limited fishery might look like based on those discussions.
Thank you for the question through the chair, Mr. Twite. I think I follow your question. There are discussions amongst the crab fleet in times when these quotas are so small or non-existent, and vessels can't prosecute a fishery and provide cash flow to operate and sustain the vessel for that season. There's going to be some consolidation. So there's discussion about how to best consolidate some of that IFQ onto vessels so that you can get the maximum benefit for the most vessels and the most amount of crew and families involved. Hopefully that's answering your question in the right direction. I'm not sure I followed you exactly.
Thanks. It does. And certainly consolidation in a rationalized fishery is a powerful tool. It does leave me wondering a little bit about past consolidation in the crab fleet has resulted in some pretty high lease rates. And I'm just wondering if that would be a feature of this kind of consolidation as well. And obviously I know you can't speak for everybody by a long shot, but just from your position looking at that, would it be a similar sort of consolidation model with those kinds of lease rates, or would consolidation look quite different than what we've seen in the past consolidation efforts by the crab fleet?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'm not sure if consolidation would look the same. I think this type of consolidation is with the mindset of trying to make as many people viable and sustainable and keep as many businesses afloat as possible. Lease rates, I think, in this type of consolidation, there's no room for them to move any higher than they already are. In fact, I would assume they would have to come down given the increased costs of supplies, fuel, bait, et cetera, and the low tax. There's just, the revenue generated can't support high lease rates. So I think that's going to be part of that negotiation and consideration during consolidation or just prosecution of the fishery discussions.
Thank you. We got Mr. Abnika and then Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Craig, for your testimony. And I'm sorry if there's an obvious answer for this. I haven't heard it from other testifiers, and I'm not sure if it's been explicit in letters so far, but when you're asking for a red king crab fishery, do you anticipate, and I understand the desire in particular to provide some opportunity fisheries data for research purposes. Do you anticipate targeting that fishery within the savings area, or do you feel like your fleet would be wanting to find out more about distribution and exploring areas outside?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Angel. You know, I guess I couldn't speculate on where the fleet would fish. I would imagine they would need to go into the red king crab savings area to gather data for sure. And see where the stock is and the status of it. You know, we've had discussions about winter pot surveys, and I think that's a great way to do it. If we don't have, if we can't do a specific directed fishery, maybe we can have a small tack to do a pot survey style fishery and work in conjunction with ADF&G and the agency to gather data that way. But as far as the fishing grounds that would be covered, I would imagine it would be the traditional fishing areas.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Craig, for your testimony, and sorry about the situation that you and all the crabbers are in. And I know that this council takes its fair share of criticism on a variety of issues. And I just want to make sure that I know you know this, but I'm not sure if people who are listening online or other members of the public, that this decision, whether you get a limited fishery, is not our decision to make. We can choose to try to support it in some way, but I just wanted to make sure you understood that this particular piece of this problem is something that my understanding is happens with a consultation with the Department of Fish and Game, not this body. If we could do it, I'd love to be able to support that, but that isn't our part of this. Just want to make sure everybody understands that this particular piece has to go Fish and Game.
Understood. Thank you through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. Yeah, thank you for that comment. And I do understand that. I think picking up on some of the previous testimony and questioning when ABSC was up here, I do think it would be great if the council could send either letter of support or communicate support somehow to ADF&G that a season for the three main species is necessary. And then, and the other thing you can do is to make sure that we don't set the OFL and ABC so low that it precludes ADF&G's harvest strategy from being able to set a TAC in the first place. So making sure the ABC and OFLs are high enough are important as well.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Okay, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Let's see, it's 5:23. Lance Farr.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. My name is Lance Farr. I've been fishing crab in the Bering Sea since 1975 and have seen the ups and downs of the fishery, but I've never seen the crab stocks in worse condition. The crab community needs more flexibility in the system to be able to have smaller fisheries when the stocks are low. Management of directed crab fisheries should consider the economics of a directed fishery in the fishing communities when setting tax. And I understand, you know, what Mr. Mesereau was just talking about. You guys don't set the tax, you set the other ABC and OFL. But if you could send a message to ADF&G that anything they could do as far as having a small season for everybody would really help the fishing communities. CBT reviewed the snow crab model and concluded that allowing a smaller harvest of immaterial allowing a small harvest that is immaterial to rebuilding the timeframes. There should be a snow crab fishery this year if it is not going to change the rebuilding timeline. The industry needs a season to retain crew to keep up maintenance on the boats. There should be a small fishery for all three fisheries if possible. With climate change, we need to be more adaptive in our management. ADF&G harvest strategy for Bristol Bay Red King crab female threshold for having a season is a hard number, but should be arranged with flexibility to have a season or not. With the mature males in the survey up. And if we do not have a season this year, next year we will have a season, we will bring in a bunch of skip molds. And when you catch a lot of skip molds, there will be a higher dead loss and unloading, and it'll be a loss of revenue to the fishing community. Also, the market does not like skip molds, so the price will be less. Having a season would really help the fleet, and I do not believe we will harm the recovery of Bristol Bay red king crab. The council needs the knowledge that unobserved mortality is happening in the pelagic trawl fishery and account for it. Opening the red king crab savings area to the pelagic trawl 5 days after the Bristol Bay red king crab directed fishery closes because of the red crab or molting is ludicrous. With the information that the pelagic trawls are on the bottom 80% of the time, there's got to be a lot of unobserved bycatch that is not accounted for. And I believe in the models we put unobserved bycatch, they put it in natural mortality, and I think that should be broken out. I don't know if this, probably not that for the next paper, but let us have that. So you
Mr.
also
Farr,
heard.
your time is up. Can you
Okay.
provide a concluding comment?
Yeah, just a quick one. We also heard in our discussions with the pollock trawlers that the crab was on the bottom of the PSC limit, and that's where we heard it. So it's not a council act, but it's what the fishery reacts to. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Farr. Are there any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Farr. I want to ask about your comments regarding unobserved mortality. Are there empirical observations that you can point us to that I'm not aware of that would support your position that there's a lot of unobserved mortality, or is that speculation at this point?
Through the chair, Ann. I think it's just a logical assumption when you got 17,000 square miles of contact by pelagic trawl gear in the Bering Sea, and you're opening red king crab savings area, which is molting and mating, that you're going to have a lot of unobserved mortality. I mean, you can ask any observer and they'll tell you, no, that we don't see those crab. Those crab explode when they hit the net. Dr. Rose's papers, you know, they all expand on his interaction with crab and it gets a mortality rate, but nobody ever talks about trawling on unobserved, on soft shell crab. So that needs to be accounted for. It's not accounted for now. I mean, a lot of bottom contact in an area where there's a lot of crab. And the king crab savings area is the area where the crab is, especially in a year like this year, where we got colder water. That's where they are. I mean, I've been fishing since, 30 some years. That's where they're going to be.
Any further questions for Mr. Lone or Mr. Farr?
I don't have a beer.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lance. Being that you're asking for the council to make some recommendation through a letter or comments or something to encourage what you're asking for with the state of Alaska. And they're the managers of this fishery. In other words, they'll end up setting the TAC and deciding whether there's an opening in any one of the three fisheries or more than one of them. But the council process does set the ABC and the OFL. So we're taking this public comment a little bit out of order here because of the timing issue. And so what you've seen so far I believe that you've been tracking this, so that's why I'm asking you. What you've seen so far is, do you believe that OFL and the ABC that we'll see coming forward is sufficient enough to put something forward to the state of Alaska for consideration for what you're asking for?
Yeah, I
Or
wish
are
I
you
had those-
asking that we do something with the OFL and the ABC?
I wish I had those numbers in front of me that the SSC recommended, but I believe that the numbers are up for male crab in king crab, male legal crab. And I think also the same is snow crab. Not, I guess, not legal crab, but market size crab for snow crab is up from last year. So I don't see the harm in harvesting those bigger crab. You know, and snow crab, they're just gonna get really ugly and not be marketable and die. King crab, you know, they keep living, but you know, they get pretty ugly. And we go out there and we're afraid to throw some of those ones that there are so much barnacles on them. We can't throw them in our tanks because they're just gonna die and kill, you know, 3 more crab in the tank. So I believe a small fishery is the way to go.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Okay, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Parr. All right, I know I said 5:30. There's 2 more who really need to testify today. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we can come back in the morning and take additional testifiers at 8 a.m. if that's going to be helpful. So with that, Mr. Lone, Hoiston Lone, then last up would be Scott Hansen.
Thank you, council members. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Oyston Lone. I'm a longtime active crab fisherman. I own shares in 2 vessels and have purchased multiple crab quotas to put on my boats. I got issued some initial C shares as a captain, took those quotas and built up on A shares. This has been a slow building process of investing in crab quotas, boats since the program started. Our crews are an investment. Some have been with me for 7 years. Investments in a good crew that will eventually become captains and shareholders in this business. Crab boats are expensive to maintain and need constant work to be kept up. I'm concerned about making needed repairs with the potential closing of the season. As an operator and owner, if we don't get anything to fish, there isn't much we can do to survive. I don't think this was the intent, the plan here, but here we are. If you take 50 boats and 175 pots per boat, and lay those out, it would cover about a square mile area. The impact would be a very small footprint. During my last 3 years of king crab, I saw CPU numbers increase with lots of recruits of small males and females. So I don't quite trust the survey and question its results. That is why we need to have a small fishery to assess what is on the grounds. From what I hear, there are king crab around. There are so many things we don't understand about the crab environment. With a 20-year high tides this year and falling tides the next 2 years, it might very well be having huge impacts on our fisheries and surveys. Crab run with the tides, and if currents run too fast, they dig down. We go from a very good fishing to nothing, and this happens. At the end of April this year, fishing went from 200 to 400 snow crab per pot to empty pots overnight. It stayed that way until the end of the season. But when we hauled up pots, we would sometimes get mud mixed with crab on the back of the pots. So it told me crab were not feeding or going into the gear. This lasted for all of May, which is a long time. I've been a part of this roller coaster of Bering Sea crab since 1983. Is the survey model wrong, or do we need to take a look at the new system? We see over the last 20 years, these numbers are all over the board. Is Alaska crab the worst managed crab fishery in the world? It is a question we have to ask ourselves. I, as a fisherman, question the system and surveys. Other countries are not struggling like we are, and I'm sure they have climate issues just like we do. What do we need to do to make sure our stocks survive and us crabbers can run a viable business? We need to implement a pot survey and create a better working environment between fishermen and scientists to at least validate the trawl survey. When it comes to our crab fleet, we have gone from pre-rationalization of 225 boats to a little over 100, and now the fleet of a 60, maybe down to 30. We're down to a level of boats that we do not need to lose any others, or we will lose independent fishing families. I firmly believe we need to send the fleet out to fish and see what is on our grounds. Shutting down the fisheries are not going to do anything but kill the crab fleet and fishermen. I support the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers comments letter and a small opening of snow crab, bear and king crab. As an ending statement, I would like to mention we need to come up with new methods of analyzing our crab fisheries. I urge the council and Fish and Game to look at Norway, Russia, and Canada to see how this is done. We need a crab fishery to survive and a reliable way to set our quotas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lone. Are there questions? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Last up tonight is Scott Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Scott Hansen. I'm a owner operator of a freezer longliner. Just speaking about the king crab savings area that was created, and I've also fished crab since 1979, and I have been through these down cycles. The closure of that box, I think, is going to be a mistake if you eliminate the longline fishery, because we capture a lot of cod, and that's a major contributor to predating on these crab. They are full of crab all year long. The crab in the box are vulnerable in the winter time, and they're like little crab jellos, and those fish just suck them up. I've got pictures. I got pictures. I take pictures of stomachs, and we track them. So that's my speak on that. I think since 2016, the industry's taken a very conservative approach to the TAC for cod, and the numbers should have been higher. Our CPU has gone up every year, and it's gone up again this year for hook and line fish. And if you look at the numbers of fish that we catch, it's a lot of actual fish, and they eat so many crab every day. If you did the math, you just can see where a lot of that crab is going. So again, I support the work that's being done in that savings box, but I think it's going to be a mistake if we are eliminating longliners that are just now getting back into the box, because the warmer water, I think, was contributing to a high parasite count in the fish that were unmarketable for us. And so we, as a fleet, have been out of that box for at least the last 4 or 5 years. So this is the first year that we've actually snuck back in that direction. And I myself was right on the west edge of the box fishing about 3 weeks ago. So we have been in the box as a fleet a little bit this year. And so that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and conclude for the day. Come back at 8 a.m. And again, we can take some testifiers at 8 a.m. if that would be helpful for those who need to. Ms. Kimball?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Are we taking people still out of order? I'm wondering when we get our SSC report on this item.
Yeah, I understand that there are some who would be able to testify at 8, but not later. So we would take testifiers out of order, then go back to SSC report, then take and our AP report, and then take testimony for those who are able to testify on time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. See you at 8 a.m.